Chapter 24. 1804. Pichegru betrayed his conduct to his old aide-de-camp, account of Pichegru's family, and his education at Brienne permission to visit Carbonate the prisoners in the temple absurd application of the word, brigand, Morrow, and the state of public opinion respecting him Pichegru's firmness Pichegru, strangled in prison public opinion at the time report on the death of Pichegru. I shall now proceed to relate what I knew at the time and what I have since learnt of the different phases of the trial of Georges, Pichegru, Morrow, and the other persons accused of conspiracy trial to all the proceedings of which I closely attended. From those proceedings, I was convinced that Morrow was no conspirator, but at the same time, I must confess that it is very probable the first consul might believe that he had been engaged in the plot, and I am also of opinion that the real conspirators believed Morrow to be their accomplice and their chief, for the object of the machinations of the police agents was to create a foundation for such a belief, it being important to the success of their scheme. It has been stated that Morrow was arrested on the day after the confessions made by Bouvet de Lozier. Pichegru was taken by means of the most infamous treachery that a man can be guilty of. The official police had at last ascertained that he was in Paris, but they could not learn the place of his concealment. The police agents had in vain exerted all their efforts to discover him, when an old friend, who had given him his last asylum, offered to deliver him up for 100,000 crowns. This infamous fellow gave an exact description of the chamber which Pichegru occupied in the Rue de Chabonais, and in consequence of his information Comminges, commissary of police, proceeded thither, accompanied by some determined men. Precautions were necessary, because it was known that Pichegru was a man of prodigious bodily strength, and that besides, as he possessed the means of defense, he would not allow himself to be taken without making a desperate resistance. The police entered his chamber by using false keys, which the man who had sold him had the baseness to get made for them. A light was burning on his night table. The party of police, directed by Comminges, overturned the table, extinguished the light, and threw themselves on the general, who struggled with all his strength and cried out loudly. They were obliged to bind him, and in this state the conqueror of Holland was removed to the Temple, out of which he was destined never to come alive. It must be owned that Pichegru was far from exciting the same interest as Morrow. The public, and more especially the army, never pardoned him for his negotiations with the Prince de Condé prior to the 18th Fructidor. However, I became acquainted with a trait respecting him while he was in Paris which I think does him much honor. A son of Lagranny, formerly director of the French Academy at Rome, had been one of Pichegru's aides-de-camp. This young man, though he had obtained the rank of captain, resigned on the banishment of his general and resumed the pencil which he had laid aside for the sword. Pichegru, while he was concealed in Paris, visited his former aide-de-camp, who insisted upon giving him an asylum, but Pichegru positively refused to accept Lagranny's offer, being determined not to commit a man who had already given him so strong a proof of friendship. I learned this fact by a singular coincidence. At this period, Madame de Bourrienne wished to have a portrait of one of our children. She was recommended to Lagranny, and he related the circumstance to her. It was on the night of the 22d of February that Pichegru was arrested in the manner I have described. The deceitful friend who gave him up was named Leblanc, and he went to settle at Hamburg with the reward of his treachery. I had entirely lost sight of Pichegru since we left Brienne, for Pichegru was also a pupil of that establishment. But being older than either Bonaparte or I, he was already a tutor when we were only scholars, and I very well recollect that it was he who examined Bonaparte in the 4 first rules of arithmetic. Pichegru belonged to an agricultural family of Franche-Comté. He had a relation, a minim, in that country. The minim, who had the charge of educating the pupils of the Military School of Brienne, being very poor, and their poverty not enabling them to hold out much inducement to other persons to assist them, they applied to the minims of Franche-Comté. In consequence of this application, Pichegru's relation, and some other minims, repaired to Brienne. An aunt of Pichegru, who was a sister of the Order of Charity, accompanied them, and the care of the infirmary was entrusted to her. This good woman took her nephew to Brienne with her, and he was educated at the school gratuitously. As soon as his age permitted, Pichegru was made a tutor, but all his ambition was to become a minim. He was, however, dissuaded from that pursuit by his relation, and he adopted the military profession. There is this further remarkable circumstance in the youth of Pichegru, that, though he was older by several years than Bonaparte, they were both made lieutenants of artillery at the same time. What a difference in their destiny! While the one was preparing to ascend a throne, the other was a solitary prisoner in the dungeon of the temple. I had no motive to induce me to visit either the temple or La Force, but I received at the time circumstantial details of what was passing in those prisons, particularly in the former. I went, however, frequently to St. Pelagie, where M. Carbonnet was confined. As soon as I knew that he was lodged in that prison, I set about getting an admission from Real, who smoothed all difficulties. M. Carbonnet was detained 2 months in solitary confinement. He was several times examined, but the interrogatories produced no result, and notwithstanding the desire to implicate him in consequence of the known intimacy between him and Moreau, it was at last found impossible to put him on trial with the other parties accused. The temple had more terrors than St. Pelagie, but not for the prisoners who were committed to it, for none of those illustrious victims of police machination displayed any weakness, with the exception of Bouvet de Lozier, who, being sensible of his weakness, wished to prevent its consequences by death. The public, however, kept their attention riveted on the prison in which Moreau was confined. I have already mentioned that Pichegru was conveyed thither on the night of the 22d of February. A fortnight later Georges was arrested and committed to the same prison. Either Real or Desmarets, and sometimes both together, repaired to the temple to examine the prisoners. In vain, the police endeavored to direct public odium against the prisoners by placarding lists of their names through the whole of Paris, even before they were arrested. In those lists they were styled brigands, and at the head of the brigands, the name of General Moreau shone conspicuously, an absurdity without a parallel. The effect produced was totally opposite to that calculated on. For, as no person could connect the idea of a brigand with that of a general who was the object of public esteem, it was naturally concluded that those whose names were placarded along with his were no more brigands than he. Public opinion was decidedly in favor of Moreau, and everyone was indignant at seeing him described as a brigand. Far from believing him guilty, he was regarded as a victim, fastened on because his reputation embarrassed Bonaparte. For Moreau had always been looked up to as capable of opposing the accomplishment of the first consul's ambitious views. The whole crime of Moreau was his having numerous partisans among those who still clung to the phantom of the Republic, and that crime was unpardonable in the eyes of the first consul, who for 2 years had ruled the destinies of France as sovereign master. What means were not employed to mislead the opinion of the public respecting Moreau? The police published pamphlets of all sorts, and the Comte de Montgillard was brought from Lyon to draw up a libel implicating him with Pichegru and the exiled princes. But nothing that was done produced the effect proposed. The weak character of Moreau is known. In fact, he allowed himself to be circumvented by a few intriguers, who endeavored to derive advantage from the influence of his name. But he was so decidedly opposed to the re-establishment of the ancient system that he replied to one of the agents who addressed him, "I cannot put myself at the head of any movement for the Bourbons, and such an attempt would not succeed. If Pichegru act on another principle and, even in that case, I have told him that the consuls and the governor of Paris must disappear. I believe that I have a party strong enough in the Senate to obtain possession of authority, and I will immediately make use of it to protect his friends. Public opinion will then dictate what may be fit to be done, but I will promise nothing in writing." Admitting these words attributed to Moreau to be true, they prove that he was dissatisfied with the consular government and that he wished a change. But there is a great difference between a conditional wish and a conspiracy. The commander of the principal guard of the temple was General Savory, and he had reinforced that guard by his select gendarmerie. The prisoners did not dare to communicate one with another for fear of mutual injury, but all evinced a courage which created no little alarm as to the consequences of the trial. Neither offers nor threats produced any confessions in the course of the interrogatories. Pichegru, in particular, displayed an extraordinary firmness, and Real one day, on leaving the chamber where he had been examining him, said aloud in the presence of several persons, "What a man that Pichegru is!" 40 days elapsed after the arrest of General Pichegru, when, on the morning of the 6th of April, he was found dead in the chamber he occupied in the temple. Pichegru had undergone 10 examinations, but he had made no confessions, and no person was committed by his replies. All his declarations, however, gave reason to believe that he would speak out, and that too in a lofty and energetic manner during the progress of the trial. "When I am before my judges," said he, "my language shall be conformable to truth and the interests of my country." What would that language have been? Without doubt, there was no wish that it should be heard. Pichegru would have kept his promise, for he was distinguished for his firmness of character above everything, even above his qualities as a soldier. Differing in this respect from Moreau, who allowed himself to be guided by his wife and mother-in-law, both of whom displayed ridiculous pretensions in their visits to Madame Bonaparte. The day on which Riel spoke before several persons of Pichegru in the way I have related was the day of his last examination. I afterwards learned, from a source on which I can rely, that during his examination Pichegru, though careful to say nothing which could affect the other prisoners, showed no disposition to be tender of him who had sought and resolved his death, but evinced a firm resolution to unveil before the public the odious machinery of the plot into which the police had drawn him. He also declared that he and his companions had no longer any object, but to consider of the means of leaving Paris, with the view of escaping from the snares laid for them when their arrest took place. He declared that they had all of them given up the idea of overturning the power of Bonaparte, a scheme into which they had been enticed by shameful intrigues. I am convinced the dread, excited by his manifestation of a resolution to speak out with the most rigid candor, hastened the death of Pichegru. M. Riel, who is still living, knows better than anyone else what were Pichegru's declarations, as he interrogated him. I know not whether that gentleman will think fit, either at the present or some future period, to raise the veil of mystery which hangs over these events, but of this I am sure he will be unable to deny anything I advance. There is evidence almost amounting to demonstration that Pichegru was strangled in prison, and consequently all idea of suicide must be rejected as inadmissible. Have I positive and substantive proof of what I assert? I have not. But the concurrence of facts and the weight of probabilities do not leave me in possession of the doubts I should wish to entertain on that tragic event. Besides, there exists a certain popular instinct, which is rarely at fault, and it must be in the recollection of many, not only that the general opinion favored the notion of Pichegru's assassination, but that the pains taken to give that opinion another direction, by the affected exhibition of the body, only served to strengthen it. He who spontaneously says, "I have not committed such or such a crime," at least admits there is room for suspecting his guilt. The truth is, the tide of opinion never set in with such force against Bonaparte as during the trial of Moreau. Nor was the popular sentiment in error on the subject of the death of Pichegru, who was clearly strangled in the temple by secret agents. The authors, the actors, and the witnesses of the horrible prison scenes of the period are the only persons capable of removing the doubts which still hang over the death of Pichegru. But I must nevertheless contend that the preceding circumstances, the general belief at the time, and even probability, are in contradiction with any idea of suicide on the part of Pichegru. His death was considered necessary, and this necessity was its real cause. Chapter 25. 1804. Arrest of Georges the Fruiter's daughter, of the Rue de la Montagne Saint Geneviève Louis Bonaparte's, visit to the Temple General Lauriston arrest of Villeneuve and Barco Villeneuve wounded Moreau, during his imprisonment preparations, for leaving the temple remarkable change, in George's addresses and congratulations speech, of the first consul forgotten secret negotiations, with the Senate official proposition of Bonaparte's elevation, to the Empire sitting of the Council of State interference of Bonaparte individual. Vote 7 against 20, his subjects and his people appropriateness of the title of Emperor communications between Bonaparte and the Senate Bonaparte, first called Sire by Cambacérès' first letter, signed by Napoleon, as Emperor Grand Levy at the Tuileries Napoleon's address to the Imperial Garde Organique, Senatus Consult revival of old formulas, and titles the republicanism of Lucian the Spanish Princess Lucian's, clandestine marriage Bonaparte's influence on the German prince's intrigues of England. Drake at Munich project, for overthrowing Bonaparte's government circular, from the Minister for Foreign Affairs to the members of the diplomatic body answers to that circular. Georges was arrested about 7 o'clock on the evening of the 9th of March with another conspirator, whose name, I think, was Laridon. Georges was stopped in a cabriolet on the Place de l'Odéon, whither he had no doubt been directed by the police agent, who was constantly about him. In not seizing him at his lodgings, the object probably was to give more publicity to his arrest and to produce an effect upon the minds of the multitude. This calculation cost the life of one man and had well-nigh sacrificed the lives of two, for Georges, who constantly carried arms about him, first shot dead the police officer who seized the horse's reins and wounded another who advanced to arrest him in the cabriolet. Besides his pistols, there was found upon him a poniard of English manufacture. Georges lodged with a woman named Lemon, who kept a fruiterer's shop in the Rue de la Montagne Sainte-Geneviève, and on the evening of the 9th of March he had just left his lodging to go, it was said, to perfumers named Karen. It is difficult to suppose that the circumstance of the police being on the spot was the mere effect of chance. The fruiterer's daughter was putting into the cabriolet a parcel belonging to Georges at the moment of his arrest. Georges, seeing the officers advance to seize him, desired the girl to get out of the way, fearing lest he should shoot her when he fired on the officers. She ran into a neighboring house, taking the parcel along with her. The police, it may readily be supposed, were soon after her. The master of the house in which she had taken refuge, curious to know what the parcel contained, had opened it and discovered, among other things, a bag containing 1,000 Dutch sovereigns, from which he acknowledged he had abstracted a considerable sum. He and his wife, as well as the fruiterer's daughter, were all arrested. As to Georges, he was taken that same evening to the Temple, where he remained until his removal to the conciergerie when the trial commenced. During the whole of the legal proceedings, Georges and the other important prisoners were kept in solitary confinement. Immediately on Pichegru's death, the prisoners were informed of the circumstance. As they were all acquainted with the general, and none believed the fact of his reported suicide, it may easily be conceived what consternation and horror the tragical event excited among them. I learned, and I was sorry to hear of it, that Louis Bonaparte, who was an excellent man, and, beyond all comparison, the best of the family, had the cruel curiosity to see Georges in his prison a few days after the death of Pichegru, and when the sensation of horror excited by that event in the interior of the Temple was at its height, Louis repaired to the prison, accompanied by a brilliant escort of staff officers, and General Savary introduced him to the prisoners. When Louis arrived, Georges was lying on his bed with his hands strongly bound by manacles. Lauriston, who accompanied Louis, related to me some of the particulars of this visit, which, in spite of his sincere devotedness to the First Consul, he assured me had been very painful to him. After the arrest of Georges, there were still some individuals marked out as accomplices in the conspiracy who had found means to elude the search of the police. The persons last arrested were, I think, Villeneuve, one of the principal confidants of Georges, Bourbon Malherbe, who went by the name of Barco, and Charles de Hosier. They were not taken till 5 days after the arrest of the Duc d'Enghien. The famous Commissioner Comminges, accompanied by an inspector and a detachment of gendarmes d'élite, found Villeneuve and Bourbon Malherbe in the house of a man named Dubuisson, in the Rue Jean Robert. This Dubuisson and his wife had sheltered some of the principal persons prescribed by the police. The Messieurs de Polignac and M. de Rivière had lodged with them. When the police came to arrest Villeneuve and Bourbon Malherbe, the people with whom they lodged declared that they had gone away in the morning. The officers, however, searched the house and discovered a secret door within a closet. They called, and receiving no answer, the gendarmerie had recourse to one of those expedients which were, unfortunately, too familiar to them. They fired a pistol through the door. Villeneuve, who went by the name of Joao, was wounded in the arm, which obliged him and his companion to come from the place of their concealment, and they were then made prisoners. Moreau was not treated with the degree of rigor observed towards the other prisoners. Indeed, it would not have been safe so to treat him, for even in his prison he received the homage and respect of all the military, not excepting even those who were his guards. Many of these soldiers had served under him, and it could not be forgotten how much he was beloved by the troops he had commanded. He did not possess that irresistible charm which in Bonaparte excited attachment, but his mildness of temper and excellent character inspired love and respect. It was the general opinion in Paris that a single word from Moreau to the soldiers in whose custody he was placed would in a moment have converted the jailer guard into a guard of honor, ready to execute all that might be required for the safety of the conqueror of Hohenlinden. Perhaps the respect with which he was treated and the indulgence of daily seeing his wife and child were but artful calculations for keeping him within the limits of his usual character. Besides, Moreau was so confident of the injustice of the charge brought against him that he was calm and resigned, and showed no disposition to rouse the anger of an enemy who would have been happy to have some real accusation against him. To these causes combined I always attributed the resignation, and I may say the indifference, of Moreau while he was in prison and on his trial. When the legal preparations for the trial were ended, the prisoners of the Temple were permitted to communicate with each other, and, viewing their fate with that indifference which youth, misfortune, and courage inspired, they amused themselves with some of those games which usually serve for boyish recreation. While they were thus engaged, the order arrived for their removal to the conciergerie. The firmness of all remained unshaken, and they made their preparations for departure as if they were going about any ordinary business. This fortitude was particularly remarkable in George's, in whose manner a change had taken place, which was remarked by all his companions in misfortune. For some time past, the agents of government throughout France had been instructed to solicit the first consul to grant for the people what the people did not want. But what Bonaparte wished to take while he appeared to yield to the general will, namely, unlimited sovereign authority, free from any subterfuge of denomination. The opportunity of the great conspiracy just discovered, and in which Bonaparte had not incurred a moment's danger, as he did at the time of the infernal machine, was not suffered to escape. That opportunity was, on the contrary, eagerly seized by the authorities of every rank, civil, ecclesiastical, and military, and a torrent of addresses, congratulations, and thanksgivings inundated the Tuileries. Most of the authors of these addressees did not confine themselves to mere congratulations. They entreated Bonaparte to consolidate his work, the true meaning of which was that it was time he should make himself emperor and establish hereditary succession. Those who, on other occasions, had shown an officious readiness to execute Bonaparte's commands did not now fear to risk his displeasure by opposing the opinion he had expressed in the Council of State on the discussion of the question of the consulate for life. Bonaparte then said, "Hereditary succession is absurd. It is irreconcilable with the principle of the sovereignty of the people and impossible in France." In this scene of the grand drama, Bonaparte played his part with his accustomed talent, keeping himself in the background and leaving to others the task of preparing the catastrophe. The Senate, who took the lead in the way of insinuation, did not fail, while congratulating the first consul on his escape from the plots of foreigners, or, as they were officially styled, the daggers of England, to conjure him not to delay the completion of his work. 6 days after the death of the Duc d'Enghien, the Senate first expressed this wish, either because Bonaparte began to repent of a useless crime and felt the ill effect it must produce on the public mind, or because he found the language of the Senate somewhat vague. He left the address nearly a month unanswered, and then only replied by the request that the intention of the address might be more completely expressed. These negotiations between the Senate and the head of the government were not immediately published. Bonaparte did not like publicity except for what had arrived at a result. But to attain the result which was the object of his ambition, it was necessary that the project which he was maturing should be introduced in the tribunate, and the tribune curie had the honor to be the first to propose officially, on the 30th of April 1804, the conversion of the consular republic into an empire and the elevation of Bonaparte to the title of emperor, with the rights of hereditary succession. If any doubts could exist respecting the complacent part which Curie acted on this occasion, one circumstance would suffice to remove them. That is, that 10 days before the development of his proposition, Bonaparte had caused the question of founding the empire and establishing hereditary succession in his family to be secretly discussed in the Council of State. I learned from one of the councillors of state all that passed on that occasion, And I may remark that Cambyses showed himself particularly eager in the Council of State, as well as afterwards in the Senate, to become the exalted subject of him who had been his first colleague in the consulate. About the middle of April, the Council of State being assembled as for an ordinary sitting, the first consul, who was frequently present at the sittings, did not appear. Cambyses arrived and took the presidency in his quality of second consul, and it was remarked that his air was more solemn than usual, though he at all times affected gravity. The partisans of hereditary succession were the majority, and resolved to present an address to the first consul. Those of the councillors who opposed this determined on their part to send a counter-address, and to avoid this clashing of opinions, Bonaparte signified his wish that each member of the council should send him his opinion individually, with his signature affixed. By a singular accident, it happened to be Berlier's task to present to the first consul the separate opinions of the council. Out of the 27 councillors present, only 7 opposed the question. Bonaparte received them all most graciously, and told them, among other things, that he wished for hereditary power only for the benefit of France, that the citizens would never be his subjects, and that the French people would never be his people. Such were the preliminaries to the official proposition of Curie to the tribunate, and upon reflection it was decided that, as all opposition would be useless and perhaps dangerous to the opposing party, the minority should join the majority. This was accordingly done. The tribunate having adopted the proposition of Curie, there was no longer any motive for concealing the overtures of the Senate. Its address to the first consul was therefore published 40 days after its date. The pear was then ripe. This period is so important that I must not omit putting together the most remarkable facts which either came within my own observation, or which I have learned since respecting the foundation of the empire. Bonaparte had a long time before spoken to me of the title of emperor as being the most appropriate for the new sovereignty which he wished to found in France. This, he observed, was not restoring the old system entirely, and he dwelt much on its being the title which Caesar had borne. He often said, "One may be the emperor of a republic, but not the king of a republic, those two terms are incongruous." In its first address, the Senate had taken as a test the documents it had received from the government in relation to the intrigues of Drake, who had been sent from England to Munich. That text afforded the opportunity for a vague expression of what the Senate termed the necessities of France. To give greater solemnity to the affair, the Senate proceeded in a body to the Tuileries, and one thing which gave a peculiar character to the preconcerted advances of the Senate was that Cambyses, the second consul, fulfilled his functions of president on this occasion, and delivered the address to the first consul. However, the first consul thought the address of the Senate, which I have been informed was drawn up by François de Neufchâteau, was not expressed with sufficient clearness. He therefore, after suffering a little interval to elapse, sent a message to the Senate signed by himself, in which he said, "Your address has been the object of my earnest consideration." And though the address contained no mention of hereditary succession, he added, "You consider the hereditary succession of the supreme magistracy necessary to defend the French people against the plots of our enemies and the agitation arising from rival ambition. At the same time, several of our institutions appear to you to require improvement so as to ensure the triumph of equality and public liberty, and to offer to the nation and the government the double guarantee they require." From the subsequent passages of the message, it will be sufficient to extract the following. We have been constantly guided by this great truth, that the sovereignty dwells with the French people, and that it is for their interest, happiness, and glory that the supreme magistracy, the Senate, the Council of State, the legislative body, the electoral colleges, and the different branches of the government are and must be instituted. The omission of the tribunate in this enumeration is somewhat remarkable. It announced a promise which was speedily realized. The will of Bonaparte being thus expressed in his message to the Senate, that body, which was created to preserve the institutions consecrated by the Constitution of the year Roman 8, had no alternative but to submit to the intentions manifested by the first consul. The reply to the message was, therefore, merely a counterpart of the message itself. It positively declared that hereditary government was essential to the happiness, the glory, and the prosperity of France, and that that government could be confided only to Bonaparte and his family. While the Senate so complacently played its part in this well-get-up peace, yet, the better to impose on the credulity of the multitude, its reply, like Bonaparte's message, resounded with the words liberty and equality. Indeed, it was impudently asserted in that reply that Bonaparte's accession to hereditary power would be a certain guarantee for the liberty of the press, a liberty which Bonaparte held in the greatest horror, and without which all other liberty is but a vain illusion. By this reply of the Senate, the most important step was performed. There now remained merely ceremonies to regulate and formulas to fill up. These various arrangements occasioned a delay of a fortnight. On the 18th of May, the first consul was greeted for the first time by the appellation of sire by his former colleague, Cambaceres, who at the head of the Senate went to present to Bonaparte the organic Senatus Consult, containing the foundation of the empire. Napoleon was at St. Cloud, whither the Senate proceeded in state. After the speech of Cambaceres, in which the old designation of majesty was for the first time revived, the emperor replied, "All that can contribute to the welfare of the country is essentially connected with my happiness. I accept the title which you believe to be conducive to the glory of the nation. I submit to the sanction of the people the law of hereditary succession. I hope that France will never repent the honors she may confer on my family. At all events, my spirit will not be with my posterity when they cease to merit the confidence and love of the great nation." Cambaceres next went to congratulate the empress, and then was realized to Josephine the prediction which I had made to her 3 years before at Malmaison. In the original motion, as prepared by Curie, the imperial dignity was to be declared hereditary in the family of Napoleon. Previous to being formally read before the tribunate, the first consul sent for the document, and when it was returned, it was found that the word family was altered to descendants. Faber, the president of the tribunate, who received the altered document from Merit, seeing the effect the alteration would have on the brothers of Napoleon, and finding that Merit affected to crest the change as immaterial, took on himself to restore the original form, and in that shape it was read by the unconscious Curie to the tribunals. On this curious passage see Miet de Melito, Tome Roman II, p. 179. As finally settled, the descent of the crown in default of Napoleon's children was limited to Joseph and Louis and their descendants, but the power of adoption was given to Napoleon. The draft of the Senate's consult was heard by the Council of State in silence, and Napoleon tried in vain to get even the most talkative of the members now to speak. The Senate were not unanimous in rendering the Senatus Consult. The 3 votes given against it were said to have been Gregoire, the former constitutional bishop of Blois, Carrot, who as Minister of Justice had read to Louis Roman XVI. The sentence of death, and Lanjuinais, one of the very few survivors of the Girondists, Thiers says there was only one dissentient voice. For the fury of the brothers of Napoleon, who saw the destruction of all their ambitions, hopes in any measure for the descent of the crown, except in the family, see Miet, Tome Roman II, p. 172, where Joseph is described as cursing the ambition of his brother and desiring his death as a benefit for France and his family. Bonaparte's first act as emperor, on the very day of his elevation to the imperial throne, was the nomination of Joseph to the dignity of Grand Elector, with the title of Imperial Highness. Louis was raised to the dignity of Constable, with the same title, and Cambaceres and Lebrun were created Arch-Chancellor and Arch-Treasurer of the Empire. On the same day, Bonaparte wrote the following letter to Cambaceres, the first which he signed as emperor, and merely with the name of Napoleon. "Citizen Consul Cambaceres, your title has changed, but your functions and my confidence remain the same. In the high dignity with which you are now invested, you will continue to manifest, as you have hitherto done in that of consul, that wisdom and that distinguished talent which entitle you to so important a share in all the good which I may have effected. I have, therefore, only to desire the continuance of the sentiments you cherish towards the state and me." Given at the Palace of St. Cloud, 28th Floreal and Roman 12, 18th May 1804, signed Napoleon. By the Emperor H. B. Merit. I have quoted this first letter of the Emperor because it is characteristic of Bonaparte's art in managing transitions. It was to the citizen consul that the Emperor addressed himself, and it was dated according to the Republican calendar. That calendar, together with the delusive inscription on the coin, were all that now remained of the Republic. Next day, the emperor came to Paris to hold a grand levee at the Tuileries, for he was not the man to postpone the gratification that vanity derived from his new dignity and title. The assembly was more numerous and brilliant than on any former occasion. Bessieres having addressed the emperor on the part of the guards, the emperor replied in the following terms: "I know the sentiments the guards cherish towards me. I repose perfect confidence in their courage and fidelity. I constantly see, with renewed pleasure, companions in arms who have escaped so many dangers, and are covered with so many honorable wounds. I experience a sentiment of satisfaction when I look at the guards, and think that there has not, for the last 15 years, in any of the 4 quarters of the world, been a battle in which some of them have not taken part." On the same day, all the generals and colonels in Paris were presented to the emperor by Louis Bonaparte, who had already begun to exercise his functions of constable. In a few days, everything assumed a new aspect, but in spite of the admiration which was openly expressed, the Parisians secretly ridiculed the new courtiers. This greatly displeased Bonaparte, who was very charitably informed of it in order to check his prepossession in favor of the men of the old court, such as the Comte de Ségur, and at a later period, Comte Louis de Narbonne. To give all possible solemnity to his accession, Napoleon ordered that the Senate itself should proclaim in Paris the organic Senate's consult, which entirely changed the constitution of the state. By one of those anomalies which I have frequently had occasion to remark, the emperor fixed for this ceremony Sunday, the 30th floral. That day was a festival in all Paris, while the unfortunate prisoners were languishing in the dungeons of the Temple. On the day after Bonaparte's accession, the old formulae were restored. The emperor determined that the French princes and princesses should receive the title of Imperial Highness, that his sisters should take the same title, that the grand dignitaries of the empire should be called Serene Highnesses, that the princes and titularies of the grand dignitaries should be addressed by the title of Monseigneur, that M. Marat, the Secretary of State, should have the rank of minister, that the ministers should retain the title of Excellency, to which should be added that of Monseigneur in the petitions addressed to them, and that the title of Excellency should be given to the President of the Senate. At the same time, Napoleon appointed the first marshals of the empire, and determined that they should be called Monsieur le Marechal when addressed verbally, and Monseigneur in writing. The following are the names of these sons of the Republic transformed into props of the empire: Berthier, Muret, Montcy, Jourdan, Massena, Augereau, Bernadotte, Soult, Brune, Lannes, Mortier, Ney, Davoust, and Bessieres. The title of Marshal of the Empire was also granted to the generals Kellerman, Lefebvre, Perignon, and Serrurier, as having served as commander-in-chief. The reader cannot have failed to observe that the name of Lucien has not been mentioned among the individuals of Bonaparte's family on whom dignities were conferred. The fact is, the two brothers were no longer on good terms with each other. Not, as it has been alleged, because Lucien wished to play the part of a republican, but because he would not submit to the imperious will of Napoleon in a circumstance in which the latter counted on his brother's docility to serve the interests of his policy. In the conferences which preceded the great change in the form of government, it was not Lucien, but Joseph who, probably for the sake of sounding opinion, affected an opposition, which was by some mistaken for republicanism. With regard to Lucien, as he had really rendered great services to Napoleon on the 19th Brumaire at St. Cloud, and as he himself exaggerated the value of those services, he saw no reward worthy of his ambition, but a throne independent of his brother. It is certain that when at Madrid he had aspired to win the good graces of a Spanish infanta, and on that subject reports were circulated with which I have nothing to do, because I never had any opportunity of ascertaining their truth. All I know is that, Lucien's first wife being dead, Bonaparte wished him to marry a German princess, by way of forming the first great alliance in the family. Lucien, however, refused to comply with Napoleon's wishes, and he secretly married the wife of an agent, named, I believe, Jaubertu, who for the sake of convenience was sent to the West Indies, where he died shortly after. When Bonaparte heard of this marriage from the priest by whom it had been clandestinely performed, he fell into a furious passion and resolved not to confer on Lucien the title of French prince on account of what he termed his unequal match. Lucien, therefore, obtained no other dignity than that of senator. According to Lucien himself, Napoleon wished him to marry the Queen of Etruria Maria Louise, daughter of Charles Roman IV. Of Spain, who had married 1795 Louis de Bourbon, Prince of Parma, son of the Duke of Parma, to whom Napoleon had given Tuscany in 1801 as the Kingdom of Etruria. Her husband had died in May 1808, and she governed in the name of her son. Lucien, whose first wife, Anne Christine Boyer, had died in 1801, had married his second wife, Alexandrine Lawrence de Blechamps, who had married, but who had divorced, A.M. Jomberthin. When Lucien had been ambassador in Spain in 1801, charged among other things with obtaining Elba, the queen, he says, wished Napoleon should marry an Infantadonna Isabella, her youngest daughter, afterwards Queen of Naples, an overture to which Napoleon seems not to have made any answer. As for Lucien, he objected to his brother that the queen was ugly, and laughed at Napoleon's representations as to her being proper, but at last he acknowledged his marriage with Madame Jomberthin. This made a complete break between the brothers, and on hearing of the execution of the Duc d'Enghien, Lucien said to his wife, "Alexandrine, let us go, he has tasted blood." He went to Italy and in 1810 tried to go to the United States. Taken prisoner by the English, he was detained first at Malta, and then in England at Ludlow Castle and at Thorngrove, till 1814, when he went to Rome. The Pope, who ever showed a kindly feeling towards the Bonapartes, made the ex-Brutus Bonaparte Prince de Canino and Duc de Musignano. In 1815 he joined Napoleon, and on the final fall of the empire he was interned at Rome till the death of his brother. Jerome, who pursued an opposite line of conduct, was afterwards made a king. As to Lucien's republicanism, it did not survive the 18th Brumaire, and he was always a warm partisan of hereditary succession. But I pass on to relate what I know respecting the almost incredible influence which, on the foundation of the empire, Bonaparte exercised over the powers which did not yet dare to declare war against him. I studied Bonaparte's policy closely, and I came to this conclusion on the subject, that he was governed by ambition, by the passion of dominion, and that no relations on a footing of equality between himself and any other power could be of long duration. The other states of Europe had only to choose one of two things: submission or war. As to secondary states, they might thenceforth be considered as fiefs of the French government, and as they could not resist, Bonaparte easily accustomed them to bend to his yoke. Can there be a stronger proof of this arbitrary influence than what occurred at Karlsruhe, after the violation of the territory of Baden, by the arrest of the Duc d'Enghien? Far from venturing to make any observation on that violation, so contrary to the rights of nations, the Grand Duke of Baden was obliged to publish, in his own state, a decree evidently dictated by Bonaparte. The decree stated that many individuals formerly belonging to the army of Condé, having come to the neighborhood of Karlsruhe, His Electoral Highness had felt it his duty to direct that no individual coming from Condé's army, nor indeed any French emigrant, should, unless he had permission previously to the place, make a longer sojourn than was allowed to foreign travelers. Such was already the influence which Bonaparte exercised over Germany, whose princes, to use an expression which he employed in a later decree, were crushed by the grand measures of the empire. But to be just, without however justifying Bonaparte, I must acknowledge that the intrigues which England fomented in all parts of the continent were calculated to excite his natural irritability to the utmost degree. The agents of England were spread over the whole of Europe, and they varied the rumors which they were commissioned to circulate, according to the chances of credit which the different places afforded. Their reports were generally false, but credulity gave ear to them, and speculators endeavored, each according to his interest, to give them support. The headquarters of all this plotting was Munich, where Drake, who was sent from England, had the supreme direction. His correspondence, which was seized by the French government, was at first placed amongst the documents to be produced on the trial of Georges, Marot, and the other prisoners. But in the course of the preliminary proceedings, the Grand Judge received directions to detach them and make them the subject of a special report to the First Consul, in order that their publication beforehand might influence public opinion and render it unfavorable to those who were doomed to be sacrificed. The instructions given by Drake to his agents render it impossible to doubt that England wished to overthrow the government of Bonaparte. Drake wrote as follows to a man who was appointed to travel through France. the principal object of your journey being the overthrow of the existing government. One of the means of effecting it is to acquire a knowledge of the enemy's plans. For this purpose, it is of the highest importance to begin, in the first place, by establishing communications with persons who may be depended upon in the different government offices in order to obtain exact information of all plans with respect to foreign or internal affairs. The knowledge of these plans will supply the best means of defeating them, and failure is the way to bring the government into complete discredit, the first and most important step towards the end proposed. Try to gain over trustworthy agents in the different government departments. Endeavor, also, to learn what passes in the secret committee, which is supposed to be established at St. Cloud and composed of the friends of the first consul. Be careful to furnish information of the various projects which Bonaparte may entertain relative to Turkey and Ireland. Likewise, send intelligence respecting the movements of troops, respecting vessels and shipbuilding, and all military preparations. Drake, in his instructions, also recommended that the subversion of Bonaparte's government should, for the time, be the only object in view, and that nothing should be said about the king's intentions until certain information could be obtained respecting his views. But most of his letters and instructions were anterior to 1804. The whole bearing of the seized documents proved what Bonaparte could not be ignorant of, namely, that England was his constant enemy. But after examining them, I was of opinion that they contained nothing which could justify the belief that the government of Great Britain authorized any attempt at assassination. When the first consul received the report of the grand judge relative to Drake's plots against his government, he transmitted a copy of it to the Senate, and it was in reply to this communication that the Senate made those first overtures which Bonaparte thought vague, but which, nevertheless, led to the formation of the empire. Notwithstanding this important circumstance, I have not hitherto mentioned Drake, because his intrigues for Bonaparte's overthrow appeared to me to be more immediately connected with the preliminaries of the trial of Georges and Morrow, which I shall notice in my next chapter. These were not plots for assassination. Bonaparte, in the same way, had his secret agents in every country of Europe without excepting England. Alison, chapter Roman 37, par. 89, says on this matter of Drake that, though the English agents were certainly attempting a counter-revolution, they had no idea of encouraging the assassination of Napoleon, while England was no match for the French police agents in a transaction of this description. For the publication of Regular revealed the mortifying fact that the whole correspondence both of Drake and Spencer Smith had been regularly transmitted, as fast as it took place, to the police of Paris, and that their principal corresponded in that city, M. Mehu de la Tanche, was himself an agent of the police, employed to tempt the British envoys into this perilous enterprise. At the same time that Bonaparte communicated to the Senate the report of the Grand Judge, the Minister for Foreign Affairs addressed the following circular letter to the members of the diplomatic body. The First Consul has commanded me to forward to Your Excellency a copy of a report which has been presented to him, respecting a conspiracy formed in France by Mr. Drake, His Britannic Majesty's Minister at the Court of Munich, which, by its object as well as its date, is evidently connected with the infamous plot now in the course of investigation. The printed copy of Mr. Drake's letters and authentic documents is annexed to the report. The originals will be immediately sent, by order of the First Consul, to the Elector of Bavaria. Such a prostitution of the most honorable function which can be entrusted to a man is unexampled in the history of civilized nations. It will astonish and afflict Europe as an unheard of crime, which hitherto the most perverse governments have not dared to meditate. The First Consul is too well acquainted with sentiments of the diplomatic body accredited to him not to be fully convinced that every one of its members will behold, with profound regret, the profanation of the sacred character of ambassador, basely transformed into a minister of plots, snares, and corruption. All the ambassadors, ministers, plenipotentiaries, envoys, ordinary or extraordinary, whatever might be their denomination, addressed answers to the Minister for Foreign Affairs, in which they expressed horror and indignation at the conduct of England and Drake's machinations. These answers were returned only 5 days after the Duc d'Enghien's death, and here one cannot help admiring the adroitness of Bonaparte, who thus compelled all the representatives of the European governments to give official testimonies of regard for his person and government. Chapter 25, 1799. The two councils Barras letter Bonaparte at the Council of the 500 false reports tumultuous sitting Lucian's speech. He resigns the presidency of the Council of the 500. He is carried out by grenadiers. He harangues the troops a dramatic seigneurette, and his soldiers drive out the 500 council of 30 consular commission decree return to Paris conversation with Bonaparte and Josephine respecting Goyer and Bernadotte, the directors Goyer and Moulins imprisoned. The scene which occurred at the sitting of the Council of the Ancients was very different from that which passed outside. Bonaparte had scarcely reached the courtyard and mounted his horse when cries of "Vive Bonaparte" resounded on all sides. But this was only a sunbeam between two storms. He had yet to brave the Council of the 500, which was far more excited than the Council of the Ancients. Everything tended to create a dreadful uncertainty, but it was too late to draw back. We had already staked too heavily. The game was desperate, and everything was to be ventured. In a few hours, all would be determined. Our apprehensions were not without foundation. In the Council of the 500, agitation was at its height. The most serious alarm marked its deliberations. It had been determined to announce to the Directory the installation of the councils, and to inquire of the Council of the Ancients their reasons for resolving upon an extraordinary convocation, but the Directory no longer existed. Sieyes and Roger Ducos had joined Bonaparte's party. Goyer and Moulins were prisoners in the Luxembourg and in the custody of General Moreau, and at the very moment when the Council of the 500 had drawn up a message to the Directory, the Council of the Ancients transmitted to them the following letter received from Barras. This letter, which was addressed to the Council of the Ancients, was immediately read by Lucien Bonaparte, who was president of the Council of the 500. Citizen President, having entered into public affairs solely from my love of liberty, I consented to share the first magistracy of the state only that I might be able to defend it in danger, to protect against their enemies the patriots compromised in its cause, and to ensure to the defenders of their country that attention to their interests which no one was more calculated to feel than a citizen, long the witness of their heroic virtues, and always sensible to their wants. The glory which accompanies the return of the illustrious warrior to whom I had the honor of opening the path of glory, the striking marks of confidence given him by the legislative body, and the decree of the National Convention, convince me that, to whatever post he may henceforth be called, the dangers to liberty will be averted, and the interests of the army ensured. I cheerfully return to the rank of a private citizen, happy, after so many storms, to resign unimpaired and even more glorious than ever the destiny of the Republic which has been in part committed to my care. Signed, Barras. This letter occasioned a great sensation in the Council of the 500. A second reading was called for, and a question was started, whether the retirement was legal or was the result of collusion and of the influence of Bonaparte's agents. Whether to believe Barras, who declared the dangers of liberty averted, or the decree for the removal of the legislative corps, which was passed and executed under the pretext of the existence of imminent peril. At that moment Bonaparte appeared, followed by a party of grenadiers who remained at the entrance of the hall. I did not accompany him to the Council of the 500. He had directed me to send off an express to ease the apprehensions of Josephine and to assure her that everything would go well. It was some time before I joined him again. However, without speaking as positively as if I had myself been an eyewitness of the scene, I do not hesitate to declare that all that has been said about assaults and poniards is pure invention. I rely on what was told me, on the very night, by persons well worthy of credit, and who were witnesses of all that passed. As to what passed at the sitting, the accounts, given both at the time and since, have varied according to opinions. Some have alleged that unanimous cries of indignation were excited by the appearance of the military. From all parts of the hall resounded, "The sanctuary of the laws is violated. Down with the tyrant, down with Cromwell, down with the dictator." Bonaparte stammered out a few words, as he had done before the Council of the Ancients, but his voice was immediately drowned by cries of "Vive la République!" "Vive la Constitution!" outlaw the dictator. The grenadiers are then said to have rushed forward, exclaiming, "Let us save our general," at which indignation reached its height, and cries, even more violent than ever, were raised that Bonaparte, falling insensible into the arms of the grenadiers, said, "They mean to assassinate me." All that regards the exclamations and threats I believe to be correct. But I rank with the story of the poniards the assertion of the members of the 500 being provided with firearms, and the grenadiers rushing into the hall. Because Bonaparte never mentioned a word of anything of the sort to me, either on the way home or when I was with him in his chamber. Neither did he say anything on the subject to his wife, who had been extremely agitated by the different reports which reached her. After Bonaparte left the Council of the 500, the deliberations were continued with great violence. The excitement caused by the appearance of Bonaparte was nothing like subsided when propositions of the most furious nature were made. The president, Lucien, did all in his power to restore tranquility. As soon as he could make himself heard, he said, "The scene which has just taken place in the council proves what are the sentiments of all. Sentiments which I declare are also mine." It was, however, natural to believe that the general had no other object than to render an account of the situation of affairs and of something interesting to the public. But I think none of you can suppose him capable of projects hostile to liberty. Each sentence of Lucien's address was interrupted by cries of "Bonaparte has tarnished his glory. He is a disgrace to the Republic." Lucien, the next younger brother of Napoleon, president of the Council of the 500 in 1799, Minister of the Interior, 1st December to 1841, Ambassador in Spain, 1801 to December 1801, left France in disgrace in 1804, retired to Papal States. Prisoner in Malta and England, 1810 to 1814, created by Pope in 1814, Prince de Canino and Duc de Musignano. Married firstly, 1794, Christine Boyer, who died 1800, married secondly, 1802 or 1803, a Madame Jomberthen. Of his part in the 18th Brumaire, Napoleon said to him in 1807, "I well know that you were useful to me on the 18th Brumaire, but it is not so clear to me that you saved me then." Young's Lucien, Tome Roman 3, p. 89. Made fresh efforts to be heard and wished to be allowed to address the Assembly as a member of the Council, and for that purpose resigned the presidentship to Chasel. He begged that the general might be introduced again and heard with calmness, but this proposition was furiously opposed. Exclamations of "Outlaw Bonaparte! Outlaw him!" rang through the Assembly and were the only reply given to the president. Lucien, who had reassumed the president's chair, left it a second time, that he might not be constrained to put the question of outlawry demanded against his brother. Braving the displeasure of the Assembly, he mounted the tribune, resigned the presidentship, renounced his seat as a deputy, and threw aside his robes. Just as Lucien left the council, I entered. Bonaparte, who was well informed of all that was passing. Lucien distinctly states that he himself, acting within his right as president, had demanded an escort of the grenadiers of the councils as soon as he saw his withdrawal might be opposed. Then the first entry of the soldiers with Napoleon would be illegal. The second, to withdraw Lucien, was nominally legal. See Young's Lucien, Tome I, pp. 318-322. Had sent in soldiers to the assistance of his brother. They carried him off from the midst of the council, and Bonaparte thought it a matter of no little importance to have with him the president of an assembly which he treated as rebellious. Lucien was reinstalled in office, but he was now to discharge his duties, not in the president's chair, but on horseback, and at the head of a party of troops ready to undertake anything. Roused by the danger to which both his brother and himself were exposed, he delivered on horseback the following words, which can never be too often remembered, as showing what a man then dared to say, who never was anything except from the reflection of his brother's glory. "Citizens, soldiers, the president of the Council of the 500 declares to you that the majority of that council is at this moment held in terror by a few representatives of the people, who are armed with stilettos, and who surround the tribune, threatening their colleagues with death and maintaining most atrocious discussions. I declare to you that these brigands, who are doubtless in the pay of England, have risen in rebellion against the Council of the Ancients, and have dared to talk of outlawing the general, who is charged with the execution of its decree, as if the word outlaw was still to be regarded as the death warrant of persons most beloved by their country. I declare to you that these madmen have outlawed themselves by their attempts upon the liberty of the council. In the name of that people, which for so many years have been the sport of terrorism, I consign to you the charge of rescuing the majority of their representatives, so that, delivered from stilettos by bayonets, they may deliberate on the fate of the Republic. General, and you, soldiers, and you, citizens, you will not acknowledge, as legislators of France, any but those who rally round me. As for those who remain in the orangery, let force expel them. They are not the representatives of the people, but the representatives of the poniard. Let that be their title, and let it follow them everywhere. And whenever they dare show themselves to the people, let every finger point at them, and every tongue designate them by the well-merited title of representatives of the poniard. Vive la République! Notwithstanding the cries of Vive Bonaparte, which followed this harangue, the troops still hesitated. It was evident that they were not fully prepared to turn their swords against the national representatives. Lucien then drew his sword, exclaiming, "I swear that I will stab my own brother to the heart if he ever attempt anything against the liberty of Frenchmen." This dramatic action was perfectly successful. Hesitation vanished, and at a signal given by Bonaparte, Murat, at the head of his grenadiers, rushed into the hall and drove out the representatives. Everyone yielded to the reasoning of bayonets, and thus terminated the employment of the armed force on that memorable day. At 10 o'clock at night, the palace of St. Cloud, where so many tumultuous scenes had occurred, was perfectly tranquil. All the deputies were still there, pacing the hall, the corridors, and the courts. Most of them had an air of consternation, others affected to have foreseen the event and to appear satisfied with it, but all wished to return to Paris, which they could not do until a new order revoked the order for the removal of the councils to St. Cloud. At 11 o'clock Bonaparte, who had eaten nothing all day, but who was almost insensible to physical wants in moments of great agitation, said to me, "We must go and write, Bourrienne. I intend this very night to address a proclamation to the inhabitants of Paris. Tomorrow morning I shall be all the conversation of the capital." He then dictated to me the following proclamation, which proves, no less than some of his reports from Egypt, how much Bonaparte excelled in the art of twisting the truth to own advantage. To the people, Th. Brumaire, 11 o'clock p.m. Frenchmen, on my return to France I found division reigning amongst all the authorities. They agreed only on the single point, that the Constitution was half destroyed and was unable to protect liberty. Each party in turn came to me, confided to me their designs, imparted their secrets, and requested my support. I refused to be the man of a party. The Council of the Ancients appealed to me. I answered their appeal. A plan of general restoration had been concerted by men whom the nation has been accustomed to regard as the defenders of liberty, equality, and property. This plan required calm and free deliberation, exempt from all influence and all fear. The ancients, therefore, resolved upon the removal of the legislative bodies to St. Cloud. They placed at my disposal the force necessary to secure their independence. I was bound, in duty to my fellow citizens, to the soldiers perishing in our armies, and to the national glory acquired at the cost of so much blood, to accept the command. The councils assembled at St. Cloud. Republican troops guaranteed their safety from without, but assassins created terror within. Many members of the Council of the 500, armed with stilettos and pistols, spread menaces of death around them. The plans which ought to have been developed were withheld. The majority of the council was rendered inefficient, the boldest orators were disconcerted, and the inutility of submitting any salutary proposition was quite evident. I proceeded, filled with indignation and grief, to the Council of the Ancients. I besought them to carry their noble designs into execution. I directed their attention to the evils of the nation, which were their motives for conceiving those designs. They concurred in giving me new proofs of their uniform goodwill. I presented myself before the Council of the 500, alone, unarmed, my head uncovered, just as the ancients had received and applauded me. My object was to restore to the majority the expression of its will, and to secure to it its power. The stilettos which had menaced the deputies were instantly raised against their deliverer. 20 assassins rushed upon me and aimed at my breast. The grenadiers of the legislative body, whom I had left at the door of the hall, ran forward and placed themselves between me and the assassins. One of these brave grenadiers, Tome, had his clothes pierced by a stiletto. They bore me off. Tome merely had a small part of his coat torn by a deputy, who took him by the collar. This constituted the whole of the attempted assassinations of the 19th Brumaire, Bourrienne. At the same moment cries of "outlaw him" were raised against the defender of the law. It was the horrid cry of assassins against the power destined to repress them. They crowded round the president, uttering threats. With arms in their hands, they commanded him to declare the outlawry. I was informed of this. I ordered him to be rescued from their fury, and 6 grenadiers of the legislative body brought him out. Immediately afterwards, some grenadiers of the legislative body charged into the hall and cleared it. The factions, intimidated, dispersed and fled. The majority, freed from their assaults, returned freely and peaceably into the hall, listened to the propositions made for the public safety, deliberated, and drew up the salutary resolution which will become the new and provisional law of the Republic. Frenchmen, you doubtless recognize in this conduct the zeal of a soldier of liberty, of a citizen devoted to the Republic. Conservative, tutelary, and liberal ideas resumed their authority upon the dispersion of the factions, who domineered in the councils, and who, in rendering themselves the most odious of men, did not cease to be the most contemptible. Signed, Bonaparte, General, etc. The day had been passed in destroying a government. It was necessary to devote the night to framing a new one. Talleyrand, Riederer, and Sieyes were at St. Cloud. The Council of the Ancients assembled, and Lucian set himself about finding some members of the 500 on whom he could reckon. He succeeded in getting together only 30, who, with their president, represented the numerous assembly of which they formed part. This ghost of representation was essential, for Bonaparte, notwithstanding his violation of all law on the preceding day, wished to make it appear that he was acting legally. The Council of the Ancients had, however, already decided that a provisional executive commission should be appointed, composed of 3 members, and was about to name the members of the commission a measure which should have originated with the 500 when Lucian came to acquaint Bonaparte that his chamber, intriumphable, was assembled. This chamber, which called itself the Council of the 500, though that council was now nothing but a council of 30, hastily passed a decree, the first article of which was as follows: The Directory exists no longer, and the individuals hereafter named are no longer members of the national representation, on account of the excesses and illegal acts which they have constantly committed, and more particularly the greatest part of them, in the sitting of this morning. Then follow the names of 61 members expelled. By other articles of the same decree, the Council instituted a provisional commission, similar to that which the ancients had proposed to appoint, resolved that the said commission should consist of 3 members, who should assume the title of consuls, and nominated as consuls Sieyes, Roger Ducos, and Bonaparte. The other provisions of the nocturnal decree of St. Cloud had for their object merely the carrying into effect those already described. This nocturnal sitting was very calm, and indeed it would have been strange had it been otherwise, for no opposition could be feared from the members of the 500, who were prepared to concur with Lucian. All knew beforehand what they would have to do. Everything was concluded by 3 o'clock in the morning, and the palace of St. Cloud, which had been so agitated since the previous evening, resumed in the morning its wonted stillness, and presented the appearance of a vast solitude. All the hurrying about, the brief notes which I had to write to many friends, and the conversations in which I was compelled to take part, prevented me from dining before 1 o'clock in the morning. It was not till then that Bonaparte, having gone to take the oath as consul before the 500, afforded me an opportunity of taking some refreshment with Admiral Bruix and some other officers. At 3 o'clock in the morning I accompanied Bonaparte in his carriage to Paris. He was extremely fatigued after so many trials and fatigues. A new future was opened before him. He was completely absorbed in thought and did not utter a single word during the journey. But when he arrived at his house in the Rue de la Victoire, he had no sooner entered his chamber and wished good morning to Josephine, who was in bed, and in a state of the greatest anxiety on account of his absence, than he said before her, "Bourrienne, I said many ridiculous things. Not so very bad, General. I like better to speak to soldiers than to lawyers. Those fellows disconcerted me. I have not been used to public assemblies, but that will come in time. We then began, all three, to converse. Madame Bonaparte became calm, and Bonaparte resumed his wonted confidence. The events of the day naturally formed the subject of our conversation. Josephine, who was much attached to the Goyer family, mentioned the name of that director in a tone of kindness. "What would you have, my dear?" said Bonaparte to her. "It is not my fault. He is a respectable man, but a simpleton. He does not understand me. I ought perhaps to have him transported. He wrote against me to the Council of the Ancients, but I have his letter, and they know nothing about it. Poor man, he expected me to dinner yesterday, and this man thinks himself a statesman. Speak no more of him." During our discourse, the name of Bernadotte was also mentioned. "Have you seen him, Bourrienne?" said Bonaparte to me. "No, General, neither have I. I have not heard him spoken of. Would you imagine it? I had intelligence today of many intrigues in which he is concerned. Would you believe it? He wished nothing less than to be appointed my colleague in authority. He talked of mounting his horse and marching with the troops that might be placed under his command. He wished, he said, to maintain the Constitution. Nay, more, I am assured that he had the audacity to add that, if it were necessary to outlaw me, the government might come to him and he would find soldiers capable of carrying the decree into execution. All this, General, should give you an idea how inflexible his principles are. Yes, I am well aware of it. There is something in that. He is honest. But for his obstinacy, my brothers would have brought him over. They are related to him. His wife, who is Joseph's sister-in-law, has ascendancy over him. As for me, have I not, I ask you, made sufficient advances to him? You have witnessed them. Moore, who has a higher military reputation than he, came over to me at once. However, I repent of having cajoled Bernadotte. I am thinking of separating him from all his coteries without anyone being able to find fault with the proceeding. I cannot revenge myself in any other manner. Joseph likes him. I should have everybody against me. These family considerations are follies. Good night, Bourrienne. By the way, we will sleep in the Luxembourg tomorrow. I then left the general, whom, henceforth, I will call the first consul, after having remained with him constantly during nearly 24 hours, with the exception of the time when he was at the Council of the 500. I retired to my lodging, in the Rue Martel, at 5 o'clock in the morning. It is certain that if Goyer had come to breakfast on the morning of the 18th Brumaire, according to Madame Bonaparte's invitation, he would have been one of the members of the government. But Goyer acted the part of the stern republican. He placed himself, according to the common phrase of the time, astride of the constitution of the year Roman III. And as his steed made a sad stumble, he fell with it. It was a singular circumstance, which prevented the two directors Goyer and Moulins from defending their beloved constitution. It was from their respect for the constitution that they allowed it to perish, because they would have been obliged to violate the article, which did not allow less than 3 directors to deliberate together. Thus a king of Castile was burned to death, because there did not happen to be in his apartment men of such rank as etiquette would permit to touch the person of the monarch. Chapter 26. My return to Hamburg Government Committee established their anecdote of the Comte de Chaban Napoleon's misunderstanding with the Pope Cardinal Fesch Convention of a council declaration required from the Bishop Spain in 1811 certainty of war, with Ruchelauriston supersedes, calling court at St. Petersburg the war, in Spain neglected troops of all nations, at the disposal of Bonaparte levy of the National Guard treaties, with Prussia and Austria capitulation, renewed with Switzerland intrigues with Chernyshев. Attacks of my enemy's memorial to the Emperor Auguste de la Sauce, and the mysterious box removal of the Pope, to Fontainebleau anecdote of His Holiness and M. Denon departure of Napoleon and Maria Luisa. For Dresden situation of affairs in Spain and Portugal raps, account of the Emperor's journey, to Danzig mutual wish for war on the part of Napoleon and Alexander Sweden and Turkey Napoleon's vain attempt to detach Sweden from her alliance with Russia. As I took the most lively interest in all that concerned the Hanse towns, my first care on returning to Hamburg was to collect information from the most respectable sources concerning the influential members of the new government. De Vaust was at its head. On his arrival, he had established in the Duchy of Mecklenburg, in Swedish Pomerania, and in Stralsund, the capital of that province, military posts and custom houses, and that in a time of profound peace with those countries, and without any previous declaration. The omnipotence of Napoleon and the terror inspired by the name of Davoust overcame all obstacles which might have opposed those iniquitous usurpations. The weak were forced to yield to the strong. At Hamburg, a government committee was formed, consisting of the Prince of Eekmühl as president, Comte de Chaban, Councillor of State, who superintended the departments of the Interior and Finance, and of M. Fora, Councillor of State, who was appointed to form and regulate the courts of law. I had sometimes met M. de Chaban at Malmaison. He was distantly related to Josephine and had formerly been an officer in the French Guards. He was compelled to emigrate, having been subjected to every species of persecution during the Revolution. M. de Chaban was among the first of the emigrants who returned to France after the 18th Brumaire. He was at first made sub-prefect of Vendôme, but on the union of Tuscany with France, Napoleon created him a member of the junta appointed to regulate the affairs of Tuscany. He next became prefect of Coblentz and Brussels, was made a count by Bonaparte, and was afterwards chosen a member of the government committee at Hamburg. M. de Chaban was a man of upright principles, and he discharged his various functions in a way that commanded esteem and attachment. I recollect an anecdote which but too well depicts those disastrous times. The Comte de Chaban, being obliged to cross France during the Reign of Terror, was compelled to assume a disguise. He accordingly provided himself with a smock frock, a cart and horses, and a load of corn. In this manner he journeyed from place to place till he reached the frontiers. He stopped at Rochambeau in the Vendôme, where he was recognized by the Marshal de Rochambeau, who, to guard against exciting any suspicion among his servants, treated him as if he had really been a carman and said to him, "You may dine in the kitchen." Bourrienne. The Hanseatic towns, united to the Grand Empire professedly for their welfare, soon felt the blessings of the new organization of a regenerating government. They were at once presented with the stamp duty, registration, the lottery, the droits réunis, the tax on cards, and the octroi. This prodigality of presents caused, as we may be sure, the most lively gratitude. A tax for military quarters and for warlike supplies was imposed, but this did not relieve anyone from laving not only officers and soldiers, but even all the chiefs of the administration and their officials billeted on them. The refineries, breweries, and manufactures of all sorts were suppressed. The cash chests of the Admiralty, of the charity houses, of the manufactures, of the savings banks, of the working classes, the funds of the prisons, the relief meant for the infirm, the chests of the refuges, orphanages, and of the hospitals were all seized. More than 200,000 men, Italian, Dutch, and French soldiers came in turn to stay there, but only to be clothed and shod, and then they left newly clothed from head to foot. To leave nothing to be wished for, Davoust from 1812 established military commissions in all the 32nd Military Division before he entered upon the Russian campaign. To complete these oppressive measures, he established at the same time the High Provincial Court of the Customs. It was at this time that M. Eudes, the director of the Ordinary Customs, a strict but just man, said that the rule of the Ordinary Customs would be regretted, for till now you have only been on roses. The professed judgments of this court were executed without appeal and without delay. From what I have just said, the situation and the misery of the north of Germany and the consequent discontent can be judged. During my stay in Hamburg, which on this occasion was not very long, Napoleon's attention was particularly engaged by the campaign of Portugal and his discussions with the Pope. At this period, the thunderbolts of Rome were not very alarming. Yet precautions were taken to keep secret the excommunication which Pius Roman VII had pronounced against Napoleon. The event, however, got reported about, and a party in favor of the Pope speedily rose up among the clergy, and more particularly among the fanatics. Napoleon sent to Savona the archbishops of Nantes, Bourges, Treves, and Tours to endeavor to bring about a reconciliation with His Holiness. But all their endeavors were unavailing, and after staying a month at Savona, they returned to Paris without having done anything. But Napoleon was not discouraged by this first disappointment, and he shortly afterwards sent a second deputation, which experienced the same fate as the first. Cardinal Fesch, Napoleon's uncle, took part with the Pope. For this fact I can vouch, though I cannot for an answer which he is said to have made to the Emperor. I have been informed that when Napoleon was one day speaking to his uncle about the Pope's obstinacy, the cardinal made some observations to him on his Bonaparte's conduct to the Holy Father, upon which Napoleon flew into a passion, and said that the Pope and he were two old fools. "As for the Pope," said he is too obstinate to listen to anything. No, I am determined he shall never have Rome again. He will not remain at Savona, and where does he wish I should send him? To heaven, perhaps," replied the cardinal. The truth is, the emperor was violently irritated against Pius Roman VII, observing with uneasiness the differences and difficulties to which all these dissensions gave rise. He was anxious to put a stop to them. As the Pope would not listen to any propositions that were made to him, Napoleon convoked a council, which assembled in Paris, and at which several Italian bishops were present. The Pope insisted that the temporal and spiritual interests should be discussed together, and, however disposed a certain number of prelates, particularly the Italians, might be to separate these two points of discussion, yet the influence of the Church and well-contrived intrigues gradually gave preponderance to the wishes of the Pope. The emperor, having discovered that a secret correspondence was carried on by several of the bishops and archbishops who had seats in the council, determined to get rid of some of them, and the bishops of Ghent, Troyes, Tournai, and Toulouse were arrested and sent to Vincennes. They were superseded by others. He wished to dissolve the council, which he saw was making no advance towards the object he had in view, and, fearing that it might adopt some act at variance with his supreme wish, every member of the council was individually required to make a declaration that the proposed changes were conformable to the laws of the Church. It was said at the time that they were unanimous in this individual declaration, though it is certain that in the sittings of the council opinions were divided. I know not what His Holiness thought of these written opinions compared with the verbal opinions that had been delivered, but certain it is though still a captive at Savona, he refused to adhere to the concessions granted in the secret declarations. The conflicts which took place in Spain during the year 1811 were unattended by any decisive results. Some brilliant events, indeed, attested the courage of our troops and the skill of our generals. Such were the Battle of Albufera and the taking of Tarragona, while Wellington was obliged to raise the siege of Badajoz. These advantages, which were attended only by glory, encouraged Napoleon in the hope of triumphing in the peninsula, and enabled him to enjoy the brilliant fêtes which took place at Paris in celebration of the birth of the King of Rome. On his return from a tour in Holland, at the end of October, Napoleon clearly saw that a rupture with Russia was inevitable. In vain, he sent Lauriston as ambassador to St. Petersburg to supersede Caulaincourt, who would no longer remain there. All the diplomatic skill in the world could effect nothing with a powerful government which had already formed its determination. All the cabinets in Europe were now unanimous in wishing for the overthrow of Napoleon's power, and the people no less ardently wished for an order of things less fatal to their trade and industry. In the state to which Europe was reduced, no one could counteract the wish of Russia and her allies to go to war with France. Lauriston, no more than Caulaincourt. The war for which Napoleon was now obliged to prepare forced him to neglect Spain, and to leave his interests in that country in a state of real danger. Indeed, his occupation of Spain and his well-known wish to maintain himself, there were additional motives for inducing the powers of Europe to enter upon a war which would necessarily divide Napoleon's forces. All at once the troops which were in Italy and the north of Germany moved towards the frontiers of the Russian Empire. From March 1811, the emperor had all the military forces of Europe at his disposal. It was curious to see this union of nations, distinguished by difference of manners. It should be remarked that Napoleon was far from being anxious for the war with Russia. Metternich, writing on 26 March 1811, says, "Everything seems to indicate that the Emperor Napoleon is at present still far from desiring a war with Russia. But it is not less true that the Emperor Alexander has given himself over, nolens volens, to the war party, and that he will bring about war, because the time is approaching when he will no longer be able to resist the reaction of the party in the internal affairs of his empire or the temper of his army. The contest between Count Romanzov and the party opposed to that minister seems on the point of precipitating a war between Russia and France. This, from Metternich, is strong evidence. Language, religion, and interests all ready to fight for one man against a power who had done nothing to offend them. Prussia herself, though she could not pardon the injuries he had inflicted upon her, joined his alliance, but with the intention of breaking it on the first opportunity. When the war with Russia was first spoken of Savary, and I had frequent conversations on the subject, I communicated to him all the intelligence I received from abroad respecting that vast enterprise. The Duc de Ravago shared all my forebodings, and if he and those who thought like him had been listened to, the war would probably have been avoided. Through him, I learnt who were the individuals who urged the invasion. The eager ambition with which they looked forward to viceroyalties, duchies, and endowments blinded them to the possibility of seeing the Cossacks in Paris. The gigantic enterprise being determined on, vast preparations were made for carrying it into effect. Before his departure, Napoleon, who was to take with him all the disposable troops, caused a senatus consult to be issued for levying the National Guards, who were divided into 3 corps. He also arranged his diplomatic affairs by concluding, in February 1812, a treaty of alliance, offensive and defensive, with Prussia, by virtue of which the 2 contracting powers mutually guaranteed the integrity of their own possessions and the European possessions of the Ottoman Porte, because that power was then at war with Russia. A similar treaty was concluded about the beginning of March with Austria, and about the end of the same month Napoleon renewed the capitulation of France and Switzerland. At length, in the month of April, there came to light an evident proof of the success which had attended M. Chernyshev's intrigues in Paris. It was ascertained that a clerk in the War Office, named Mitchell, had communicated to him the situation of the French forces in Germany. Mitchell was condemned to death, for the time was gone by when Bonaparte, confident in his genius and good fortune, could communicate his plans to the spy of General Melas. In March 1812, when I saw that the approaching war would necessarily take Napoleon from France, weary of the persecutions and even threats by which I was every day assailed, I addressed to the Emperor a memorial explaining my conduct and showing the folly and wickedness of my accusers. Among them was a certain Auguier de la Sasse, who had sent a report to the Emperor, in which the principal charge was that I had carried off a box containing important papers belonging to the First Consul. The accusation of Auguier de la Sasse terminated thus: I add to my report the interrogatories of Westphalen, Ozey, Chapeau Rouge Auxerre, Thierry, and Gumprecht Moors. The evidence of the latter bears principally on a certain mysterious box, a secret upon which it is impossible to throw any light, but the reality of which we are bound to believe. These are his words: the affair of the mysterious box has been already explained. I have already informed the reader that I put my papers into a box, which I buried lest it should be stolen from me. But for that precaution, I should not have been able to lay before the reader the autograph documents in my possession, and which I imagine form the most essential part of these volumes. In my memorial to the Emperor I said, in allusion to the passage above quoted, "This, sire, is the most atrocious part of Augier's report." Gumprecht, being questioned on this point, replies that the accuser has probably, as well as himself, seen the circumstance mentioned in an infamous pamphlet which appeared 7 or 8 years ago. It was, I think, entitled Le Secret du Cabinet des Tuileries, and was very likely at the time of its appearance denounced by the police. In that libel it is stated, among 1,000 other calumnies equally false and absurd, that when I left the First Consul I carried away a box full of important papers, that I was in consequence sent to the Temple, where your brother Joseph came to me and offered me my liberation, and 1,000,000 of francs if I would restore the papers, which I refused to do. Etc. Augier, instead of looking for this libel in Hamburg, where I read it, has the impudence to give credit to the chart, the truth of which could have been ascertained immediately, and he adds, "This secret we are bound to believe. Your Majesty knows whether I was ever in the Temple, and whether Joseph ever made such an offer to me. I entreated that the Emperor would do me the favor to bring me to trial, for certainly I should have regarded that as a favor rather than to remain as I was, exposed to vague accusations, yet all my solicitations were in vain." My letter to the Emperor remained unanswered, but though Bonaparte could not spare a few moments to reply to an old friend, I learned through Duroc the contempt he cherished for my accusers. Duroc advised me not to be uneasy, and that in all probability the Emperor's prejudices against me would be speedily overcome. And I must say that if they were not overcome, it was neither the fault of Duroc nor Savary, who knew how to rightly estimate the miserable intrigues just alluded to. Napoleon was at length determined to extend the limits of his empire, or rather to avenge the injuries which Russia had committed against his continental system. Yet, before he departed for Germany, the resolute refusal of the Pope to submit to any arrangement urgently claimed his consideration. Savona did not appear to him a sufficiently secure residence for such a prisoner. He feared that when all his strength should be removed towards the Niemen, the English might carry off the Pope, or that the Italians, excited by the clergy, whose dissatisfaction was general in Italy, would stir up those religious dissensions which are always fatal and difficult to quell. With the view, therefore, of keeping the Pope under his control, he removed him to Fontainebleau, and even at one time thought of bringing him to Paris. The Emperor appointed M. Denon to reside with the Pope at Fontainebleau, and to afford his illustrious prisoner the society of such a man was certainly a delicate mark of attention on the part of Napoleon. When speaking of his residence with Pius Roman VII, M. Denon related to me the following anecdote. "The Pope," said he, "was much attached to me. He always addressed me by the appellation my son, and he loved to converse with me, especially on the subject of the Egyptian expedition. One day he asked me for my work on Egypt, which he said he wished to read, and as you know it is not quite orthodox and does not perfectly agree with the creation of the world according to Genesis. I at first hesitated, but the Pope insisted, and at length I complied with his wish. The Holy Father assured me that he had been much interested by the perusal of the book. I made some allusion to the delicate points, upon which he said, no matter, my son, all that is exceedingly curious and I must confess entirely new to me. I then," continued M. Denon, "told His Holiness why I hesitated to lend him the work which I observed he had excommunicated, together with its author." "Excommunicated you, my son?" resumed the Pope in a tone of affectionate concern. "I am very sorry for it, and assure you I was far from being aware of any such thing." When M. Denon related to me this anecdote, he told me how greatly he had admired the virtues and resignation of the Holy Father. But he added that it would nevertheless have been easier to make him a martyr than to induce him to yield on any point until he should be restored to the temporal sovereignty of Rome, of which he considered himself the depositary, and which he would not endure the reproach of having willingly sacrificed. After settling the place of the Pope's residence, Napoleon set off for Dresden, accompanied by Maria Luisa, who had expressed a wish to see her father. The Russian enterprise, the most gigantic, perhaps, that the genius of man ever conceived since the conquest of India by Alexander, now absorbed universal attention and defied the calculations of reason. The Manzanares was forgotten, and nothing was thought of but the Niemen, already so celebrated by the raft of Tilsit. Thither, as towards a common center, were moving men, horses, provisions, and baggage of every kind from all parts of Europe. The hopes of our generals and the fears of all prudent men were directed to Russia. The war in Spain, which was becoming more and more unfortunate, excited but a feeble interest, and our most distinguished officers looked upon it as a disgrace to be sent to the peninsula. In short, it was easy to foresee that the period was not far distant when the French would be obliged to recross the Pyrenees. Though the truth was concealed from the emperor on many subjects, yet he was not deceived as to the situation of Spain in the spring of 1812. In February, the Duke of Ragusa had frankly informed him that the armies of Spain and Portugal could not, without considerable reinforcements of men and money, hope for any important advantages, since Ciudad Rodrigo and Badajoz had fallen into the hands of the English. Before he commenced his great operations on the Niemen and the Volga, Napoleon made a journey to Danzig, and Rapp, who was then governor of that city, informed me of some curious particulars connected with the imperial visit. The fact is that if Rapp's advice had been listened to, and had been supported by men higher in rank than himself, Bonaparte would not have braved the chances of the Russian war until those chances turned against him. Speaking to me of the Russians, Rapp said, "They will soon be as wise as we are. Every time we go to war with them, we teach them how to beat us." I was struck with the originality and truth of this observation, which at the time I heard it was new, though it has been often repeated since. On leaving Dresden, said Rapp to me, Napoleon came to Danzig. I expected a dressing, for, to tell you the truth, I had treated very cavalierly both his custom house and its officers, who were raising up as many enemies to France as there were inhabitants in my government. I had also warned him of all that has since happened in Russia, but I assure you I did not think myself quite so good a prophet. In the beginning of 1812, I thus wrote to him, "If your majesty should experience reverses, you may depend on it that both Russians and Germans will rise up in a mass to shake off the yoke. There will be a crusade, and all your allies will abandon you. Even the King of Bavaria, on whom you rely so confidently, will join the coalition. I accept only the King of Saxony. He, perhaps, might remain faithful to you, but his subjects will force him to make common cause with your enemies. The King of Naples," continued Rapp, who had the command of the cavalry, had been to Danzig before the emperor. He did not seem to take a more favorable view of the approaching campaign than I did. Murat was dissatisfied that the emperor would not consent to his rejoining him in Dresden, and he said that he would rather be a captain of grenadiers than a king such as he was. Here I interrupted Rapp to tell him what had fallen from Murat when I met him in the Champs-Élysées Bas, resumed Rapp. Murat, brave as he was a craven in Napoleon's presence. On the emperor's arrival in Danzig, the first thing of which he spoke to me was the alliance he had just then concluded with Prussia and Austria. I could not refrain from telling him that we did a great deal of mischief as allies, a fact of which I was assured from the reports daily transmitted to me respecting the conduct of our troops. Bonaparte tossed his bead, as you know he was in the habit of doing when he was displeased. After a moment's silence, dropping the familiar thee and thou, he said, "Monsieur le General, this is a torrent which must be allowed to run itself out. It will not last long. I must first ascertain whether Alexander decidedly wishes for war." Then, suddenly changing the subject of conversation, he said, "Have you not lately observed something extraordinary in Murat? I think he is quite altered." "Is he ill, sire?" replied I. "Murat is not ill, but he is out of spirits, out of spirits. But why? Is he not satisfied with being a king? Sire, Murat says he is no king. That is his own fault. Why does he make himself a Neapolitan? Why is he not a Frenchman? When he is in his kingdom, he commits all sorts of follies. He favors the trade of England, that I will not suffer." When, continued Rapp, he spoke of the favor extended by Murat to the trade between Naples and England, I thought my turn would come next, but I was deceived. No more was said on the subject, and when I was about to take my leave, the emperor said to me, as when in his best of humors, "Rapp, you will sup with me this evening." I accordingly supped that evening with the emperor, who had also invited the King of Naples and Berthier. Next day the emperor visited the fortress, and afterwards returned to the government palace, where he received the civil and military authorities. He again invited Murat, Berthier, and me to supper. When we first sat down to table, we were all very dull, for the emperor was silent, and, as you well know, under such circumstances, not even Murat himself dared to be the first to speak to him. At length Napoleon, addressing me, inquired how far it was from Cadiz to Danzig. "Too far, sire," replied I. "I understand you, Monsieur le General, but in a few months the distance will be still greater. So much the worse, sire." Here there was another pause. Neither Murat nor Berthier, on whom the emperor fixed a scrutinizing glance, uttered a word, and Napoleon again broke silence, but without addressing any one of us in particular. "Gentlemen," said he in a solemn and rather low tone of voice, "I see plainly that you are none of you inclined to fight again. The King of Naples does not wish to leave the fine climate of his dominions. Berthier wishes to enjoy the diversion of the chase at his estate of Gros Bois, and Rapp is impatient to be back to his hotel in Paris. Would you believe it," pursued Rapp, "that neither Murat nor Berthier said a word in reply, and the ball again came to me." I told him frankly that what he said was perfectly true, and the King of Naples and the Prince of Neufchâtel complimented me on my spirit, and observed that I was quite right in saying what I did. "Well," said I, "since it was so very right, why did you not follow my example, and why leave me to say all? You cannot conceive," added Rapp, "how confounded they both were, and especially Murat, though he was very differently situated from Berthier." The negotiations which Bonaparte opened with Alexander, when he yet wished to seem averse to war, resembled those oratorical paraphrases which do not prevent us from coming to the conclusion we wish. The two emperors equally desired war, the one with the view of consolidating his power, and the other in the hope of freeing himself from a yoke which threatened to reduce him to a state of vassalage, for it was little short of this to require a power like Russia to close her ports against England, for the mere purpose of favoring the interests of France. At that time, only two European powers were not tied to Napoleon's fate: Sweden and Turkey. Napoleon was anxious to gain the alliance of these two powers. With respect to Sweden, his efforts were vain. And though, in fact, Turkey was then at war with Russia, yet the Grand Seigneur was not now, as at the time of Sebastiani's embassy, subject to the influence of France. The peace, which was soon concluded at Bucharest, between Russia and Turkey, increased Napoleon's embarrassment. The left of the Russian army, secured by the neutrality of Turkey, was reinforced by Bagration's corps from Moldavia. It subsequently occupied the right of the Beresina and destroyed the last hope of saving the wreck of the French army. It is difficult to conceive how Turkey could have allowed the consideration of injuries she had received from France to induce her to terminate the war with Russia when France was attacking that power with immense forces. The Turks never had a fairer opportunity for taking revenge on Russia, and, unfortunately for Napoleon, they suffered it to escape. Napoleon was not more successful when he sought the alliance of a prince whose fortune he had made, and who was allied to his family, but with whom he had never been on terms of good understanding. The Emperor Alexander had a considerable corps of troops in Finland, destined to protect that country against the Sweden, Napoleon having consented to that occupation, in order to gain the provisional consent of Alexander to the invasion of Spain. What was the course pursued by Napoleon when, being at war with Russia, he wished to detach Sweden from her alliance with Alexander? He intimated to Bernadotte that he had a sure opportunity of retaking Finland, a conquest which would gratify his subjects and win their attachment to him. By this alliance, Napoleon wished to force Alexander not to withdraw the troops who were in the north of his empire, but rather to augment their numbers in order to cover Finland and St. Petersburg. It was thus that Napoleon endeavored to draw the Prince Royal into his coalition. It was of little consequence to Napoleon whether Bernadotte succeeded or not. The Emperor Alexander would nevertheless have been obliged to increase his force in Finland. That was all that Napoleon wished. In the gigantic struggle upon which France and Russia were about to enter, the most trivial alliance was not to be neglected. In January 1812, Davoust invaded Swedish Pomerania without any declaration of war, and without any apparent motive. Was this inconceivable violation of territory likely to dispose the Prince Royal of Sweden to the proposed alliance, even had that alliance not been adverse to the interests of his country? That was impossible, and Bernadotte took the part which was expected of him. He rejected the offers of Napoleon and prepared for coming events. The Emperor Alexander wished to withdraw his force from Finland for the purpose of more effectively opposing the immense army which threatened his states. Unwilling to expose Finland to an attack on the part of Sweden, he had an interview on the 28th of August 1812 at Abo with the Prince Royal to come to an arrangement with him for uniting their interests. I know that the Emperor of Russia pledged himself, whatever might happen, to protect Bernadotte against the fate of the new dynasties, to guarantee the possession of his throne, and promised that he should have Norway as a compensation for Finland. He even went so far as to hint that Bernadotte might supersede Napoleon. Bernadotte adopted all the propositions of Alexander, and from that moment, Sweden made common cause against Napoleon. The Prince Royal's conduct has been much blamed, but the question resolved itself into one of mere political interest. Could Bernadotte, a Swede by adoption, prefer the alliance of an ambitious sovereign whose vengeance he had to fear, and who had sanctioned the seizure of Finland, to that of a powerful monarch, his formidable neighbor, his protector in Sweden, and where hostility might effectually support the hereditary claims of young Gustavus? Sweden, in joining France, would thereby have declared herself the enemy of England. Where, then, would have been her navy, her trade, and even her existence? Chapter 28. 1804. Curious disclosures of Fauchet's remarkable words of Bonaparte, respecting the protest of Louis Roman 18 secret document, inserted in the Moniteur announcement from Bonaparte to Rignier. Fauchet appointed Minister of Police Error of Rignier, respecting the conspiracy of George's undeserved praise, bestowed on Fauchet indication of the return of the Bourbons. Variation between the words and conduct of Bonaparte: the Iron Crown celebration of Theth of July church festivals, and loss of time grand ceremonial at the Invalids' Recollections of the 18th Brumaire. Oath of the Legion of Honor General Enthusiasm Departure, for Boulogne visits to Josephine at St. Cloud and Malmaison Josephine and Madame de Rémusat pardons, granted by the Emperor anniversary of the 14th of July departure, for the camp of Boulogne General Error, respecting Napoleon's, design Caesar's, Tower distribution of the crosses of the Legion of Honor the military, throne Bonaparte's charlatanism, intrepidity, of 2 English sailors the decennial prizes, and the Polytechnic school meeting of the Emperor and Empress first negotiation, with the Holy See the Prefect of Arras, and Comte Louis de Narbonne in the French ministry. Louis Roman 18. Being at Warsaw when he was informed of the elevation of Napoleon to the imperial dignity, addressed to the sovereigns of Europe a protest against that usurpation of his throne. Fauvelet, being the first who heard of this protest, immediately communicated the circumstance to the emperor, observing that doubtless the copies would be multiplied and distributed amongst the enemies of his government in the Faubourg Saint-Germain, which might produce the worst effects, and that he therefore deemed it his duty to inform him that orders might be given to Regnier and Real to keep a strict watch over those engaged in distributing this document. You may judge of my surprise, added Fauvelet, you who know so well that formerly the very mention of the Bourbons rendered Bonaparte furious, when after perusing the protest he returned it to me, saying, so the Comte de Lille makes his protest. Well, all in good time. I hold my right by the voice of the French nation, and while I wear a sword I will maintain it. The Bourbons ought to know that I do not fear them. Let them therefore leave me in tranquility. Did you say that the fools of the Faubourg Saint-Germain would multiply the copies of this protest of Comte de Lille? Well, they shall read it at their ease. Send it to the Moniteur, Fauvelet, and let it be inserted tomorrow morning. This passed on the 30th of June, and the next day the protest of Louis Roman 18 did actually appear in that paper. Fauvelet was wholly indifferent respecting the circulation of this protest. He merely wished to show the emperor that he was better informed of passing events than Regnier, and to afford Napoleon another proof of the inexperience and inability of the Grand Judge and police, and Fauvelet was not long in receiving the reward which he expected from this step. In fact, 10 days after the publication of the protest, the emperor announced to Regnier the re-establishment of the Ministry of General Police. The formula, "I pray God to have you in his holy keeping," with which the letter to Regnier closed, was another step of Napoleon in the knowledge of ancient usages, with which he was not sufficiently familiar when he wrote Cambaceres on the day succeeding his elevation to the imperial throne. At the same time, it must be confessed that this formula assorted awkwardly with the month of Messidor, and the 12th year of the Republic. The errors which Regnier had committed in the affair of Georges were the cause which determined Bonaparte to re-establish the Ministry of Police, and to bestow it on a man who had created a belief in the necessity of that measure, by a monstrous accumulation of plots and intrigues. I am also certain that the emperor was swayed by the probability of a war breaking out, which would force him to leave France, and that he considered Fauvelet as the most proper person to maintain the public tranquility during his absence, and detect any cabala that might be formed in favor of the Bourbons. At this period, when Bonaparte had given the finishing blow to the Republic, which had only been a shadow since the 19th Brumaire, it was not difficult to foresee that the Bourbons would one day remount the throne of their ancestors. And this presentiment was not, perhaps, without its influence in rendering the majority greater in favor of the foundation of the empire than for the establishment of a consulate for life. The re-establishment of the throne was a most important step in favor of the Bourbons, for that was the thing most difficult to be done. But Bonaparte undertook the task, and, as if by the aid of a magic rod, the ancient order of things was restored in the twinkling of an eye. The distinctions of rank orders titles, the noblest decorations, all the baubles of vanity, in short, all the burlesque tattooing which the vulgar regard as an indispensable attribute of royalty, reappeared in an instant. The question no longer regarded the form of government, but the individual who should be placed at its head. By restoring the ancient order of things, the Republicans had themselves decided the question, and it could no longer be doubted that, when an occasion presented itself, the majority of the nation would prefer the ancient royal family, to whom France owed her civilization, her greatness, and her power, and who had exalted her to such a high degree of glory and prosperity. It was not one of the least singular traits in Napoleon's character that during the first year of his reign, he retained the fate of the 14th of July. It was not indeed strictly a republican fate, but it recalled the recollection of two great popular triumphs, the taking of the Bastille and the First Federation. This year, the 14th of July fell on a Saturday, and the emperor ordered its celebration to be delayed till the following day because it was Sunday, which was in conformity with the sentiments he delivered respecting the Concordat. "What renders me," he said, "most hostile to the re-establishment of the Catholic worship is the number of festivals formerly observed. A saint's day is a day of indolence, and I wish not for that. The people must labor in order to live. I consent to 4 holidays in the year, but no more. If the gentlemen from Rome are not satisfied with this, they may take their departure." The loss of time seemed to him so great a calamity that he seldom failed to order an indispensable solemnity to be held on the succeeding holiday. Thus he postponed the Corpus Christi to the following Sunday. On Sunday, the 15th of July, 1804, the emperor appeared for the first time before the Parisians, surrounded by all the pomp of royalty. The members of the Legion of Honor, then in Paris, took the oath prescribed by the new constitution, and on this occasion the emperor and empress appeared attended for the first time by a separate and numerous retinue. The carriages in the train of the empress crossed the garden of the Tuileries, hitherto exclusively appropriated to the public. Then followed the cavalcade of the emperor, who appeared on horseback, surrounded by his principal generals, whom he had created marshals of the empire. M. de Segur, who held the office of Grand Master of Ceremonies, had the direction of the ceremonial to be observed on this occasion, and with the governor received the emperor on the threshold of the Hôtel des Invalides. They conducted the empress to a tribune prepared for her reception, opposite the imperial throne which Napoleon alone occupied, to the right of the altar. I was present at this ceremony, notwithstanding the repugnance I have to such brilliant exhibitions, but as Duroc had 2 days before presented me with tickets, I deemed it prudent to attend on the occasion, lest the keen eye of Bonaparte should have remarked my absence if Duroc had acted by his order. I spent about an hour contemplating the proud and sometimes almost ludicrous demeanor of the new grandees of the empire. I marked the maneuvering of the clergy, who, with Cardinal Belli at their head, proceeded to receive the emperor on his entrance into the church. What a singular train of ideas was called up to my mind when I beheld my former comrade at the School of Brienne seated upon an elevated throne, surrounded by his brilliant staff, the great dignitaries of his empire, his ministers and marshals. I involuntarily recurred to the 19th Brumaire, and all this splendid scene vanished, when I thought of Bonaparte stammering to such a degree that I was obliged to pull the skirt of his coat to induce him to withdraw. It was neither a feeling of animosity nor of jealousy which called up such reflections. At no period of our career would I have exchanged my situation for his. But whoever can reflect, whoever has witnessed the unexpected elevation of a former equal, may perhaps be able to conceive the strange thoughts that assailed my mind, for the first time, on this occasion. When the religious part of the ceremony terminated, the church assumed, in some measure, the appearance of a profane temple. The congregation displayed more devotion to the emperor than towards the God of the Christians, more enthusiasm than fervor. The Mass had been heard with little attention, but when M. de Lespide, Grand Chancellor of the Legion of Honor, after pronouncing a flattering discourse, finished the call of the grand officers of the Legion, Bonaparte covered, as did the ancient kings of France when they held a bed of justice. A profound silence, a sort of religious awe, then reigned throughout the assembly, and Napoleon, who did not now stammer as in the Council of the 500, said in a firm voice, "Commanders, officers, legionaries, citizens, soldiers, swear upon your honor to devote yourselves to the service of the empire, to the preservation of the integrity of the French territory, to the defense of the emperor, of the laws of the republic, and of the property which they have made sacred, to combat by all the means which justice, reason, and the laws authorize every attempt to re-establish the feudal system. In short, swear to concur with all your might in maintaining liberty and equality, which are the bases of all our institutions. Do you swear?" Each member of the Legion of Honor exclaimed, "I swear," adding, "Vive l'Empereur," with an enthusiasm it is impossible to describe and in which all present joined. What, after all, was this new oath? It only differed from that taken by the Legion of Honor, under the consulate, in putting the defense of the emperor before that of the laws of the Republic, and this was not merely a form. It was, besides, sufficiently laughable and somewhat audacious to make them swear to support equality at the moment so many titles and monarchical distinctions had been re-established. On the 18th of July, 3 days after the ceremony, the emperor left Paris to visit the camp at Boulogne. He was not accompanied by the empress on this journey, which was merely to examine the progress of the military operations. Availing myself of the invitation Josephine had given me, I presented myself at St. Cloud a few days after the departure of Napoleon. As she did not expect my visit, I found her surrounded by 4 or 5 of the ladies in waiting, occupied in examining some of the elegant productions of the famous Leroy and Madame Dispels. For amidst the host of painful feelings experienced by Josephine, she was too much of a woman not to devote some attention to the toilet. On my introduction, they were discussing the serious question of the costume to be worn by the Empress on her journey to Belgium to meet Napoleon at the Palace of Laeken, near Brussels. Notwithstanding those discussions respecting the form of hats, the color and shape of dresses, etc., Josephine received me in her usual gracious manner. But not being able to converse with me, she said, without giving it an appearance of invitation, but in a manner sufficiently evident to be understood, that she intended to pass the following morning at Malmaison. I shortened my visit, and at noon next day repaired to that delightful abode, which always created in my mind deep emotion. Not an alley, not a grove, but teemed with interesting recollections, all recalled to me the period when I was the confidant of Bonaparte. But the time was past when he minutely calculated how much a residence at Malmaison would cost, and concluded by saying that an income of 30,000 livres would be necessary. When I arrived, Madame Bonaparte was in the garden with Madame de Rémusat, who was her favorite from the similarity of disposition which existed between them. Madame de Rémusat was the daughter of the minister Vergennes, and sister to Madame de Nansouty, whom I had sometimes seen with Josephine, but not so frequently as her elder sister. I found the ladies in the avenue which leads to Rueil, and saluted Josephine by inquiring respecting the health of Her Majesty. Never can I forget the tone in which she replied. "Ah, Bourrienne, I entreat that you will suffer me, at least here, to forget that I am an empress." As she had not a thought concealed from Madame de Rémusat except some domestic vexations, of which probably I was the only confidant, we conversed with the same freedom as if alone, and it is easy to define that the subject of our discourse regarded Bonaparte. After having spoken of her intended journey to Belgium, Josephine said to me, "What a pity, Bourrienne, that the past cannot be recalled. He departed in the happiest disposition. He has bestowed some pardons, and I am satisfied that, but for those accursed politics, he would have pardoned a far greater number." I would have said much more, but I endeavored to conceal my chagrin, because the slightest contradiction only renders him the more obstinate. Now, when in the midst of his army, he will forget everything. How much have I been afflicted that I was not able to obtain a favorable answer to all the petitions which were addressed to me. That good Madame de Montezin came from Romainville to St. Cloud to solicit the pardon of him. De Rivière and de Polignac, we succeeded in gaining an audience for Madame de Polignac. How beautiful she is! Bonaparte was greatly affected on beholding her. He said to her, "Madame, since it was only my life your husband menaced, I may pardon him. You know Napoleon, Bourrienne, you know that he is not naturally cruel. It is his counselors and flatterers who have induced him to commit so many villainous actions. Rapp has behaved extremely well. He went to the emperor, and would not leave him till he had obtained the pardon of another of the condemned, whose name I do not recollect. How much these Polignacs have interested me! There will be then at least some families who will owe him gratitude. Strive, if it be possible, to throw a veil over the past. I am sufficiently miserable in my anticipations of the future. Rest assured, my dear Bourrienne, that I shall not fail to exert myself during our stay in Belgium in your behalf, and inform you of the result. Adieu." During the festival in celebration of the 14th of July, which I have already alluded to, the Emperor, before leaving the Hôtel des Invalides, had announced that he would go in person to distribute the decorations of the Legion of Honor to the army assembled in the camp of Boulogne. He was not long before he fulfilled his promise. He left St. Cloud on the 18th and traveled with such rapidity that the next morning, whilst everyone was busy with preparations for his reception, he was already at that port, in the midst of the laborers, examining the works. He seemed to multiply himself by his inconceivable activity, and one might say that he was present everywhere. At the emperor's departure, it was generally believed at Paris that the distribution of the crosses at the camp of Boulogne was only a pretext, and that Bonaparte had at length gone to carry into execution the project of an invasion of England, which everybody supposed he contemplated. It was, indeed, a pretext. The emperor wished to excite more and more the enthusiasm of the army, to show himself to the military invested in his new dignity, to be present at some grand maneuvers, and dispose the army to obey the first signal he might give. How, indeed, on beholding such great preparations, so many transports created, as it were, by enchantment, could anyone have supposed that he did not really intend to attempt a descent on England? People almost fancied him already in London. It was known that all the army corps echeloned on the coast from Naples to Ostend were ready to embark. Napoleon's arrival in the midst of his troops inspired them, if possible, with a new impulse. The French ports on the Channel had for a long period been converted into dockyards and arsenals, where works were carried on with that inconceivable activity which Napoleon knew so well how to inspire. An almost incredible degree of emulation prevailed amongst the commanders of the different camps, and it descended from rank to the common soldiers and even to the laborers. As everyone was eager to take advantage of the slightest effects of chance, and exercised his ingenuity in converting them into prognostics of good fortune for the emperor, those who had access to him did not fail to call his attention to some remains of a Roman camp, which had been discovered at the Tour d'Order, where the emperor's tent was pitched. This was considered an evident proof that the French Caesar occupied the camp, which the Roman Caesar had formerly constructed to menace Great Britain. To give additional force to this illusion, the Tour d'Order resumed the name of Caesar's Tower. Some medals of William the Conqueror, found in another spot, where, perhaps, they had been buried for the purpose of being dug up, could not fail to satisfy the most incredulous that Napoleon must conquer England. It was not far from Caesar's Tower that 80,000 men of the camps of Boulogne and Montreuil, under the command of Marshal Soult, were assembled in a vast plain to witness the distribution of the crosses of the Legion of Honor impressed with the imperial effigy. This plain, which I saw with Bonaparte in our first journey to the coast, before our departure to Egypt, was circular and hollow, and in the center was a little hill. This hill formed the imperial throne of Bonaparte in the midst of his soldiers. There he stationed himself with his staff, and around this center of glory, the regiments were drawn up in lines and looked like so many diverging rays. From this throne, which had been erected by the hand of nature, Bonaparte delivered in a loud voice the same form of oath which he had pronounced at the Hôtel des Invalides a few days before. It was the signal for a general burst of enthusiasm, and Rapp, alluding to this ceremony, told me that he never saw the emperor appear more pleased. How could he be otherwise? Fortune then seemed obedient to his wishes. A storm came on during this brilliant day, and it was apprehended that part of the flotilla would have suffered. Bonaparte quitted the hill from which he had distributed the crosses and proceeded to the port to direct what measures should be taken, when upon his arrival the storm. The following description of the incident when Napoleon nearly occasioned the destruction of the Boulogne flotilla was forwarded to the Revue Politique et Littéraire from a private memoir. The writer, who was an eyewitness, says, "One morning, when the emperor was mounting his horse, he announced that he intended to hold a review of his naval forces, and gave the order that the vessels which lay in the harbor should alter their positions, as the review was to be held on the open sea. He started on his usual ride, giving orders that everything should be arranged on his return, the time of which he indicated. His wish was communicated to Admiral Bruix, who responded with imperturbable coolness that he was very sorry, but that the review could not take place that day. Consequently, not a vessel was moved. On his return back from his ride, the emperor asked whether all was ready. He was told what the admiral had said. Twice the answer had to be repeated to him before he could realize its nature, and then, violently stamping his foot on the ground, he sent for the admiral. The emperor met him halfway. With eyes burning with rage, he exclaimed in an excited voice, Why have my orders not been executed?" With respectful firmness, Admiral Bruix replied, "Sire, a terrible storm is brewing. Your Majesty may convince yourself of it. Would you without need expose the lives of so many men?" The heaviness of the atmosphere and the sound of thunder in the distance more than justified the fears of the admiral. "Sir," said the emperor, getting more and more irritated, "I have given the orders once more. Why have they not been executed? The consequences concern me alone. Obey." "Sire, I will not obey," replied the admiral. "You are insolent." And the emperor, who still held his riding whip in his hand, advanced towards the admiral with a threatening gesture. Admiral Bruix stepped back and put his hand on the sheath of his sword and said, growing very pale, "Sire, take care." The whole suite stood paralyzed with fear. The emperor remained motionless for some time, his hand lifted up, his eyes fixed on the admiral, who still retained his menacing attitude. At last the emperor threw his whip on the floor. Bruix took his hand off his sword, and with uncovered head awaited in silence the result of the painful scene. Rear Admiral Magan was then ordered to see that the emperor's orders were instantly executed. "As for you, sir," said the emperor, fixing his eyes on Admiral Bruix, "you leave Boulogne within 24 hours and depart for Holland." "Go!" Magan ordered the fatal movement of the fleet on which the emperor had insisted. The first arrangements had scarcely been made when the sea became very high. The black sky was pierced by lightning, the thunder rolled, and every moment the line of vessels was broken by the wind, and shortly after, that which the admiral had foreseen came to pass, and the most frightful storm dispersed the vessels in each a way that it seemed impossible to save them. With bent head, arms crossed, and a sorrowful look in his face, the emperor walked up and down on the beach, when suddenly the most terrible cries were heard. More than 20 gunboats filled with soldiers and sailors were being driven towards the shore, and the unfortunate men were vainly fighting against the furious waves, calling for help which nobody could give them. Deeply touched by the spectacle and the heartrending cries and lamentations of the multitude which had assembled on the beach, the emperor, seeing his generals and officers tremble with horror, attempted to set an example of devotion, and in spite of all efforts to keep him back, he threw himself into a boat, saying, let me go, they must be brought out of this." In a moment the boat was filled with water, the waves poured over it again and again, and the emperor was drenched. One wave larger than the others almost threw him overboard, and his hat was carried away. Inspired by so much courage, officers, soldiers, seamen, and citizens tried to succor the drowning, some in boats, some swimming. But alas, only a small number could be saved of the unfortunate men. The following day more than 200 bodies were thrown ashore, and with them the hat of the conqueror of Marengo. That sad day was one of desolation for Boulogne and for the camp. The emperor groaned under the burden of an accident which he had to attribute solely to his own obstinacy. Agents were dispatched to all parts of the town to subdue with gold the murmurs which were ready to break out into a tumult. Ceased as if by enchantment. The flotilla entered the port safe and sound, and he went back to the camp, where the sports and amusements prepared for the soldiers commenced, and in the evening the brilliant fireworks which were let off rose in a luminous column, which was distinctly seen from the English coast. It appears that Napoleon was so well able to cover up this fiasco that not even Bourrienne ever heard the true story. D.W. When he reviewed the troops, he asked the officers, and often the soldiers, in what battles they had been engaged, and to those who had received serious wounds he gave the cross. Here, I think, I may appropriately mention a singular piece of charlatanism to which the emperor had recourse, and which powerfully contributed to augment the enthusiasm of his troops. He would say to one of his aides de camp, "Ascertain from the colonel of such a regiment whether he has in his corps a man who has served in the campaigns of Italy or the campaigns of Egypt. Ascertain his name, where he was born, the particulars of his family, and what he has done. Learn his number in the ranks, and to what company he belongs, and furnish me with the information." On the day of the review, Bonaparte, at a single glance, could perceive the man who had been described to him. He would go up to him as if he recognized him, address him by his name, and say, "Oh, so you are here, you are a brave fellow, I saw you at Aboukir. How is your old father? What? Have you not got the cross? Stay, I will give it you." Then the delighted soldiers would say to each other, "You see, the emperor knows us all, he knows our families, he knows where we have served." What a stimulus was this to soldiers, whom he succeeded in persuading that they would all some time or other become marshals of the empire. Lauriston told me, amongst other anecdotes relating to Napoleon's sojourn at the camp at Boulogne, a remarkable instance of intrepidity on the part of two English sailors. These men had been prisoners at Verdun, which was the most considerable depot of English prisoners in France at the rupture of the Peace of Amiens. They effected their escape from Verdun and arrived at Boulogne without having been discovered on the road, notwithstanding the vigilance with which all the English were watched. They remained at Boulogne for some time, destitute of money, and without being able to effect their escape. They had no hope of getting aboard a boat, on account of the strict watch that was kept upon vessels of every kind. These two sailors made a boat of little pieces of wood, which they put together as well as they could, having no other tools than their knives. They covered it with a piece of sailcloth. It was only 3 or 4 feet wide, and not much longer, and was so light that a man could easily carry it on his shoulder. So powerful a passion is the love of home and liberty. Sure of being shot if they were discovered, almost equally sure of being drowned if they effected their escape, they, nevertheless, resolved to attempt crossing the channel in their fragile skiff. Perceiving an English frigate within sight of the coast, they pushed off and endeavored to reach her. They had not gone 100 toises from the shore when they were perceived by the custom-house officers, who set out in pursuit of them and brought them back again. The news of this adventure spread through the camp, where the extraordinary courage of the two sailors was the subject of general remark. The circumstance reached the emperor's ears. He wished to see the men, and they were conducted to his presence, along with their little boat. Napoleon, whose imagination was struck by everything extraordinary, could not conceal his surprise at so bold a project, undertaken with such feeble means of execution. "Is it really true," said the emperor to them, "that you thought of crossing the sea in this?" "Sire," said they, "if you doubt it, give us leave to go, and you shall see us depart." "I will. You are bold and enterprising men. I admire courage wherever I meet it, but you shall not hazard your lives. You are at liberty, and more than that, I will cause you to be put on board an English ship. When you return to London, tell how I esteem brave men, even when they are my enemies." Rapp, who with Lauriatin, Duroc, and many others were present at this scene, were not a little astonished at the emperor's generosity. If the men had not been brought before him, they would have been shot as spies, instead of which they obtained their liberty, and Napoleon gave several pieces of gold to each. This circumstance was one of those which made the strongest impression on Napoleon, and he recollected it when at St. Helena, in one of his conversations with M. de las Casas. No man was ever so fond of contrasts as Bonaparte. He liked, above everything, to direct the affairs of war whilst seated in his easy chair, in the cabinet of St. Cloud, and to dictate in the camp his decrees relative to civil administration. Thus, at the camp of Boulogne, he founded the decennial premiums, the first distribution of which he intended should take place 5 years afterwards, on the anniversary of the 18th Brumaire, which was an innocent compliment to the date of the foundation of the consular republic. This measure also seemed to promise to the republican calendar a longevity which it did not attain. All these little circumstances passed unobserved, but Bonaparte had so often developed to me his theory of the art of deceiving mankind that I knew their true value. It was likewise at the camp of Boulogne that, by a decree emanating from his individual will, he destroyed the noblest institution of the Republic, the Polytechnic School, by converting it into a purely military academy. He knew that in that sanctuary of high study a republican spirit was fostered, and whilst I was with him he had often told me it was necessary that all schools, colleges, and establishments for public instruction should be subject to military discipline. I frequently endeavored to controvert this idea, but without success. It was arranged that Josephine and the emperor should meet in Belgium. He proceeded thither from the camp of Boulogne, to the astonishment of those who believed that the moment for the invasion of England had at length arrived. He joined the empress at the palace of Laeken, which the emperor had ordered to be repaired and newly furnished with great magnificence. The emperor continued his journey by the towns bordering on the Rhine. He stopped first in the town of Charlemagne, passed through the 3 bishoprics. There are 2 or 3 little circumstances in connection with this journey that seem worth inserting here. Mademoiselle Evrillien was the femme de chambre of Josephine, and was constantly about her person from the time of the first consulship to the death of the empress in 1814. In all such matters as we shall quote from them, her memoirs seem worthy of credit. According to Mademoiselle, the Empress during her stay at Aix-la-Chapelle drank the waters with much eagerness and some hope. As the theater there was only supplied with some German singers who were not to Josephine's taste, she had part of a French operatic company sent to her from Paris. The amiable Creole had always a most royal disregard of expense. When Bonaparte joined her, he renewed his old custom of visiting his wife now and then at her toilet, and according to Mademoiselle Avrillien, he took great interest in the subject of her dressing. She says, "It was a most extraordinary thing for us to see the man whose head was filled with such vast affairs enter into the most minute details of the female toilet, and of what dresses, what robes, and what jewels the Empress should wear on such and such an occasion. One day he daubed her dress with ink, because he did not like it, and wanted her to put on another. Whenever he looked into her wardrobe, he was sure to throw everything topsy-turvy." This characteristic anecdote perfectly agrees with what we have heard from other persons. When the Neapolitan princess D was at the Tuileries as Dame de Honor to Bonaparte's sister Caroline Murat, then Queen of Naples, on the grand occasion of the marriage with Maria Luisa, the princess, to her astonishment, saw the emperor go up to a lady of the court and address her thus: "This is the same gown you wore the day before yesterday. What's the meaning of this, madame? This is not right, madame." Josephine never gave him a similar cause of complaint, but even when he was emperor, she often made him murmur at the profusion of her expenditure under this head. The next anecdote will give some idea of the quantity of dresses which she wore for a day or so, and then gave away to her attendants, who appear to have carried on a very active trade in them. While we were at Mayence, the palace was literally besieged by Jews, who continually brought manufactured and other goods to show to the followers of the court, and we had the greatest difficulty to avoid buying them. At last they proposed that we should barter with them, and when Her Majesty had given us dresses that were far too rich for us to wear ourselves, we exchanged them with the Jews for piece of goods. The robes we thus bartered did not long remain in the hands of the Jews, and there must have been a great demand for them among the belles of Mayence, for I remember a ball there at which the Empress might have seen all the ladies of a quadrille party dressed in her cast-off clothes. I even saw German princesses wearing them. Memoirs de Mademoiselle Avrillien. On his way Cologne and Koblenz, which the emigration had rendered so famous, and arrived at Mayence, where his sojourn was distinguished by the first attempt at negotiation with the Holy See, in order to induce the Pope to come to France to crown the new emperor, and consolidate his power by supporting it with the sanction of the Church. This journey of Napoleon occupied 3 months, and he did not return to St. Cloud till October. Amongst the flattering addresses which the emperor received in the course of his journey, I cannot pass over unnoticed the speech of M. de la Chaise, prefect of Arras, who said, "God made Bonaparte and then rested." This occasioned Count Louis de Narbonne, who was not yet attached to the imperial system, to remark that it would have been well had God rested a little sooner. During the emperor's absence, a partial change took place in the ministry. M. de Champagny succeeded M. Chaptal as Minister of the Interior. At the camp of Boulogne, the pacific Joseph found himself, by his brother's wish, transformed into a warrior and placed in command of a regiment of dragoons, which was a subject of laughter with a great number of generals. I recollect that one day Lannes, speaking to me of the circumstance in his usual downright and energetic way, said, "He had better not place him under my orders, for upon the first fault I will put the scamp under arrest." Chapter 29. 1813. Napoleon's second visit to Dresden Battle of Bantigny Congress at Prague. Napoleon ill-advised battle of Vittoria General Moro rupture of the conferences at Prague. Defection of Gemini battles of Dresden and Leipzig. Account of the death of Durakin interrupted conversation resumed a year after. Particulars respecting Poniatowski, his extraordinary courage, and death, his monument at Leipzig and tomb in the Cathedral of Warsaw. On the 2d of May, Napoleon won the Battle of Lutzen. A week after he was at Dresden, not as on his departure for the Russian campaign, like the sovereign of the West, surrounded by his mighty vassals. He was now in the capital of the only one of the monarchs of his creation who remained faithful to the French cause, and whose good faith eventually cost him half his dominions. The emperor stayed only 10 days in Dresden, and then went in pursuit of the Russian army, which he came up with on the 19th at Botzen. This battle, which was followed on the 2 succeeding days by the battles of Wurtchen and Ochlakirchen, may be said to have lasted 3 days, a sufficient proof that it was obstinately disputed. It ended in favor of Napoleon, but he and France paid dearly for it. While General Kirchner and Duroc were talking together, the former was killed by a cannonball, which mortally wounded the latter in the abdomen. The moment had now arrived for Austria to prove whether or not she intended entirely to desert the cause of Napoleon. There is a running attack in Auror's tome, Roman II, pp. 289-325, on all this part of the memoirs, but the best account of the negotiations between France, Austria, and the Allies will be found in Metternich, Volume IPP 171-15. Metternich, with good reason, prides himself on the skill with which he gained from Napoleon the exact time, 20 days, necessary for the concentration of the Austrian armies. Whether the negotiations were consistent with good faith on the part of Austria is another matter. But one thing seems clear: the Austrian marriage ruined Napoleon. He found it impossible to believe that the monarch who had given him his daughter would strike the decisive blow against him. Without this belief, there can be no doubt that he would have attacked Austria before she could have collected her forces, and Metternich seems to have dreaded the result. It was necessary, therefore, to prevent Napoleon from carrying out his usual system of leaving an army of observation before the Allied armies, and himself turning to Bohemia to deal a great blow at us, the effect of which it would be impossible to foresee in the present depressed state of the great majority of our men. Metternich, Volume I, p. 177. With our knowledge of how Napoleon held his own against the 3 armies at Dresden, we may safely assume that he would have crushed Austria if she had not joined him or disarmed. The conduct of Austria was natural and politic, but it was only successful because Napoleon believed in the good faith of the Emperor Francis, his father-in-law. It is to be noted that Austria only succeeded in getting Alexander to negotiate on the implied condition that the negotiations were not to end in a peace with France. See Metternich, Volume IP 181, where, in answer to the Tsar's question as to what would become of their cause if Napoleon accepted the Austrian mediation, he says that if Napoleon declines, Austria will join the Allies. If Napoleon accepts, the negotiations will most certainly show Napoleon to be neither wise nor just, and then the result will be the same. In any case, we shall have gained the necessary time to bring our armies into such positions that we need not again fear a separate attack on any one of them, and from which we may ourselves take the offensive. All her amicable demonstrations were limited to an offer of her intervention in opening negotiations with Russia. Accordingly, on the 4th of June, an armistice was concluded at Plesswitz, which was to last till the 8th of July and was finally prolonged to the 10th of August. The first overtures after the conclusion of the armistice of Plesswitz determined the assembling of a congress at Prague. It was reported at the time that the Allies demanded the restoration of all they had lost since 1805, that is to say, since the campaign of Ulm. In this demand, Holland and the Hanse towns, which had become French provinces, were comprehended, but we should still have retained the Rhine, Belgium, Piedmont, Nice, and Savoy. The Battle of Vittoria. The news of this decisive battle increased the difficulty of the French plenipotentiaries at Prague and raised the demands of the Allies. It also shook the confidence of those who remained faithful to us, Bourrienne, which placed the whole of Spain at the disposal of the English. The retreat of Suchet upon the Ebro, the fear of seeing the army of Spin annihilated, were enough to alter the opinions of those councillors who still recommended war. Notwithstanding Napoleon's opposition and his innate disposition to acquire glory by his victories, probably he would not have been inaccessible to the reiterated representations of sensible men who loved their country. France, therefore, has to reproach his advisers. At this juncture, General Moreau arrived. It has been said that he came at the solicitation of Bernadotte. This is neither true nor probable. In the first place, there never was any intimacy between Bernadotte and Moreau, and in the next, how can it be imagined that Bernadotte wished to see Moreau emperor? But this question is at once put at rest by the fact that in the interview at Abo, the Emperor of Russia hinted to Bernadotte the possibility of his succeeding Napoleon. It was generally reported at the time, and I have since learnt that it was true, that the French princes of the House of Bourbon had made overtures to Moreau through the medium of General Willot, who had been proscribed on the 18th Fructidor. And I have since learned from an authentic source that General Moreau, who was then at Baltimore, refused to support the Bourbon cause. Moreau yielded only to his desire of being revenged on Napoleon, and he found death where he could not find glory. At the end of July, the proceedings of the Congress at Prague were no further advanced than at the time of its assembling. Far from cheering the French with the prospect of a peace, the emperor made a journey to Mayence. The empress went there to see him and returned to Paris immediately after the emperor's departure. Napoleon went back to Dresden, and the armistice not being renewed, it died a natural death on the 17th of August, the day appointed for its expiration. A fatal event immediately followed the rupture of the conferences. On the 17th of August, Austria, wishing to gain by war as she had before gained by alliances, declared that she would unite her forces with those of the Allies. On the very opening of this disastrous campaign, General Jomini went over to the enemy. Jomini belonged to the staff of the unfortunate Marshal Ney, who was beginning to execute with his wonted ability the orders he had received. There was much surprise at his eagerness to profit by a struggle begun under such melancholy auspices to seek a fresh fortune, which promised better than what he had tried under our flag. Public opinion has pronounced judgment on Jomini. It was on the 11th of August, not the 17th, that Metternich announced to Caulaincourt, Napoleon's plenipotentiary at Prague, that Austria had joined the Allies and declared war with France. At midnight on 10th, Auguste Metternich had dispatched the passports for the Comte Louis de Narbonne, Napoleon's ambassador, and the war manifesto of the Emperor Francis. Then he had the beacons lighted which had been prepared from Prague to the Silesian frontier, as a sign of the breach of the negotiations, and the right, i.e. power, of the Allied armies to cross the Silesian frontier, Metternich, Volume I, p. 199. The first actions were the Battle of Dresden, which took place 7 days after the rupture of the armistice, and the battle in which Vandamme was defeated, and which rendered the victory of Dresden unavailing. I have already mentioned that Moreau was killed at Dresden. Bavaria was no sooner rid of the French troops than she raised the mask and ranged herself among our enemies. In October, the loss of the Battle of Leipzig decided the fate of France. The Saxon army, which had long remained faithful to us, went over to the enemy during the battle. Prince Poniatowski perished at the Battle of Leipzig in an attempt to pass the Aster. I will here mention a fact which occurred before Duroc's departure for the campaign of 1812. I used often to visit him at the Pavilion Marsan in the Tuileries, where he lodged. One forenoon, when I had been waiting for him a few minutes, he came from the emperor's apartments, where he had been engaged in the usual business. He was in his court dress. As soon as he entered, he pulled off his coat and hat and laid them aside. "I have just had a conversation with the emperor about you," said he. "Say nothing to anybody. Have patience, and you will be." He had no sooner uttered these words than a footman entered to inform him that the emperor wished to see him immediately. "Well," said Duroc, "I must go." No sooner was the servant gone than Duroc stamped violently on the floor and exclaimed, "That never leaves me a moment's rest. If he finds I have 5 minutes to myself in the course of the morning, he is sure to send for me." He then put on his coat and returned to the emperor, saying, "Another time you shall hear what I have to tell you." From that time, I did not see Duroc until the month of January 1813. He was constantly absent from Paris and did not return until the end of 1812. He was much affected at the result of the campaign, but his confidence in Napoleon's genius kept up his spirits. I turned the conversation from this subject and reminded him of his promise to tell me what had passed between the emperor and himself relative to home. "You shall hear," said he. "The emperor and I had been playing at billiards, and between ourselves he plays very badly. He is nothing at a game which depends on skill." While negligently rolling his balls about, he muttered these words: "Do you ever see Bourrienne now?" "Yes, sire. He sometimes dines with me on diplomatic reception days, and he looks so droll in his old-fashioned court dress of Lyons manufacture that you would laugh if you saw him." "What does he say respecting the new regulation for the court dresses?" "I confess he says it is very ridiculous, that it will have no other result than to enable the Lyons manufacturers to get rid of their old-fashioned goods, that forced innovations on the customs of a nation are never successful. Oh, that is always the way with Bourrienne. He is never pleased with anything." "Certainly, sire, he is apt to grumble, but he says what he thinks. Do you know Duroc? He served me very well at Hamburg." He raised a good deal of money for me. He is a man who understands business. I will not leave him unemployed. Time must hang heavily on his hands. I will see what I can do for him. He has many enemies, and who has not, sire? Many complaints against him were transmitted to me from Hamburg, but the letter which he wrote to me in his justification opened my eyes, and I begin to think that Savary had good motives for defending him. Endeavors are made to dissuade me from employing him, but I shall nevertheless do so at last. I remember that it was he who first informed me of the near approach of the war which we are now engaged in. I forget all that has been said against him for the last 2 years, and as soon as peace is concluded, and I am at leisure, I will think of him. After relating to me this conversation, Duroc said, "You must, of course, feel assured that I said all I think of you, and I will take an opportunity of reminding him of you. But we must be patient. Adieu, my dear friend, we must set off speedily, and heaven knows when we shall be back again." I wished him a successful campaign and a speedy return. Alas, I was doomed to see my excellent friend only once again. Next to the death of Duroc, the loss most sincerely regretted during the campaign of 1813 was that of Prince Poniatowski. Joseph Poniatowski, a nephew of Stanislaus Augustus, King of Poland, was born at Warsaw on the 7th of May 1763. At an early age, he was remarkable for his patriotic spirit, but his uncle's influence gave him an apparent irresolution, which rendered him suspected by some of the parties in Poland. After his uncle had acceded to the Confederation of Targowitz, Poniatowski left the service accompanied by most of his principal officers. But when, in 1794, the Poles endeavored to repulse the Russians, he again repaired to the Polish camp and entered the army as a volunteer. His noble conduct obtained for him the esteem of his countrymen. Kosciuszko gave him the command of a division, with which he rendered useful services during the 2 sieges of Warsaw. Immediately after the surrender of that capital, Poniatowski went to Vienna. He refused the offers of Catherine and Paul to bear arms in the service of Russia. Poniatowski retired to his estate near Warsaw, where he lived like a private gentleman until the creation of the Grand Duchy of Warsaw revived the hopes of the Polish patriots. He then became war minister. The Archduke Ferdinand having come, in 1809, with Austrian troops to take possession of the Duchy of Warsaw, Poniatowski, who commanded the Polish troops, which were very inferior in numbers to the Austrian force, obliged the latter, rather by dint of skillful maneuvering than by fighting, to evacuate the Grand Duchy. He pursued them into Galicia as far as Krakow. After this honorable campaign, he continued to exercise his functions as minister until 1812. The war against Russia again summoned him to the head of the Polish army. After taking part in all the events of that war, which was attended by such various chances, Poniatowski was present at the Battle of Leipzig. That battle, which commenced on the 14th of October, the anniversary of the famous battles of Ulm and of Jena, lasted 4 days and decided the fate of Europe. 500,000 men fought on a surface of 3 square leagues. Retreat having become indispensable, Napoleon took leave at Leipzig of the King of Saxony and his family, whom he had brought with him from Dresden. The emperor then exclaimed in a loud voice, "Adieu, Saxons, to the people who filled the marketplace, where the King of Saxony resided." With some difficulty, and after passing through many turnings and windings, he gained the suburb of Rundstadt and left Leipzig by the outer gate of that suburb which leads to the bridge of the Elster and to Lindenau. The bridge was blown up shortly after he had passed it, and that event utterly prevented the retreat of the part of the army which was on the left bank of the Easter, and which fell into the power of the enemy. Napoleon was at the time accused of having ordered the destruction of the bridge immediately after he had himself passed it in order to secure his own personal retreat, as he was threatened by the active pursuit of the enemy. The English journals were unanimous on this point, and to counteract this opinion, which was very general, an article was inserted in the Monitor. Before passing the bridge of the Elster, Napoleon had directed Poniatowski, in concert with Marshal MacDonald, to cover and protect the retreat, and to defend that part of the suburb of Leipzig which is nearest to the Bourne road. For the execution of these orders, he had only 2,000 Polish infantry. He was in this desperate situation when he saw the French columns in full retreat and the bridge so choked up with their artillery and wagons that there was no possibility of passing it. Then drawing his sword and turning to the officers who were near him, he said, Here we must fall with honor. At the head of a small party of cuirassiers and Polish officers, he rushed on the columns of the Allies. In this action, he received a ball in his left arm. He had already been wounded on the 14th and 16th. He nevertheless advanced, but he found the suburb filled with Allied troops. The Allies were so numerous that they scarcely perceived the losses they sustained. Their masses pressed down upon us in every direction, and it was impossible that victory could fail to be with them. Their success, however, would have been less decisive had it not been for the defection of the Saxons. In the midst of the battle, these troops, having moved towards the enemy, as if intending to make an attack, turned suddenly around and opened a heavy fire of artillery and musketry on the columns, by the aids of which they had a few moments before been fighting. I do not know to what page of history such a transaction is recorded. This event immediately produced a great difference in our affairs, which were before in a bad enough train. I ought here mention that before the battle the Emperor dismissed a Bavarian division which still remained with him. He spoke to the officers in terms which will not soon be effaced from their memory. He told them that, according to the laws of war, they were his prisoners, since their government had taken part against him, but that he could not forget the services they had rendered him, and that they were therefore at liberty to return home. These troops left the army, where they were much esteemed, and marched for Bavaria. He fought his way through them and received another wound. He then threw himself into the Pless, which was the first river he came to. Aided by his officers, he gained the opposite bank, leaving his horse in the river. Though greatly exhausted, he mounted another and gained the Elster, by passing through M. Reichenbach's garden, which was situated on the side of that river. In spite of the steepness of the banks of the Elster at that part, the prince plunged with his horse into the river. Both man and horse were drowned, and the same fate was shared by several officers who followed Poniatowski's example. Marshal MacDonald was, luckily, one of those who escaped. 5 days after, a fisherman drew the body of the prince out of the water. On the 26th of October, it was temporarily interred at Leipzig, with all the honors due to the illustrious deceased. A modest stone marks the spot where the body of the prince was dragged from the river. The Poles expressed a wish to erect a monument to the memory of their countryman in the garden of M. Reichenbach, but that gentleman declared he would do it at his own expense, which he did. The monument consists of a beautiful sarcophagus surrounded by weeping willows. The body of the prince, after being embalmed, was sent in the following year to Warsaw, and in 1816 it was deposited in the cathedral, among the remains of the kings and great men of Poland. The celebrated Thorwaldsen was commissioned to execute a monument for his tomb. Prince Poniatowski left no issue but a natural son, born in 1790. The royal race, therefore, existed only in a collateral branch of King Stanislaus, namely, Prince Stanislaus, born in 1754. Chapter 30. 1813. Amount of the Allied forces against Napoleon. Their advance towards the Rhine levy of 280,000 men. Dreadful situation of the French. At Mayence declaration of the Allies. At Frankfurt diplomatic correspondence. The Duc de Bassano, succeeded by the Duke of Vicenza. The conditions of the Allies vaguely accepted. Caulaincourt, sent to the headquarters of the Allies. Manifesto of the Allied powers. To the French people gift of 30 million from the Emperor's privy purse. Wish to recall M. de Talleyrand. Singular advice relative to Wellington. The French army recalled from Spain. The throne resigned Joseph. Absurd accusation against M. Lane. Adjournment of the legislative body. Napoleon's speech to the legislative body. Remarks of Napoleon reported by Cambaceres. When the war resumed its course after the disaster of Leipzig, I am certain that the Allied sovereigns determined to treat with Napoleon only in his own capital, as he, 4 years before, had refused to treat with the Emperor of Austria except at Vienna. The latter sovereign now completely raised the mask and declared to the Emperor that he would make common cause with Russia and Prussia against him. In his declaration, he made rise of the singular pretext that the more enemies there were against Napoleon, there would be the greater chance of speedily obliging him to accede to conditions which would at length restore the tranquility of which Europe stood so much in need. This declaration on the part of Austria was an affair of no little importance, for she had now raised an army of 260,000 men. An equal force was enrolled beneath the Russian banners, which were advancing towards the Rhine. Prussia had 200,000 men, the Confederation of the Rhine 150,000. In short, including the Swedes and the Dutch, the English troops in Spain and in the Netherlands, the Danes, who had abandoned us, the Spaniards and Portuguese, whose courage and hopes were revived by our reverses, Napoleon had arrayed against him upwards of 1,000,000 of armed men. Among them, too, were the Neapolitans, with Murat at their head. The month of November 1813 was fatal to the fortune of Napoleon. In all parts the French armies were repulsed and driven back upon the Rhine, while, in every direction, the Allied forces advanced towards that river. For a considerable time, I had confidently anticipated the fall of the empire, not because the foreign sovereigns had vowed its destruction, but because I saw the impossibility of Napoleon defending himself against all Europe, and because I knew that, however desperate might be his fortune, nothing would induce him to consent to conditions which he considered disgraceful. At this time, every day was marked by a new defection. Even the Bavarians, the natural allies of France, they whom the emperor had led to victory at the commencement of the Second Campaign of Vienna, they whom he had, as it were, adopted on the field of battle, were now against us, and were the bitterest of our enemies. Even before the Battle of Leipzig, the consequences of which were so ruinous to Napoleon, he had felt the necessity of applying to France for a supply of troops, as if France had been inexhaustible. He directed the Empress Regent to make this demand, and accordingly Maria Louisa proceeded to the Senate, for the first time, in great state. But the glories of the empire were now on the decline. The Empress obtained a levy of 280,000 troops, but they were no sooner enrolled than they were sacrificed. The defection of the Bavarians considerably augmented the difficulties which assailed the wreck of the army that had escaped from Leipzig. The Bavarians had got before us to Hanau, a town 4 leagues distant from Frankfurt. There they established themselves with the view of cutting off our retreat. But French valor was roused, the little town was speedily carried, and the Bavarians were repulsed with considerable loss. The French army arrived at Mayence, if, indeed, one may give the name of army to a few masses of men destitute, dispirited, and exhausted by fatigue and privation. On the arrival of the troops at Mayence, no preparation had been made for receiving them. There were no provisions or supplies of any kind. And, as the climax of misfortune, infectious epidemics broke out amongst the men. All the accounts I received concurred in assuring me that their situation was dreadful. However, without counting the wreck which escaped from the disasters of Leipzig and the ravages of disease, without including the 280,000 men which had been raised by a senatus consult on the application of Maria Louisa, the emperor still possessed 120,000 good troops. But they were in the rear, scattered along the Elbe, shut up in fortresses such as Danzig, Hamburg, Torgau, and Spandau. Such was the horror of our situation that if, on the one hand, we could not resolve to abandon them, it was at the same time impossible to aid them. In France, a universal cry was raised for peace, at whatever price it could be purchased. In this state of things, it may be said that the year 1813 was more fatal to Napoleon than the year 1812. The disasters of Moscow were repaired by his activity and the sacrifices of France, but the disasters of Leipzig were irreparable. I shall shortly speak of some negotiations in which, if I had chosen, I might have taken a part. After the Battle of Leipzig, in which France lost, for the second time, a formidable army, all the powers allied against Napoleon declared at Frankfurt, on the 9th of November, that they would never break the bonds which united them. That henceforth it was not merely a continental peace, but a general peace that would be demanded, and that any negotiation not having a general peace for its object would be rejected. The Allied powers declared that France was to be confined within her natural limits, the Rhine, the Alps, and the Pyrenees. This was all that was to remain of the vast empire founded by Napoleon, but still it must be allowed it was a great deal, after the many disasters France had experienced, and when she was menaced with invasion by numerous and victorious armies. But Napoleon could not accede to such proposals, for he was always ready to yield to illusion when the truth was not satisfactory to him. According to the proposals of the Allies at Frankfurt, Germany, Italy, and Spain were to be entirely withdrawn from the dominion of France. England recognized the freedom of trade and navigation, and there appeared no reason to doubt the sincerity of her professed willingness to make great sacrifices to promote the object proposed by the Allies. But to these offers, a fatal condition was added, namely, that the Congress should meet in a town, to be declared neutral, on the right bank of the Rhine, where the plenipotentiaries of all the belligerent powers were to assemble. But the course of the war was not to be impeded by these negotiations. This system of negotiating and advancing was a realization of Metternich's idea, copying Napoleon's own former procedure. Let us hold always the sword in one head and the olive branch in the other, always ready to negotiate, but only negotiating whilst advancing. Here is Napoleon's system. May he find enemies who will carry on war, as he would carry it on himself. Metternich, Volume Roman II, p. 346. The Duc de Bassano, Merit, who was still Minister for Foreign Affairs, replied, by order of Napoleon, to the overtures weighed by the Allies for a general congress, and stated that the Emperor acceded to them and wished Mannheim to be chosen as the neutral town. Metternich replied in a note dated Frankfurt, the 25th of November, stating that the Allies felt no difficulty in acceding to Napoleon's choice of Mannheim for the meeting of the Congress. But as de Bassano's letter contained no mention of the general and summary bases I have just mentioned, and which had been communicated to de Saint-Aignan at Frankfurt, Metternich stated that the Allies wished the Emperor Napoleon to declare his determination respecting those bases, in order that insurmountable difficulties might not arrest the negotiations at their very outset. The Duke of Vicenza, Caulaincourt, who had just succeeded the Duc de Bassano, received this letter. Trusting to the declaration of Frankfurt, he thought he would be justified in treating on those bases. He confidently relied on the consent of Napoleon. But the Allies had now determined not to grant the limits accorded by that declaration. Caulaincourt was therefore obliged to apply for fresh powers, which being granted, he replied, on the 2d of December, that Napoleon accepted the fundamental and summary bases which had been communicated by de Saint-Aignan. To this letter, Metternich answered that the emperors of Russia and Austria were gratified to find that the Emperor of France recognized the bases judged necessary by the Allies, that the two sovereigns would communicate without delay the official document to their allies, and that they were convinced that immediately on receiving their reply, the negotiations might be opened without any interruption of the war. We shall now see the reason why these first negotiations came to no result. In the month of October, the Allies overthrew the colossal edifice denominated the French Empire. When led by victory to the banks of the Rhine, they declared their wish to abstain from conquest, explained their intentions, and manifested an unalterable resolution to abide by them. This determination of the Allies induced the French government to evince pacific intentions. Napoleon wished, by an apparent desire for peace, to justify, if I may so express myself, in the eyes of his subjects, the necessity of new sacrifices, which, according to his proclamations, he demanded only to enable him to obtain peace on as honorable conditions as possible. But the truth is, he was resolved not even to listen to the offers made at Frankfurt. He always represented the limits of the Rhine as merely a compensation for the dismemberment of Poland and the immense aggrandizement of the English possessions in Asia. But he wanted to gain time and, if possible, to keep the Allied armies on the right bank of the Rhine. The immense levies made in France, one after the other, had converted the conscription into a sort of press gang. Men employed in agriculture and manufactures were dragged from their labors, and the people began to express their dissatisfaction at the measures of government more loudly than they had hitherto ventured to do. Yet all were willing to make another effort, if they could have persuaded themselves that the emperor would henceforth confine his thoughts to France alone. Napoleon sent Caulaincourt to the headquarters of the Allies, but that was only for the sake of gaining time and inducing a belief that he was favorably disposed to peace. The Allies, having learned the immense levies of troops which Napoleon was making, and being well acquainted with the state of feeling in France, published the famous manifesto, addressed to the French people, which was profusely circulated, and may be referred to as a warning to subjects who trust to the promises of governments. The good faith with which the promises in the manifesto were kept may be judged of from the Treaty of Paris. In the meantime, the manifesto did not a little contribute to alienate from Napoleon those who were yet faithful to his cause. For, by believing in the declarations of the Allies, they saw in him the sole obstacle to that peace, which France so ardently desired. On this point, too, the Allies were not wrong, and I confess that I did not see without great surprise that the Duc de Rovigo, in that part of his memoirs where he mentions this manifesto, reproaches those who framed it for representing the emperor as a madman, who replied to overtures of peace only by conscription levies. After all, I do not intend to maintain that the declaration was entirely sincere. With respect to the future, it certainly was not. Switzerland was already tampered with, and attempts were made to induce her to permit the Allied troops to enter France by the Bridge of Bale. Things were going on no better in the south of France, where the Anglo-Spanish army threatened our frontiers by the Pyrenees and already occupied Pampeluna, and at the same time, the internal affairs of the country were no less critical than its external position. It was in vain to levy troops; everything essential to an army was wanting. To meet the most pressing demands, the emperor drew out 30 million from the immense treasure which he had accumulated in the cellars and galleries of the Pavilion Marsan at the Tuileries. These 30 million were speedily swallowed up. Nevertheless, it was an act of generosity on the part of Napoleon, and I never could understand on what ground the legislative body complained of the outlay. Because, as the funds did not proceed from the budget, there needed no financial law to authorize their application. Besides, why did these rigid legislators, who, while fortune smiled on Bonaparte, dared not utter a word on the subject, demand, previously to the gratuitous gift just mentioned, that the 350,000,000 in the emperor's privy purée should be transferred to the imperial treasury and carried to the public accounts? Why did they wink at the accumulation in the Tuileries of the contributions and exactions levied in conquered countries? The answer is plain, because there would have been danger in opposing it. Amidst the difficulties which assailed the emperor, he cast his eyes on M. de Talleyrand. But it being required, as a condition of his receiving the portfolio of foreign affairs, that he should resign his office of vice-grand elector, M. de Talleyrand preferred a permanent post to a portfolio, which the caprice of a moment might withdraw. I have been informed that, in a conversation with the emperor, M. de Talleyrand gave him the extraordinary advice of working upon the ambition of the English family of Wellesley, and to excite in the mind of Wellington the luster of whose reputation was now dawning ambitious projects which would have embarrassed the coalition. Napoleon, however, did not adopt this proposition, the issue of which he thought too uncertain, and above all, too remote in the urgent circumstances in which it stood. Caulaincourt was then made Minister for Foreign Affairs, in lieu of M. Marat, who was appointed Secretary of State, an office much better suited to him. Meanwhile, the emperor was wholly intent on the means of repelling the attack which was preparing against him. The critical circumstances in which he was placed seemed to restore the energy which time had in some measure robbed him of. He turned his eyes towards Spain and resolved to bring the army from that country to oppose the Allies, whose movements indicated their intention of entering France by Switzerland. An event occurred connected with this subject calculated to have a decided influence on the affairs of the moment, namely, the renunciation by Joseph, King of Spain, of all right to the crown, to be followed by the return, as had been agreed on, of Ferdinand to his dominions. Joseph made this sacrifice at the instigation of his brother. The treaty was signed, but an inconceivable delay occurred in its execution, while the torrent, which was advancing upon France, rushed forward so rapidly that the treaty could not be carried into execution. Ferdinand, it is true, reascended his throne, but from other causes. The emperor was deeply interested in the march of the Allies. It was important to destroy the Bridge of Bale, because the Rhine once crossed, masses of the enemy would be thrown into France. At this time, had close relations with a foreign diplomat whom I am forbidden by discretion to name. He told me that the enemy was advancing towards the frontier, and that the Bridge of Bale would not be destroyed, as it had been so agreed at Bern, where the Allies had gained the day. This astonished me, because I knew, on the other hand, from a person who ought to have been equally well informed, that it was hoped the bridge would be blown up. Being much interested in knowing the truth, I sent on my own account an agent to Bale, who on his return told me that the bridge would remain. On the 19th of December, the legislative body was convoked. It was on a Wednesday. M. Lane was vice president under M. Regnier. A committee was appointed to examine and report on the communications of the emperor. The report and conclusions of the committee were not satisfactory. It was alleged that they betrayed a revolutionary tendency, of which M. Lane was absurdly accused of having been one of the promoters, but all who knew him must have been convinced of the falsehood of the charge. The emperor ordered the report to be seized and then adjourned the legislative body. Those who attentively observed the events of the time will recollect the stupor which prevailed in Paris on the intelligence of the seizure and of the adjournment of the legislative body. 1,000 conjectures were started as to what new occurrences had taken place abroad, but nothing satisfactory was learned. I considered this a great mistake. Who can doubt that, if the legislative body had taken the frank and noble step of declaring that France accepted the conditions of Frankfurt, they would not have been listened to by the Allies. But the words, "You are dishonored if you cede a single village acquired by a senatus consult," always resounded in Napoleon's ears. They flattered his secret thoughts, and every pacific proposal was rejected. The members of the adjourned legislative body went as usual to take leave of the emperor, who received them on a Sunday, and after delivering to them the speech, which is very well known, dismissed the rebels with great ill humor, refusing to hear any explanation. "I have suppressed your address," he began abruptly. "It was incendiary. I called you round me to do good, you have done ill. 11/12 of you are well-intentioned, the others, and above all M. Lane, are factious intriguers devoted to England, to all my enemies, and corresponding through the channel of the advocate de Sèze with the Bourbons. Return to your departments and feel that my eye will follow you. You have endeavored to humble me, you may kill me, but you shall not dishonor me. You make remonstrances. Is this a time when the stranger invades our provinces and 200,000 Cossacks are ready to overflow our country? There may have been petty abuses, I never connived at them. You, M. Rainwad, you said that. Prince Massena robbed a man at Marseille of his house. You lie. The general took possession of a vacant house, and my minister shall indemnify the proprietor. Is it thus that you dare affront a marshal of France who has bled for his country and grown gray in victory? Why did you not make your complaints in private to me? I would have done you justice. We should wash our dirty linen at home and not drag it out before the world. You call yourselves representatives of the nation. It is not true. You are only deputies of the departments, a small portion of the state, inferior to the Senate, inferior even to the Council of State. The representatives of the people? I am alone the representative of the people. Twice have 24 million of French called me to the throne. Which of you durst undertake such a burden? It had already overwhelmed Écrasé, your assemblies and your conventions, your Vergniods and your Guadets, your Jacobins and your Girondins. They are all dead. Who are you? Nothing. All authority is in the throne. And what is the throne? This wooden frame covered with velvet? No, I am the throne. You have added wrong to reproaches. You have talked of concessions that even my enemies dared not ask. I suppose if they asked Champagne, you would have had me give them La Brie besides. But in 4 months I will conquer peace, or I shall be dead. You advise. How dare you debate of such high matters, to see graves and tourettes? You have put me in the front of the battle as the cause of war. It is infamous, c'est une atrocité. In all your committees you have excluded the Friends of Government, Extraordinary Commission Committee, of Finance Committee, of the Address, all my enemies. M. Lane, I repeat it, is a traitor. He is a wicked man, the others are mere intriguers. I do justice to the 11/12, but the factions I know and will pursue. Is it, I ask again, is it while the enemy is in France that you should have done this? But nature has gifted me with a determined courage. Nothing can overcome me. It cost my pride much too. I made that sacrifice. But I am above your miserable declamations. I was in need of consolation, and you would mortify me, but no, my victories shall crush your clamors. In 3 months we shall have peace, and you shall repent your folly. I am one of those who triumph or die. Go back to your departments. If any one of you dare to print your address, I shall publish it in the Moniteur with notes of my own. Go. France stands in more need of me than I do of France. I bear the 11/12 of you in my heart. I shall nominate the deputies to the 2 series which are vacant, and I shall reduce the legislative body to the discharge of its proper duties. The inhabitants of Alsace and Franche-Comté have more spirit than you. They ask me for arms, I send them, and one of my aides de camp will lead them against the enemy." In after conversations, he said of the legislative body that its members never came to Paris but to obtain some favors. They importuned the ministers from morning till night and complained if they were not immediately satisfied. When invited to dinner, they burn with envy at the splendor they see before them. I heard this from Cambaceres, who was present when the emperor made these remarks. Chapter 30. 1800. Bonaparte and Paul I. Lord Whitworth Baron Sprengporten's arrival at Paris balls admiration of Bonaparte, their close connection, and correspondence. The royal challenge General Macthe rode to Malmaison attempts at assassination, death of Washington national mourning ambitious calculation M. de Fontenelle. The skillful orator fate at the temple of Mars Murat's marriage with Caroline Bonaparte, Madame Bonaparte's pearls. The first communications between Bonaparte and Paul I commenced a short time after his accession to the consulate. Affairs then began to look a little less unfavorable for France. Already vague reports from Switzerland and the banks of the Rhine indicated a coldness existing between the Russians and the Austrians, and at the same time, symptoms of a misunderstanding between the courts of London and St. Petersburg began to be perceptible. The first consul, having in the meantime discovered the chivalrous and somewhat eccentric character of Paul I, thought the moment a propitious one to attempt breaking the bonds which united Russia and England. He was not the man to allow so fine an opportunity to pass, and he took advantage of it with his usual sagacity. The English had some time before refused to include in a cartel for the exchange of prisoners 7,000 Russians taken in Holland. Bonaparte ordered them all to be armed and clothed in new uniforms appropriate to the corps to which they had belonged, and sent them back to Russia, without ransom, without exchange, or any condition whatever. This judicious munificence was not thrown away. Paul I showed himself deeply sensible of it, and closely allied as he had lately been with England, he now, all at once, declared himself her enemy. This triumph of policy delighted the first consul. Thenceforth the consul and the Tsar became the best friends possible. They strove to outdo each other in professions of friendship, and it may be believed that Bonaparte did not fail to turn this contest of politeness to his own advantage. He so well worked upon the mind of Paul that he succeeded in obtaining a direct influence over the cabinet of St. Petersburg. Lord Whitworth, at that time the English ambassador in Russia, was ordered to quit the capital without delay, and to retire to Riga, which then became the focus of the intrigues of the north, which ended in the death of Paul. The English ships were seized in all the ports, and, at the pressing instance of the Tsar, a Prussian army menaced Hanover. Bonaparte lost no time, and, profiting by the friendship manifested towards him by the inheritor of Catherine's power, determined to make that friendship subservient to the execution of the vast plan which he had long conceived. He meant to undertake an expedition by land against the English colonies in the East Indies. The arrival of Baron Sprengporten at Paris caused great satisfaction among the partisans of the consular government, that is to say, almost everyone in Paris. M. Sprengporten was a native of Swedish Finland. He had been appointed by Catherine Chamberlain and lieutenant general of her forces, and he was not less in favor with Paul, who treated him in the most distinguished manner. He came on an extraordinary mission, being ostensibly clothed with the title of plenipotentiary, and at the same time appointed confidential minister to the consul. Bonaparte was extremely satisfied with the ambassador whom Paul had selected, and with the manner in which he described the emperor's gratitude for the generous conduct of the first consul. M. Sprengporten did not conceal the extent of Paul's dissatisfaction with his allies. The bad issue, he said, of the war with France had already disposed the Tsar to connect himself with that power, when the return of his troops at once determined him. We could easily perceive that Paul placed great confidence in M. Sprengporten. As he had satisfactorily discharged the mission with which he had been entrusted, Paul expressed pleasure at his conduct in several friendly and flattering letters, which Sprengporten always allowed us to read. No one could be fonder of France than he was, and he ardently desired that his first negotiations might lead to a long alliance between the Russian and French governments. The autograph and very frequent correspondence between Bonaparte and Paul passed through his hands. I read all Paul's letters, which were remarkable for the frankness with which his affection for Bonaparte was expressed. His admiration of the first consul was so great that no courtier could have written in a more flattering manner. This admiration was not feigned on the part of the Emperor of Russia. It was no less sincere than ardent, and of this he soon gave proofs. The violent hatred he had conceived towards the English government induced him to defy to single combat every monarch who would not declare war against England and shut his ports against English ships. He inserted a challenge to the King of Denmark in the St. Petersburg Court Gazette, but not choosing to apply officially to the Senate of Hamburg to order its insertion in the Correspondent, conducted by M. Stoves, he sent the article through Count Paulin to M. Schramm, a Hamburg merchant. The Count told M. Schramm that the Emperor would be much pleased to see the article of the St. Petersburg Court Gazette copied into the Correspondent, and that if it should be inserted, he wished to have a dozen copies of the paper printed on vellum and sent to him by an extraordinary courier. It was Paul's intention to send a copy to every sovereign in Europe, but this piece of folly, after the manner of Charles Roman XII, led to no further results. Bonaparte never felt greater satisfaction in the whole course of his life than he experienced from Paul's enthusiasm for him. The friendship of a sovereign seemed to him a step by which he was to become a sovereign himself. At the same time, the affairs of La Vendée began to assume a better aspect, and he hoped soon to effect that pacification in the interior which he so ardently desired. It was during the first consul's residence at the Luxembourg that the first report on the civil code was made to the legislative body. It was then, also, that the regulations for the management of the Bank of France were adopted, and that establishment so necessary to France was founded. There was at this time in Paris a man who has acquired an unfortunate celebrity, the most unlucky of modern generals in a word, General Mack. I should not notice that person here were it not for the prophetic judgment which Bonaparte then pronounced on him. Mack had been obliged to surrender himself at Championnet some time before our landing at Fréjus. He was received as a prisoner of war, and the town of Dijon had been appointed his place of residence, and there he remained until after the 18th Brumaire. Bonaparte, now consul, permitted him to come to Paris and to reside there on his parole. He applied for leave to go to Vienna, pledging himself to return again a prisoner to France if the Emperor Francis would not consent to exchange him for Generals Perignon and Grouchy, then prisoners in Austria. His request was not granted, but his proposition was forwarded to Vienna. The court of Vienna refused to accede to it, not placing perhaps so much importance on the deliverance of Mack as he had flattered himself it would. Bonaparte, speaking to me of him one day, said, "Mack is a man of the lowest mediocrity I ever saw in my life. He is full of self-sufficiency and conceit and believes himself equal to anything. He has no talent. I should like to see him opposed some day to one of our good generals. We should then see fine work. He is a boaster, and that is all. He is really one of the most silly men existing, and besides all that, he is unlucky." Was not this opinion of Bonaparte, formed on the past, fully verified by the future? It was at Malmaison that Bonaparte thus spoke of General Mack. That place was then far from resembling what it afterwards became, and the road to it was neither pleasant nor sure. There was not a house on the road, and in the evening, during the season when we were there, it was not frequented all the way from Saint-Germain. Those numerous vehicles, which the demands of luxury and an increasing population have created, did not then, as now, pass along the roads in the environs of Paris. Everywhere the road was solitary and dangerous, and I learned with certainty that many schemes were laid for carrying off the first consul during one of his evening journeys. They were unsuccessful, and orders were given to enclose the quarries, which were too near to the road. On Saturday evening Bonaparte left the Luxembourg, and afterwards the Tuileries, to go to Malmaison, and I cannot better express the joy he then appeared to experience than by comparing it to the delight of a schoolboy on getting a holiday. Before removing from the Luxembourg to the Tuileries, Bonaparte determined to dazzle the eyes of the Parisians by a splendid ceremony. He had appointed it to take place on the Ducati, Pluvios 29th February 1800, that is to say, 10 days before his final departure from the old directorial palace. These kinds of fêtes did not resemble what they afterwards became. Their attraction consisted in the splendor of military dress. And Bonaparte was always sure that whenever he mounted his horse, surrounded by a brilliant staff from which he was to be distinguished by the simplicity of his costume, his path would be crowded and himself greeted with acclamations by the people of Paris. The object of this fête was at first only to present to the Hôtel des Invalides, then called the Temple of Mars, 72 flags taken from the Turks in the Battle of Aboukir and brought from Egypt to Paris. But intelligence of Washington's death, who expired on the 14th of December 1799, having reached Bonaparte, he eagerly took advantage of that event to produce more effect, and mixed the morning cypress with the laurels he had collected in Egypt. Bonaparte did not feel much concerned at the death of Washington, that noble founder of rational freedom in the New World, but it afforded him an opportunity to mask his ambitious projects under the appearance of a love of liberty. In thus rendering honor to the memory of Washington, everybody would suppose that Bonaparte intended to imitate his example, and that their two names would pass in conjunction from mouth to mouth. A clever orator might be employed, who, while pronouncing a eulogium on the dead, would contrive to bestow some praise on the living, and when the people were applauding his love of liberty, he would find himself one step nearer the throne, on which his eyes were constantly fixed. When the proper time arrived, he would not fail to seize the crown, and would still cry, if necessary, "Vive la liberté," while placing it on his imperial head. The skillful orator was found, M. de Fontaines. L. de Fontaines, 1767–1821, became president of the Corps Legislatif, senator, and Grand Master of the University. He was the center of the literary group of the empire, was commissioned to pronounce the funeral eulogium on Washington, and the flowers of eloquence which he scattered about did not all fall on the hero of America. Lannes was entrusted by Bonaparte with the presentation of the flags, and on the 20th Pluvios he proceeded, accompanied by strong detachments of the cavalry then in Paris, to the Council Hall of the Invalids, where he was met by the Minister of War, who received the colors. All the ministers, the councillors of state, and generals were summoned to the presentation. Lannes pronounced a discourse, to which Berthier replied, and M. de Fontaines added his well-managed eloquence to the plain military oratory of the two generals. In the interior of this military temple, a statue of Mars sleeping had been placed, and from the pillars and roof were suspended the trophies of Denain, Fontenoy, and the campaign of Italy, which would still have decorated that edifice had not the demon of conquest possessed Bonaparte. Two invalids, each said to be 100 years old, stood beside the Minister of War, and the bust of the Emancipator of America was placed under the trophy composed of the flags of Aboukir. In a word, recourse was had to every sort of charlatanism usual on such occasions. In the evening there was a numerous assembly at the Luxembourg, and Bonaparte took much credit to himself for the effect produced on this remarkable day. He had only to wait 10 days for his removal to the Tuileries, and precisely on that day the national mourning for Washington was to cease, for which a general mourning for freedom might well have been substituted. I have said very little about Murat in the course of these memoirs, except mentioning the brilliant part he performed in several battles. Having now arrived at the period of his marriage with one of Napoleon's sisters, I take the opportunity of returning to the interesting events which preceded that alliance. His fine and well-proportioned form, his great physical strength and somewhat refined elegance of manner, the fire of his eye, and his fierce courage in battle, gave to Murat rather the character of one of those Prius chevaliers so well described by Ariosto and Tarot, than that a republican soldier. The nobleness of his look soon made the lowness of his birth be forgotten. He was affable, polished, gallant, and in the field of battle 20 men headed by Murat were worth a whole regiment. Once only he showed himself under the influence of fear, and the reader shall see in what circumstance it was that he ceased to be himself. Marshal Lannes, so brave and brilliant in war and so well able to appreciate courage, one day sharply rebuked a colonel for having punished a young officer just arrived from school at Fontainebleau because he gave evidence of fear in his first engagement. "No colonel," said he, "none but a poltroon, the term was even more strong, will boast that he never was afraid." Bourrienne. When Bonaparte in his first Italian campaign had forced Wurmser to retreat into Mantua with 28,000 men, he directed Mialis, with only 4,000 men, to oppose any sortie that might be attempted by the Austrian general. In one of these sorties, Murat, who was at the head of a very weak detachment, was ordered to charge Wurmser. He was afraid, neglected to execute the order, and in a moment of confusion said that he was wounded. Murat immediately fell into disgrace with the general-in-chief, whose aide-de-camp he was. Murat had been previously sent to Paris to present to the Directory the first colors taken by the French army of Italy in the actions of Dago and Mondovi, and it was on this occasion that he got acquainted with Madame Tallien and the wife of his general. But he already knew the beautiful Caroline Bonaparte, whom he had seen at Rome in the residence of her brother Joseph, who was then discharging the functions of ambassador of the Republic. It appears that Caroline was not even indifferent to him, and that he was the successful rival of the Princess Santa Croce's son, who eagerly sought the honor of her hand. Madame Tallien and Madame Bonaparte received with great kindness the first aide-de-camp, and as they possessed much influence with the Directory, they solicited and easily obtained for him the rank of brigadier general. It was somewhat remarkable at that time Murat, notwithstanding his newly acquired rank, to remain Bonaparte's aide-de-camp, the regulations not allowing a general-in-chief an aide-de-camp of higher rank than chief of brigade, which was equal to that of colonel. This insignificant act was, therefore, rather a hasty anticipation of the prerogatives everywhere reserved to princes and kings. It was after having discharged this commission that Murat, on his return to Italy, fell into disfavor with the general-in-chief. He indeed looked upon him with a sort of hostile feeling, and placed him in Reille's division and afterwards Barraghy de Hillier's. Consequently, when we went to Paris, after the Treaty of Campo Formio, Murat was not of the party. But as the ladies, with whom he was a great favorite, were not devoid of influence with the Minister of War, Murat was, by their interest, attached to the engineer corps in the expedition to Egypt. On board the Orient, he remained in the most complete disgrace. Bonaparte did not address a word to him during the passage, and in Egypt the general-in-chief always treated him with coldness and often sent him from the headquarters on disagreeable services. However, the general-in-chief having opposed him to Murad Bey, Murat performed such prodigies of valor in every perilous encounter that he effaced the transitory stain which a momentary hesitation under the walls of Mantua had left on his character. Finally, Murat so powerfully contributed to the success of the day at Aboukir that Bonaparte, glad to be able to carry another laurel plucked in Egypt to France, forgot the fault which had made so unfavorable an impression, and was inclined to efface from his memory other things that he had heard to the disadvantage of Murat. For I have good reasons for believing, though Bonaparte never told me so, that Murat's name, as well as that of Charles, escaped from the lips of Junot when he made his indiscreet communication to Bonaparte at the walls of Messaoudia. The charge of grenadiers, commanded by Murat on the 19th Brumaire in the Hall of the 500, dissipated all the remaining traces of dislike. And in those moments when Bonaparte's political views subdued every other sentiment of his mind, the rival of the Prince Santa Croce received the command of the consular guard. Joachim Murat, 1770–1616, the son of an innkeeper, aide-de-camp to Napoleon in Italy, etc., Marshal 1804, Prince in 1806, Grand Admiral, Grand Duc de Bourget de Clesves 1808, King of Naples. Shot by Bourbons 13th October 1815. Married Caroline Bonaparte, third sister of Napoleon, 20th January 1800. It may reasonably be supposed that Madame Bonaparte, in endeavoring to win the friendship of Murat by aiding his promotion, had in view to gain one partisan more to oppose to the family and brothers of Bonaparte, and of this kind of support she had much need. Their jealous hatred was displayed on every occasion, and the amiable Josephine, whose only fault was being too much of the woman, was continually tormented by sad presentiments. Carried away by the easiness of her character, she did not perceive that the coquetry which enlisted for her so many defenders also supplied her implacable enemies with weapons to use against her. In this state of things, Josephine, who was well convinced that she had attached Murat to herself by the bonds of friendship and gratitude, and ardently desired to see him united to Bonaparte by a family connection, favored with all her influence his marriage with Caroline. She was not ignorant that a close intimacy had already sprung up at Milan between Caroline and Murat, and she was the first to propose a marriage. Murat hesitated and went to consult M. Collat, who was a good advisor in all things and whose intimacy with Bonaparte had initiated him into all the secrets of the family. M. Collat advised Murat to lose no time, but to go to the first consul and formally demand the hand of his sister. Murat followed his advice. Did he do well? It was to this step that he owed the throne of Naples. If he had abstained, he would not have been shot at Pizzo. Sed ipsi de fata rumper non passant. However that might be, Bonaparte received, more in the manner of a sovereign than of a brother in arms, the proposal of Murat. He heard him with unmoved gravity, said that he would consider the matter, but gave no positive answer. This affair was, as may be supposed, the subject of conversation in the evening in the salon of the Luxembourg. Madame Bonaparte employed all her powers of persuasion to obtain the first consul's consent, and her efforts were seconded by Hortense, Eugene, and myself. Murat, said he among other things, Murat is an innkeeper's son. In the elevated rank where glory and fortune have placed me, I never can mix his blood with mine. Besides, there is no hurry. I shall see by and by. We forcibly described to him the reciprocal affection of the two young people, and did not fail to bring to his observation Murat's devoted attachment to his person, his splendid courage and noble conduct in Egypt. Yes, said he, with warmth, I agree with you. Murat was superb at Aboukir. We did not allow so favorable a moment to pass by. We redoubled our entreaties, and at last he consented. When we were together in his cabinet in the evening, "Well, Bourrienne," said he to me, "you ought to be satisfied, and so am I, too, everything considered. Murat is suited to my sister, and then no one can say that I am proud or seek grand alliances. If I had given my sister to a noble, all your Jacobins would have raised a cry of counter-revolution. Besides, I am very glad that my wife is interested in this marriage, and you may easily suppose the cause. Since it is determined on, I will hasten it forward. We have no time to lose. If I go to Italy, I will take Murat with me. I must strike a decisive blow there. Adieu." When I entered the first consul's chamber at 7 o'clock the next day, he appeared even more satisfied than on the preceding evening with the resolution he had taken. I easily perceived that in spite of all his cunning, he had failed to discover the real motive which had induced Josephine to take so lively an interest respecting Murat's marriage with Caroline. Still, Bonaparte's satisfaction plainly showed that his wife's eagerness for the marriage had removed all doubt in his mind of the falsity of the calumnious reports which had prevailed respecting her intimacy with Murat. The marriage of Murat and Caroline was celebrated at the Luxembourg, but with great modesty. The first consul did not yet think that his family affairs were affairs of state, but previously to the celebration, a little comedy was enacted in which I was obliged to take a part, and I will relate how. At the time of the marriage of Murat, Bonaparte had not much money, and therefore only gave his sister a dowry of 30,000 francs. Still, thinking it necessary to make her a marriage present, and not possessing the means to purchase a suitable one, he took a diamond necklace which belonged to his wife and gave it to the bride. Josephine was not at all pleased with this robbery, and taxed her wits to discover some means of replacing her necklace. Josephine was aware that the celebrated jeweler fancier possessed a magnificent collection of fine pearls which had belonged, as he said, to the late Queen Marie Antoinette. Having ordered them to be brought to her to examine them, she thought there were sufficient to make a very fine necklace. But to make the purchase 250,000 francs were required, and how to get them was the difficulty. Madame Bonaparte had recourse to Berthier, who was then Minister of War. Berthier, after biting his nails according to his usual habit, set about the liquidation of the debts due for the hospital service in Italy with as much speed as possible. And as in those days, the contractors whose claims were admitted overflowed with gratitude towards their patrons, through whom they obtained payment, the pearls soon passed from Foncier's shop to the casket of Madame Bonaparte. The pearls being thus obtained, there was still another difficulty, which Madame Bonaparte did not at first think of. How was she to wear a necklace purchased without her husband's knowledge? Indeed, it was the more difficult for her to do so as the first consul knew very well that his wife had no money, and being, if I may be allowed the expression, something of the busybody, he knew, or believed he knew, all Josephine's jewels. The pearls were therefore condemned to remain more than a fortnight in Madame Bonaparte's casket without her daring to use them. What a punishment for a woman! At length her vanity overcame her prudence, and being unable to conceal the jewels any longer, she one day said to me, "Bourrienne, there is to be a large party here tomorrow, and I absolutely must wear my pearls. But you know he will grumble if he notices them. I beg, Bourrienne, that you will keep near me. If he asks me where I got my pearls, I must tell him, without hesitation, that I have had them a long time." Everything happened as Josephine feared and hoped. Bonaparte, on seeing the pearls, did not fail to say to Madame, "What is it you have got there? How fine you are today! Where did you get these pearls? I think I never saw them before." "Oh, mon Dieu, you have seen them a dozen times. It is the necklace which the Cisalpine Republic gave me and which I now wear in my hair. But I think, stay, ask Bourrienne, he will tell you." "Well, Bourrienne, what do you say to it? Do you recollect the necklace?" "Yes, General, I recollect very well seeing it before." This was not untrue, for Madame Bonaparte had previously shown me the pearls. Besides, she had received a pearl necklace from the Cisalpine Republic, but of incomparably less value than that purchased from Foncier. Josephine performed her part with charming dexterity, and I did not act amiss the character of accomplice assigned me in this little comedy. Bonaparte had no suspicions. When I saw the easy confidence with which Madame Bonaparte got through this scene, I could not help recollecting Suzanne's reflection on the readiness with which well-bred ladies can tell falsehoods without seeming to do so. Chapter 31. 1813. The flag of the Army of Italy and the eagles of 1813 entrance of the Allies into Switzerland summons to the Minister of Police. My refusal to accept a mission to Switzerland interviews with M. de Talleyrand, and the Duc de Puysanceoffer of a dukedom, and the Grand Cordon of the Legion of Honor definitive refusal the Duc de Vicence's message to me in 1815 commencement of the siege of Hamburg Bridge 2, leagues long executions, at Lubeck scarcity of provisions, in Hamburg banishment of the inhabitants men bastinadoed and women whipped hospitality of the inhabitants of Altona. I am now arrived at the most critical period in Napoleon's career. What reflections must he have made, if he had had leisure to reflect, in comparing the recollections of his rising glory with the sad picture of his falling fortune? What a contrast presents itself when we compare the famous flag of the Army of Italy, which the youthful conqueror, Bonaparte, carried to the Directory, with those drooping eagles who had now to defend the eyrie whence they had so often taken flight to spread their triumphant wings over Europe. Here we see the difference between liberty and absolute power. Napoleon, the son of liberty, to whom he owed everything, had disowned his mother, and was now about to fall. Those glorious triumphs were now over when the people of Italy consoled themselves for defeat and submitted to the magical power of that liberty which preceded the republican armies. Now, on the contrary, it was to free themselves from a despotic yoke that the nations of Europe had in their turn taken up arms and were preparing to invade France. With the violation of the Swiss territory by the Allied armies, after the consent of the cantons, is connected a fact of great importance in my life, and which, if I had chosen, might have made a great difference in my destiny. On Tuesday, the 28th of December, I dined with my old friend, M. Pirlot, and on leaving home I was in the habit of saying where I might be found in case I should be wanted. At 9 o'clock at night, an express arrived from the Minister of Police desiring me to come immediately to his office. I confess, considering the circumstances of the times, and knowing the Emperor's prejudices against me, such a request coming at such an hour made me feel some uneasiness, and I expected nothing less than a journey to Vincennes. The Duc de Rovigo, by becoming responsible for me, had as yet warded off the blow, and the supervision to which the Emperor had subjected me thanks to the good offices of Davoust consisted in going 3 times a week to show myself to Savory. I accordingly, having first borrowed a nightcap, repaired to the hotel of the Minister of Police. I was ushered into a well-lighted room, and when I entered I found Savory waiting for me. He was in full costume, from which I concluded he had just come from the Emperor. Advancing towards me with an air which showed he had no bad news to communicate, he thus addressed me. "Bourrienne, I have just come from the Emperor, who asked me where you were. I told him you were in Paris, and that I saw you often." "Well," continued the Emperor, "bid him come to me, I want to employ him. It is 3 years since he has had anything to do. I wish to send him as minister to Switzerland, but he must set off directly. He must go to the Allies. He understands German well. the King of Prussia expressed by letter satisfaction at his conduct towards the Prussians whom the war forced to retire to Hamburg. He knows Prince Wittgenstein, who is the friend of the King of Prussia and probably is at Lorech. He will see all the Germans who are there. I confidently rely on him and believe his journey will have a good result. Caulaincourt will give him his instructions. Notwithstanding my extreme surprise at this communication, I replied without hesitation that I could not accept the mission, that it was offered too late. It perhaps is hoped, said I, that the Bridge of Bale will be destroyed and that Switzerland will preserve her neutrality. But I do not believe any such thing, nay more, I know positively to the contrary. I can only repeat the offer comes much too late. I am very sorry for this resolution, observed Savory, but Caulaincourt will perhaps persuade you. The Emperor wishes you to go to the Duc de Vicence tomorrow at 1 o'clock. He will acquaint you with all the particulars and give you your instructions. He may acquaint me with whatever he chooses, but I will not go to Lorech. You know the Emperor better than I do. He wishes you to go, and he will not pardon your refusal. He may do as he pleases, but no consideration shall induce me to go to Switzerland. You are wrong, but you will reflect on the matter between this and tomorrow morning. Night will bring good counsel. At any rate, do not fail to go tomorrow at 1 o'clock to Caulaincourt. He expects you, and directions will be given to admit you immediately. Next morning, the first thing I did was to call on M. de Talleyrand. I told him what had taken place, and as he was intimately acquainted with Caulaincourt, I begged him to speak to that minister in favor of my resolution. M. de Talleyrand approved of my determination not to go to Switzerland, and at 1 o'clock precisely, I proceeded to M. de Caulaincourt's. He told me all he had been instructed to say. From the manner in which he made the communication, I concluded that he himself considered the proposed mission a disagreeable one, and unlikely to be attended by any useful result. I observed that he must have heard from Savory that I had already expressed my determination to decline the mission which the Emperor had been pleased to offer me. The Duc de Vicence then, in a very friendly way, detailed the reasons which ought to induce me to accept the offer, and did not disguise from me that by persisting in my determination I ran the risk of raising Napoleon's doubts as to my opinions and future intentions. I replied that, having lived for 3 years as a private individual, unconnected with public affairs, I should have no influence at the headquarters of the Allies, and that whatever little ability I might be supposed to possess, that would not counterbalance the difficulties of my situation and the opinion that I was out of favor. I added that I should appear at the headquarters without any decoration, without even that of the cordon of the Legion of Honor to which the Emperor attached so much importance, and the want of which would almost have the appearance of disgrace. And I said that these trifles, however slightly valued by reasonable men, were not, as he well knew, without their influence on the men with whom I should have to treat. If that be all, replied Caulaincourt, the obstacle will speedily be removed. I am authorized by the Emperor to tell you that he will create you a duke and give you the grand cordon of the Legion of Honor. After these words, I thought I was dreaming, and I was almost inclined to believe that Caulaincourt was jesting with me. However, the offer was serious, and I will not deny that it was tempting, yet I nevertheless persisted in the refusal I had given. At length, after some further conversation and renewed but useless entreaties on the part of M. de Caulaincourt, he arose, which was a signal that our interview was terminated. I acknowledge I remained for a moment in doubt how to act, for I felt we had come to no understanding. M. de Caulaincourt advanced slowly towards the door of his cabinet. If I went away without knowing his opinion, I had done nothing. Addressing him, therefore, by his surname, Caulaincourt, said I, you have frequently assured me that you would never forget the services I rendered to you and your family at a time when I possessed some influence. I know you, and therefore speak to you without disguise. I do not now address myself to the Emperor's minister, but to Caulaincourt. You are a man of honor, and I can open my heart to you frankly. Consider the embarrassing situation of France, which you know better than I do. I do not ask you for your secrets, but I myself know enough. I will tell you candidly that I am convinced the enemy will pass the Rhine in a few days. The Emperor has been deceived, I should not have time to reach my destination, and I should be laughed at. My correspondents in Germany have made me acquainted with every particular. Now, Caulaincourt, tell me honestly, If you were in my place, and I in yours, and I should make this proposition to you, what determination would you adopt? I observed from the expression of Caulaincourt's countenance that my question had made an impression on him, and affectionately pressing my hand, he said, "I would do as you do. Enough. I will arrange the business with the emperor." This reply seemed to remove a weight from my mind, and I left Caulaincourt with feelings of gratitude. I felt fully assured that he would settle the business satisfactorily, and in this conjecture I was not deceived, for I heard no more of the matter. I must here go forward a year to relate another occurrence in which the Duc de Vicence and I were concerned. When, in March 1815, the king appointed me prefect of police, M. de Caulaincourt sent to me a confidential person to inquire whether he ran any risk in remaining in Paris, or whether he had better remove. He had been told that his name was inscribed in a list of individuals whom I had received orders to arrest. Delighted at this proof of confidence, I returned the following answer by the Duc de Vicence's messenger. "Tell M. de Caulaincourt that I do not know where he lives. He need be under no apprehension. I will answer for him." During the campaign of 1813, the Allies, after driving the French out of Saxony and obliging them to retreat towards the Rhine, besieged Hamburg, where Davoust was shut up with a garrison of 30,000 men, resolutely determined to make it a second Saragossa. From the month of September, every day augmented the number of the Allied troops, who were already making rapid progress on the left bank of the Elbe. Davoust endeavored to fortify Hamburg on so extended a scale that, in the opinion of the most experienced military men, it would have required a garrison of 60,000 men to defend it in a regular and protracted siege. At the commencement of the siege, Davoust lost Vandamme, who was killed in a sortie at the head of a numerous corps, which was inconsiderately sacrificed. It is but justice to admit that Davoust displayed great activity in the defense, and began by laying in large supplies. Vandamme fought under Grouchy in 1815, and died several years afterwards. This killing him at Hamburg is one of the curious mistakes seized on by the Bonapartists to deny the authenticity of these memoirs. General Bertrand was directed to construct a bridge to form a communication between Hamburg and Harburg by joining the islands of the Elbe to the continent along a total distance of about 2 leagues. This bridge was to be built of wood, and Davoust seized upon all the timber yards to supply materials for its construction. In the space of 83 days, the bridge was finished. It was a very magnificent structure, its length being 25-29 toises, exclusive of the lines of junction formed on the 2 islands. The inhabitants were dreadfully oppressed, but all the cruel measures and precautions of the French were ineffectual, for the Allies advanced in great force and occupied Westphalia, which movement obliged the governor of Hamburg to recall to the town the different detachments scattered round Hamburg. At Lübeck, the departure of the French troops was marked by blood. Before they evacuated the town, an old man and a butcher named Prahl were condemned to be shot. The butcher's crime consisted in having said, in speaking of the French, "Der Teufel hole sei," "the devil take them." The old man fortunately escaped his threatened fate, but notwithstanding the entreaties and tears of the inhabitants, the sentence upon Prahl was carried into execution. The garrison of Hamburg was composed of French, Italian, and Dutch troops. Their number at first amounted to 30,000, but sickness made great havoc among them. From 60 to 80 perished daily in the hospitals. When the garrison evacuated Hamburg in May 1814, it was reduced to about 15,000 men. In the month of December, provisions began to diminish, and there was no possibility of renewing the supply. The poor were first of all made to leave the town, and afterwards all persons who were not usefully employed. It is no exaggeration to estimate at 50,000 the number of persons who were thus exiled. The colonel commanding the gendarmerie at Hamburg notified to the exiled inhabitants that those who did not leave the town within the prescribed time would receive 50 blows with a cane and afterwards be driven out. But if penance may be commuted with priests, so it may with gendarmes. Delinquents contrived to purchase their escape from the bastinado by a sum of money, and French gallantry substituted with respect to females the birch for the cane. I saw an order directing all female servants to be examined as to their health unless they could produce certificates from their masters. On the 25th of December, the government granted 24 hours longer to persons who were ordered to quit the town. And 2 days after this indulgence, an ordinance was published declaring that those who should return to the town after once leaving, it were to be considered as rebels and accomplices of the enemy, and as such condemned to death by a provincial court. But this was not enough. At the end of December, people, without distinction of sex or age, were dragged from their beds and conveyed out of the town on a cold night, when the thermometer was between 16 or 18 degrees, and it was affirmed that several old men perished in this removal. Those who survived were left on the outside of the Altona gates. At Altona, they all found refuge and assistance. On Christmas Day, 7,000 of these unfortunate persons were received in the house of M. Rainville, formerly aide-de-camp to Dumouriez, and who left France together with that general. His house, which was at Holstein, was usually the scene of brilliant entertainments, but it was converted into the abode of misery, mourning, and death. All possible attention was bestowed on the unfortunate outlaws, but few profited by it, and what is worse, the inhabitants of Altona suffered for their generosity. Many of the unfortunate persons were affected with the epidemic disease which was raging in Hamburg, and which in consequence broke out at Altona. All means of raising money in Hamburg being exhausted, a seizure was made of the funds of the bank of that city, which yet contained from 7 to 8 millions of marks. Were those who ordered this measure not aware that to seize on the funds of some of the citizens of Hamburg was an injury to all foreigners who had funds in the bank? Such is a brief statement of the vexations and cruelties which long oppressed this unfortunate city. Napoleon accused Hamburg of Anglomania, and by ruining her he thought to ruin England. Hamburg, feeble and bereft of her sources, could only complain, like Jerusalem when besieged by Titus. Plorens, ploravit in noct. Chapter 32. 1813–1814. Prince Eugene and the affairs of Italy. The army of Italy, on the frontiers of Austria-Eugene's, regret at the defection of the Bavarians Murat's dissimulation and perfidy his treaty with Austria hostilities, followed by a declaration of war. Murat, abandoned by the French general's proclamation from Paris. Murat's success gigantic scheme of Napoleon, advised to join the Jacobins. His refusal armament of the National Guard. The Emperor's farewell to the officers. The Congress of Chatelain refusal of an armistice. Napoleon's character displayed in his negotiations. Opening of the Congress discussions. Rupture of the conferences. I want now to proceed to notice the affairs of Italy and the principal events of the Viceroyalty of Eugene. In order to throw together all that I have to say about the Viceroy, I must anticipate the order of time. After the campaign of 1812, when Eugene revisited Italy, he was promptly informed of the more than doubtful dispositions of Austria towards France. He then made preparations for raising an army capable of defending the country, which the Emperor had committed to his safeguard. Napoleon was fully aware how much advantage he would derive from the presence on the northern frontiers of Italy of an army sufficiently strong to harass Austria, in case she should draw aside the transparent veil which still covered her policy. Eugene did all that depended on him to meet the Emperor's wishes, but in spite of his efforts, the army of Italy was, after all, only an imaginary army to those who could compare the number of men actually enrolled with the numbers stated in the lists. When, in July 1813, the Viceroy was informed of the turn taken by the negotiations at the shadow of a Congress assembled at Prague, he had no longer any doubt of the renewal of hostilities, and foreseeing an attack on Italy, he resolved as speedily as possible to approach the frontiers of Austria. He had succeeded in assembling an army composed of French and Italians, and amounting to 45,000 infantry and 5,000 cavalry. On the renewal of hostilities, the Viceroy's headquarters were at Udine. Down to the month of April 1814, he succeeded in maintaining a formidable attitude, and in defending the entrance of his kingdom by dint of that military talent which was to be expected in a man bred in the great school of Napoleon, and whom the army looked up to as one of its most skillful generals. During the great and unfortunate events of 1813, all eyes had been fixed on Germany and the Rhine, but the defection of Murat for a time diverted attention to Italy. That event did not so very much surprise me, for I had not forgotten my conversation with the King of Naples in the Champs-Élysées, with which I have made the reader acquainted. At first, Murat's defection was thought incredible by everyone, and it highly excited Bonaparte's indignation. Another defection which occurred about the same period deeply distressed Eugene, for although raised to the rank of a prince, and almost a sovereign, he was still a man, and an excellent man. He was united to the Princess Amelia of Bavaria, who was as amiable and as much beloved as he, and he had the deep mortification to count the subjects of his father-in-law among the enemies whom he would probably have to combat. Fearing lest he should be harassed by the Bavarians on the side of the Tyrol, Eugene commenced his retrograde movement in the autumn of 1813. He at first fell back on the Tagliamento and successively on the Adige. On reaching that river, the army of Italy was considerably diminished, in spite of all Eugene's care of his troops. About the end of November, Eugene learned that a Neapolitan corps was advancing upon Upper Italy, part taking the direction of Rome and part that of Ancona. The object of the King of Naples was to take advantage of the situation of Europe, and he was duped by the promises held out to him as the reward of his treason. Murat seemed to have adopted the artful policy of Austria, for not only had he determined to join the coalition, but he was even maintaining communications with England and Austria, while at the same time he was making protestations of fidelity to his engagements with Napoleon. When first informed of Murat's treason by the viceroy, the emperor refused to believe it. "No," he exclaimed to those about him, "it cannot be. Murat, to whom I have given my sister, Murat, to whom I have given a throne, Eugene must be misinformed. It is impossible that Murat has declared himself against me." It was, however, not only possible but true. Gradually throwing aside the dissimulation beneath which he had concealed his designs, Murat seemed inclined to renew the policy of Italy during the 15th and 16th centuries, when the art of deceiving was deemed by the Italian governments the most sublime effort of genius. Without any declaration of war, Murat ordered the Neapolitan general, who occupied Rome, to assume the supreme command in the Roman states and to take possession of the country. General Mialis, who commanded the French troops in Rome, could only throw himself, with his handful of men, into the castle of St. Angelo, the famous mole of Adrian, in which was long preserved the treasury of Sixtus V. The French general soon found himself blockaded by the Neapolitan troops, who also blockaded Civita Vecchia and Ancona. The treaty concluded between Murat and Austria was definitively signed on the 11th of January 1814. As soon as he was informed of it, the viceroy, certain that he should soon have to engage with the Neapolitans, was obliged to renounce the preservation of the line of the Adige, the Neapolitan army being in the rear of his right wing. He accordingly ordered a retrograde movement to the other side of the Mincio, where his army was cantoned. In this position, Prince Eugene, on the 8th of February, had to engage with the Austrians, who had come up with him, and the victory of the Mincio arrested, for some time, the invasion of the Austrian army and its junction with the Neapolitan troops. It was not until 8 days after that Murat officially declared war against the emperor, and immediately several general and superior officers and many French troops who were in his service abandoned him and repaired to the headquarters of the viceroy. Murat made endeavors to detain them. They replied that as he had declared war against France, no Frenchman who loved his country could remain in his service. "Do you think," returned he, "that my heart is less French than yours? On the contrary, I am much to be pitied. I hear of nothing but the disasters of the Grand Army. I have been obliged to enter into a treaty with the Austrians and an arrangement with the English, commanded by Lord Bentinck, in order to save my kingdom from a threatened landing of the English and the Sicilians, which would infallibly have excited an insurrection." There could not be a more ingenuous confession of the antipathy which Joachim knew the Neapolitans to entertain towards his person and government. His address to the French was ineffectual. It was easy to foresee what would ensue. The viceroy soon received an official communication from Napoleon's war minister, accompanied by an imperial decree, recalling all the French who were in the service of Joachim, and declaring that all who were taken with arms in their hands should be tried by a court-martial as traitors to their country. Murat commenced by gaining advantages which could not be disputed. His troops almost immediately took possession of Leghorn and the citadel of Ancona, and the French were obliged to evacuate Tuscany. The defection of Murat overthrew one of Bonaparte's gigantic conceptions. He had planned that Murat and Eugene with their combined forces should march on the rear of the Allies, while he, disputing the soil of France with the invaders, should multiply obstacles to their advance. The King of Naples and the Viceroy of Italy were to march upon Vienna and make Austria tremble in the heart of her capital before the timid million of her allies, who measured their steps as they approached Paris, should desecrate by their presence the capital of France. When informed of the vast project, which, however, was but the dream of a moment, I immediately recognized that eagle glance, that power of discovering great resources in great calamities, so peculiar to Bonaparte. Napoleon was yet Emperor of France, but he who had imposed on all Europe treaties of peace no less disastrous than the wars which had preceded them, could not now obtain an armistice. And Caulaincourt, who was sent to treat for one at the camp of the Allies, spent 20 days at Luneville before he could even obtain permission to pass the advanced posts of the invading army. In vain did Caulaincourt entreat Napoleon to sacrifice, or at least resign temporarily, a portion of that glory acquired in so many battles, and which nothing could efface in history. Napoleon replied, "I will sign whatever you wish. To obtain peace I will exact no condition, but I will not dictate my own humiliation." This concession, of course, amounted to a determination not to sign or to grant anything. In the first fortnight of January 1814, one-third of France was invaded, and it was proposed to form a new Congress, to be held at Châtellon-sur-Seine. The situation of Napoleon grew daily worse and worse. He was advised to seek extraordinary resources in the interior of the empire, and was reminded of the 14 armies which rose, as if by enchantment, to defend France at the commencement of the Revolution. Finally, a reconciliation with the Jacobins, a party who had power to call up masses to aid him, was recommended. For a moment, he was inclined to adopt this advice. He rode on horseback through the suburbs of St. Antoine and St. Marceau, courted the populace, affectionately replied to their acclamations, and he thought he saw the possibility of turning to account the attachment which the people evinced for him. On his return to the palace, some prudent persons ventured to represent to him that, instead of courting this absurd sort of popularity, it would be more advisable to rely on the nobility and the higher classes of society. "Gentlemen," replied he, "you may say what you please, but in the situation in which I stand my only nobility is the rabble of the faubourgs, and I know of no rabble but the nobility whom I have created." This was a strange compliment to all ranks, for it was only saying that they were all rabble together. At this time the Jacobins were disposed to exert every effort to serve him, but they required to have their own way and to be allowed freely to excite and foster revolutionary sentiments. The press, which groaned under the most odious and intolerable censorship, was to be wholly resigned to them. I do not state these facts from hearsay. I happened by chance to be present at 2 conferences in which were set forward projects infected with the odor of the clubs, and these projects were supported with the more assurance because their success was regarded as certain. Though I had not seen Napoleon since my departure for Hamburg, yet I was sufficiently assured of his feeling towards the Jacobins to be convinced that he would have nothing to do with them. I was not wrong. On hearing of the price they set on their services, he said, "This is too much. I shall have a chance of deliverance in battle, but I shall have none with these furious blockheads. There can be nothing in common between the demagogic principles of '93 and the monarchy, between clubs of madmen and a regular ministry, between a committee of public safety and an emperor, between revolutionary tribunals and established laws. If fall I must, I will not bequeath France to the revolution from which I have delivered her." These were golden words, and Napoleon thought of a more noble and truly national mode of parrying the danger which threatened him. He ordered the enrollment of the National Guard of Paris, which was placed under the command of Marshal Moncey. A better choice could not have been made, but the staff of the National Guard was a focus of hidden intrigues in which the defense of Paris was less thought about than the means of taking advantage of Napoleon's overthrow. I was made a captain in this guard, and, like the rest of the officers, I was summoned to the Tuileries on the 23rd of January, when the Emperor took leave of the National Guard previously to his departure from Paris to join the army. Napoleon entered with the Empress. He advanced with a dignified step, leading by the hand his son, who was not yet 3 years old. It was long since I had seen him. He had grown very corpulent, and I remarked on his pale countenance an expression of melancholy and irritability. The habitual movement of the muscles of his neck was more decided and more frequent than formerly. I shall not attempt to describe what were my feelings during this ceremony, when I again saw, after a long separation, the friend of my youth, who had become master of Europe, and was now on the point of sinking beneath the efforts of his enemies. There was something melancholy in this solemn and impressive ceremony. I have rarely witnessed such profound silence in so numerous an assembly. At length Napoleon, in a voice as firm and sonorous as when he used to harangue his troops in Italy or in Egypt, but without that air of confidence which then beamed on his countenance, delivered to the assembled officers an address which was published in all the journals of the time. At the commencement of this address he said, "I set out this night to take the command of the army. On quitting the capital, I confidently leave behind me my wife and my son, in whom so many hopes are centered." I listened attentively to Napoleon's address, and though he delivered it firmly, he either felt or feigned emotion. Whether or not the emotion was sincere on his part, it was shared by many present, and for my own part, one confessed that my feelings were deeply moved when he uttered the words, "I leave you my wife and my son." At that moment, my eyes were fixed on the young prince, and the interest with which he inspired me was equally unconnected with the splendor which surrounded and the misfortunes which threatened him. I beheld in the interesting child not the King of Rome, but the son of my old friend. All day long afterwards I could not help feeling depressed while comparing the farewell scene of the morning with the day on which we took possession of the Tuileries. How many centuries seemed the 14 years which separated the two events? It may be worthwhile to remind those who are curious in comparing dates that Napoleon, the successor of Louis Roman XVI, and who had become the nephew of that monarch by his marriage with the niece of Marie Antoinette, took leave of the National Guard of Paris on the anniversary of the fatal 21st of January, after 25 years of successive terror, fear, hope, glory, and misfortune. Meanwhile, a congress was opened at Châtellon-sur-Seine, at which were assembled the Duke of Vicenza on the part of France, Lords Aderdine and Cathcart, and Sir Charles Stuart as the representatives of England, Count Razumovsky on the part of Russia, Count Stadion for Austria, and Count Humboldt for Prussia. Before the opening of the Congress, the Duke of Vicenza, in conformity with the Emperor's orders, demanded an armistice, which is almost invariably granted during negotiations for peace. But it was now too late. The Allies had long since determined not to listen to any such demand. They therefore answered the Duke of Vicenza's application by requiring that the propositions for peace should be immediately signed. But these were not the propositions of Frankfurt. The Allies established as their bases the limits of the old French monarchy. They conceived themselves authorized in so doing by their success and by their situation. To estimate rightly Napoleon's conduct during the negotiations for peace which took place in the conferences at Châtellon, it is necessary to bear in mind the organization he had received from nature, and the ideas with which that organization had imbued him at an early period of life. If the last negotiations of his expiring reign be examined with due attention and impartiality, it will appear evident that the causes of his fall arose out of his character. I cannot range myself among those adulators who have accused the persons about him with having dissuaded him from peace. Did he not say at St. Helena, in speaking of the negotiations at Châtellon, "A thunderbolt alone could have saved us. To treat, to conclude, was to yield foolishly to the enemy." These words forcibly portray Napoleon's character. It must also be borne in mind how much he was captivated by the immortality of the great names which history has bequeathed to our admiration, and which are perpetuated from generation to generation. Napoleon was resolved that his name should re-echo in ages to come, from the palace to the cottage. To live without fame appeared to him an anticipated death. If, however, in this thirst for glory, not for notoriety, he conceived the wish to surpass Alexander and Caesar, he never desired the renown of Erostratus, and I will say again what I have said before, that if he committed actions to be condemned, it was because he considered them as steps which helped him to place himself on the summit of immortality on which he wished to place his name. Witness what he wrote to his brother Jerome, "Better never to have lived than to live without glory." Witness also what he wrote later to his brother Louis, "It is better to die as a king than to live as a prince." How often in the days of my intimacy with Bonaparte has he not said to me, "Who knows the names of those kings who have passed from the thrones on which chance or birth seated them? They lived and died unnoticed." The learned, perhaps, may find them mentioned in old archives, and a medal or a coin dug from the earth may reveal to antiquarians the existence of a sovereign of whom they had never before heard. But, on the contrary, when we hear the names of Cyrus, Alexander, Caesar, Mahomet, Charlemagne, Henry Roman IV, and Louis Roman XIV, we are immediately among our intimate acquaintance. I must add that when Napoleon thus spoke to me in the gardens of Malmaison, he only repeated what had often fallen from him in his youth, for his character and his ideas never varied. The change was in the objects to which they were applied. From his boyhood, Napoleon was fond of reading the history of the great men of antiquity, and what he chiefly sought to discover was the means by which those men had become great. He remarked that military glory secures more extended fame than the arts of peace and the noble efforts which contribute to the happiness of mankind. History informs us that great military talent and victory often give the power, which, in its turn, procures the means of gratifying ambition. Napoleon was always persuaded that that power was essential to him in order to bend men to his will and to stifle all discussions on his conduct. It was his established principle never to sign a disadvantageous peace. To him, a tarnished crown was no longer a crown. He said one day to M. de Caulaincourt, who was pressing him to consent to sacrifices, "Courage may defend a crown, but infamy never." In all the last acts of Napoleon's career, I can retrace the impress of his character. As I had often recognized in the great actions of the emperor, the execution of a thought conceived by the general-in-chief of the army of Italy. On the opening of the Congress, the Duke of Vicenza, convinced that he could no longer count on the natural limits of France promised at Frankfurt by the Allies, demanded new powers. Those limits were doubtless the result of reasonable concessions, and they had been granted even after the Battle of Leipzig. But it was now necessary that Napoleon's minister should show himself ready to make further concessions if he wished to be allowed to negotiate. The Congress was opened on the 5th of February, and on the 7th, the plenipotentiaries of the Allied powers declared themselves categorically. They inserted in the protocol that after the successes which had favored their armies, they insisted on France being restored to her old limits, such as they were during the monarchy before the Revolution, and that she should renounce all direct influence beyond her future limits. This proposition appeared so extraordinary to M. de Caulaincourt that he requested the sitting might be suspended, since the conditions departed too far from his instructions to enable him to give an immediate answer. The plenipotentiaries of the Allied powers acceded to his request, and the continuation of the sitting was postponed till 8 in the evening. When it was resumed, the Duke of Vicenza renewed his promise to make the greatest sacrifices for the attainment of peace. He added that the amount of the sacrifices necessarily depended on the amount of the compensations, and that he could not determine on any concession or compensation without being made acquainted with the whole. He wished to have a general plan of the views of the Allies, and he requested that their plenipotentiaries would explain themselves decidedly respecting the number and description of the sacrifices and compensations to be demanded. It must be acknowledged that the Duke of Vicenza perfectly fulfilled the views of the emperor in thus protracting and gaining time by subtle subterfuges, for all that he suggested had already been done. On the day after this sitting, some advantages gained by the Allies, who took Chatillon-sur-Marne and Troves, induced Napoleon to direct Caulaincourt to declare to the Congress that if an armistice were immediately agreed on, he was ready to consent to France being restored to her old limits. By securing this armistice, Napoleon hoped that happy chances might arise, and that intrigues might be set on foot, but the Allies would not listen to any such proposition. At the sitting of the 10th of March, the Duke of Vicenza inserted in the protocol that the last courier he had received had been arrested and detained a considerable time by several Russian general officers, who had obliged him to deliver up his dispatches, which had not been returned to him till 36 hours after at Chaumont. Caulaincourt justly complained of this infraction of the law of nations and established usage, which, he said, was the sole cause of the delay in bringing the negotiations to a conclusion. After this complaint, he communicated to the Congress the ostensible instructions of Napoleon, in which he authorized his minister to accede to the demands of the Allies. But in making this communication, M. de Caulaincourt took care not to explain the private and secret instructions he had also received. The Allies rejected the armistice because it would have checked their victorious advance, but they consented to sign the definitive peace, which of all things was what the emperor did not wish. Napoleon at length determined to make sacrifices, and the Duke of Vicenza submitted new propositions to the Congress. The Allies replied, in the same sitting, that these propositions contained no distinct and explicit declaration on the project presented by them on the 17th of February. That, having on the 28th of the same month demanded a decisive answer within the term of 10 days, they were about to break up the negotiations. Caulaincourt then declared verbally. First, that the Emperor Napoleon was ready to renounce all pretension or influence whatever in countries beyond the boundaries of France. 2d. To recognize the independence of Spain, Italy, Switzerland, Germany, and Holland, and that as to England, France would make such concessions as might be deemed necessary in consideration of a reasonable equivalent. Upon this, the sitting was immediately broken up without a reply. It must be remarked that this singular declaration was verbal and consequently not binding, and that the limits of France were mentioned without being specified. It cannot be doubted that Napoleon meant the limits conceded at Frankfurt, to which he was well convinced the Allies would not consent, for circumstances were now changed. Besides, what could be meant by the reasonable equivalent from England? Is it astonishing that this obscurity and vagueness should have banished all confidence on the part of the plenipotentiaries of the Allied powers? 3 days after the sitting of the 10th of March, they declared they could not even enter into a discussion of the verbal protocol of the French minister. They requested that M. de Caulaincourt would declare whether he would accept or reject the project of a treaty presented by the Allied sovereigns or offer a counter-project. The Duke of Vicenza, who was still prohibited, by secret instructions from coming to any conclusion on the proposed basis, inserted in the protocol of the sitting of the 13th of March a very ambiguous note. The plenipotentiaries of the Allies, in their reply, insisted upon receiving another declaration from the French plenipotentiary, which should contain an acceptance or refusal of their project of a treaty presented in the conference of the 7th of February, or a counter-project. After much discussion, Caulaincourt agreed to draw up a counter-project, which he presented on the 15th under the following title: Project of a Definitive Treaty between France and the Allies. In this extraordinary project, presented after so much delay, M. de Caulaincourt, to the great astonishment of the Allies, departed in no respect from the declarations of the 10th of March. He replied again to the ultimatum of the Allies, or what he wished to regard as such, by defending a multitude of petty interests, which were of no importance in so great a contest. But in general, the conditions seemed rather those of a conqueror dictating to his enemies than of a man overwhelmed by misfortune. As may readily be imagined, they were, for the most part, received with derision by the Allies. Everything tends to prove that the French plenipotentiary had received no positive instructions from the 5th of February, and that, after all the delay which Napoleon constantly created, Caulaincourt never had it in his power to answer, categorically, the propositions of the Allies. Napoleon never intended to make peace at Chatelain on the terms proposed. He always hoped that some fortunate event would enable him to obtain more favorable conditions. On the 18th of March, that is to say, 3 days after the presentation of this project of a treaty, the plenipotentiaries of the Allies recorded in the protocol their reasons for rejecting the extraordinary project of the French minister. For my part, I was convinced, for the reasons I have mentioned, that the emperor would never agree to sign the conditions proposed in the ultimatum of the Allies, dated the 13th of March, and I remember having expressed that opinion to M. de Talleyrand. I saw him on the 14th, and found him engaged in perusing some intelligence he had just received from the Duke of Vicenza, announcing, as beyond all doubt, the early signature of peace. Caulaincourt had received orders to come to a conclusion. Napoleon, he said, had given him a carte blanche to save the capital, and avoid a battle by which the last resources of the nation would be endangered. This seemed pretty positive, to be sure, but even this assurance did not, for a moment, alter my opinion. The better to convince me, M. de Talleyrand gave me Caulaincourt's letter to read. After reading it, I confidently said, "He will never sign the conditions." M. de Talleyrand could not help thinking me very obstinate in my opinion, for he judged of what the emperor would do by his situation, while I judged by his character. I told M. de Talleyrand that Caulaincourt might have received written orders to sign, for the sake of showing them to the plenipotentiaries of the Allies, but that I had no doubt he had been instructed to postpone coming to a conclusion and to wait for final orders. I added that I saw no reason to change my opinion, and that I continued to regard the breaking up of the Congress as nearer than appearances seemed to indicate. Accordingly, 3 days afterwards, the Allies grew tired of the delay and the conferences were broken up. Thus Napoleon sacrificed everything rather than his glory. He fell from a great height, but he never, by his signature, consented to any dismemberment of France. The plenipotentiaries of the Allies, convinced that these renewed difficulties and demands had no other object but to gain time, stated that the Allied powers, faithful to their principles and in conformity with their previous declarations, regarded the negotiations at Chatelain as terminated by the French government. This rupture of the conferences took place on the 19th of March, 6 days after the presentation of the ultimatum of the Allied powers. The issue of these long discussions was thus left to be decided by the chances of war, which were not very favorable to the man who boldly contended against armed Europe. The successes of the Allies during the conferences at Chatelain had opened to their view the road to Paris, while Napoleon shrunk from the necessity of signing his own disgrace. In these circumstances was to be found the sole cause of his ruin, and he might have said, "Tout est perdu for la gloire." His glory is immortal. The conviviality and harmony that reigned between the ministers made the society and intercourse at Chatelain most agreeable. The diplomatists dined alternately with each other, M. de Caulaincourt liberally passing for all the ministers, through the French advanced posts, convoys of all the good cheer and Epicurean wises, etc., that Paris could afford. Nor was female society wanting to complete the charm and banish ennui from the Chatelain Congress, which I am sure will be long recollected with sensations of pleasure by all the plenipotentiaries their engaged Memoirs of Lord Burghersh. Chapter 33. 1814. Curious conversation between General Rainier and the Emperor Alexander Napoleon repulses the Prussians the Russians at Fontainebleau Battle of Brienne sketch of the campaign of France supper, after the Battle of Champ Aubert intelligence of the arrival of the Duc d'Angoulême, and the Comte d'Artois in France the Battle of the Ravens, and the Eagle Battle of Crayon departure of the Pope, and the Spanish prince's capture of a convoy MacDonald at the Emperor's headquarters the inverted cipher. I was always persuaded, and everything I have since seen has confirmed my opinion, that the Allies entering France had no design of restoring the House of Bourbon, or of imposing any government whatever on the French people. They came to destroy, and not to found. That which they wished to destroy from the commencement of their success was Napoleon's supremacy, in order to prevent the future invasions with which they believed Europe would still be constantly threatened. If, indeed, I had entertained any doubt on this subject, it would have been banished by the account I heard of General Rainier's conversation with the Emperor Alexander. That general, who was made prisoner at Leipzig, was exchanged and returned to France. In the beginning of February 1814, he passed through Troves, where the Emperor Alexander then was. Rainier expressed a desire to be allowed to pay his respects to the emperor and to thank him for having restored him to liberty. He was received with that affability of manner which was sometimes affected by the Russian monarch. On his arrival at Paris, General Rainier called at the Duc de Ravagot's, where I had dined that day, and where he still was when I arrived. He related in my hearing the conversation to which I have alluded, and stated that it had all the appearance of sincerity on the emperor's part. Having asked Alexander whether he had any instructions for Napoleon, as the latter, on learning that he had seen His Majesty would not fail to ask him many questions, he replied that he had nothing particular to communicate to him. Alexander added that he was Napoleon's friend, but that he had personally much reason to complain of his conduct, that the Allies would have nothing more to do with him, that they had no intention of forcing any sovereign upon France, but that they would no longer acknowledge Napoleon as Emperor of the French. For my part, said Alexander. "I can no longer place any confidence in him. He has deceived me too often." In reply to this, Rainier made some remarks dictated by his attachment and fidelity to Bonaparte. He observed that Napoleon was acknowledged as sovereign of France by every treaty. "But," added Rainier, "if you should persist in forcing him to resign the supreme power, whom will you put in his place? Did you not choose him? Why then can you not choose someone else to govern you? I repeat that we do not intend to force anyone upon you, but we will have no more to do with Napoleon." Several generals were then named, and after Rainier had explained the great difficulties which would oppose any such choice, Alexander interrupted him, saying, "But, General, there is Bernadotte. Has he not been voluntarily chosen Prince Royal of Sweden? May he not also be raised to the same rank in France? He is your countryman. Surely then you may choose him, since the Swedes took him, though a foreigner." General Rainier, who was a man of firm character, started some objections, which I thought at the time well-founded. And Alexander put an end to the conversation by saying, rather in a tone of dissatisfaction, "Well, General, the fate of arms will decide." The campaign of France forced Napoleon to adopt a kind of operations quite new to him. He had been accustomed to attack, but he was now obliged to stand on his defense, so that, instead of having to execute a previously conceived plan, as when, in the cabinet of the Tuileries, he traced out to me the field of Marengo, he had now to determine his movements according to those of his numerous enemies. When the emperor arrived at Chalons-sur-Marne, the Prussian army was advancing by the road of Lorraine. He drove it back beyond Saint-Dizier. Meanwhile, the Grand Austro-Russian army passed the Seine and the Yonne at Montereau, and even sent forward a corps which advanced as far as Fontainebleau. Napoleon then made a movement to the right in order to drive back the troops which threatened to march on Paris. And by a curious chance, he came up with the troops in the very place where he passed the boyish years, in which he cherished what then seemed wild and fabulous dreams of his future fate. What thoughts and recollections must have crowded on his mind when he found himself an emperor and a king, at the head of a yet powerful army, in the chateau of the Comte de Brienne, to whom he had so often paid his homage. It was at Brienne that he had said to me, 34 years before, "I will do these Frenchmen all the harm I can." Since then he had certainly changed his mind, but it might be said that fate persisted in forcing the man to realize the design of the boy in spite of himself. No sooner had Napoleon revisited Brienne as a conqueror than he was repulsed and hurried to his fall, which became every moment more certain. I shall not enter into any details of the campaign of France, because the description of battles forms no part of my plan. Still, I think it indispensable briefly to describe Napoleon's miraculous activity from the time of his leaving Paris to the entrance of the Allies into the capital. Few successful campaigns have enabled our generals and the French army to reap so much glory as they gained during this great reverse of fortune. For it is possible to triumph without honor and to fall with glory. The chances of the war were not doubtful, but certainly the numerous hosts of the Allies could never have anticipated so long and brilliant a resistance. The theater of the military operations soon approached so near to Paris that the general eagerness for news from the army was speedily satisfied, and when any advantage was gained by the emperor, his partisans saw the enemy already repulsed from the French territory. I was not for a moment deceived by these illusions, as I well knew the determination and the resources of the Allied sovereigns. Besides, events were so rapid and various in this war of extermination that the guns of the invalids announcing a victory were sometimes immediately followed by the distant rolling of artillery, denoting the enemy's near approach to the capital. The emperor left Paris on the 25th of January, at which time the emperors of Russia and Austria and the king of Prussia were assembled at Langres. Napoleon rejoined his guard at Vitry-le-Franchise. On the second day after his departure, he drove before him the Prussian army, which he had forced to evacuate Saint-Dizier. 2 days after this, the Battle of Brienne was fought, and on the 1st of February between 70,000 and 80,000 French and Allied troops stood face to face. On this occasion, the commanders on both sides were exposed to personal danger, for Napoleon had a horse killed under him, and a Cossack fell dead by the side of Marshal Blücher. A few days after this battle, Napoleon entered Troves, where he stayed but a short time, and then advanced to Champaubert. At the latter place was fought the battle which hears its name. The Russians were defeated, General Alsufif was made prisoner, and 2,000 men and 30 guns fell into the hands of the French. After this battle, the emperor was under such a delusion as to his situation that while supping with Berthier Marmont and his prisoner, General Alsufif, the emperor said, "Another such victory as this, gentlemen, and I shall be on the Vistula." Finding that no one replied, and reading in the countenances of his marshals that they did not share his hopes, "I see how it is," he added. "Everyone is growing tired of war. There is no more enthusiasm. The sacred fire is extinct." Then rising from the table, and stepping up to General Drouot, with the marked intention of paying him a compliment which should at the same time convey a censure on the marshals, "General," said he, patting him on the shoulder, "we only want 100 men like you, and we should succeed." Drouot replied, with great presence of mind and modesty, "Rather say 100,000, sire." This anecdote was related to me by the two principal persons who were present on the occasion. Napoleon soon began to have other subjects of disquietude besides the fate of battles. He was aware that since the beginning of February, the Duc d'Angoulême had arrived at Saint-Jean-de-Luz, whence he had addressed a proclamation to the French armies in the name of his uncle, Louis Roman XVIII. And he speedily heard of the Comte d'Artois' arrival at Yessel on the 21st of February, which place he did not leave until the 16th of March following. Meanwhile, hostilities were maintained with increased vigor over a vast line of operations. How much useless glory did not our soldiers gain in these conflicts? In spite of prodigies of valor, the enemy's masses advanced and gradually concentrated, so that this war might be compared to the battles of the ravens and the eagle in the Alps. The eagle slays hundreds of his assailants. Every blow of his beak is the death of an enemy. But still, the vultures return to the charge and press upon the eagle until they destroy him. As the month of February drew to its close, the Allies were in retreat on several points, but their retreat was not a rout. After experiencing reverses, they fell back without disorder and retired behind the Aube, where they rallied and obtained numerous reinforcements, which daily arrived, and which soon enabled them to resume the offensive. Still, Napoleon continued astonishing Europe, leagued as it was against him. At Craonne, on the 7th of March, he destroyed Blücher's corps in a severe action, but the victory was attended by great loss to the conqueror. Marshal Victor was seriously wounded, as well as Generals Grouchy and La Ferrière. While Napoleon was resisting the numerous enemies assembled to destroy him, it might be said that he was also his own enemy, either from false calculation or from negligence with respect to his illustrious prisoners, who, on his departure from Paris, had not yet been sent to their states. The Pope was then at Fontainebleau, and the princes of Spain at Valençay. The Pope, however, was the first to be allowed to depart. Surely Bonaparte could never have thought of the service which the Pope might have rendered him at Rome, into which Murat's troops would never have dared to march, had His Holiness been present there. With regard to the Spanish princes, Napoleon must have been greatly blinded by confidence in his fortune, to have so long believed it possible to retain in France those useless trophies of defeated pretensions. It was, besides, so easy to get rid of the exiles of Valençay by sending them back to the place from whence they had been brought. It was so natural to recall with all speed the troops from the south when our armies in Germany began to be repulsed on the Rhine and even driven into France. With the aid of these veteran troops, Napoleon and his genius might have again turned the scale of fortune. But Napoleon reckoned on the nation, and he was wrong, for the nation was tired of him. His cause had ceased to be the cause of France. The latter days of March were filled up by a series of calamities to Napoleon. On the 23d, the rear guard of the French army suffered considerable loss. To hear of attacks on his rear guard must indeed have been mortifying to Napoleon, whose advanced guards had been so long accustomed to open the path of victory. Prince Schwarzenberg soon passed the Aube and marched upon Vitry and Chalons. Napoleon, counting on the possibility of defending Paris, threw himself, with the velocity of the eagle, on Schwarzenberg's rear by passing by Doulevant and Bar-sur-Aube. He pushed forward his advanced guards to Chaumont, and there saw the Austrian army make a movement which he took to be a retreat, but it was no such thing. The movement was directed on Paris, while Blücher, who had reoccupied Chalons-sur-Marne, marched to meet Prince Schwarzenberg, and Napoleon, thinking to cut off their retreat, was himself cut off from the possibility of returning to Paris. Everything then depended on the defense of Paris. Or, to speak more correctly, it seemed possible, by sacrificing the capital, to prolong for a few days the existence of the phantom of the empire, which was rapidly vanishing. On the 26th was fought the Battle of Fère-Champenoise, where, valor yielding to numbers, Marshals Marmont and Mortier were obliged to retire upon Cézanne after sustaining considerable loss. It was on the 26th of March, and I beg the reader to bear this date in mind, that Napoleon suffered a loss which, in the circumstances in which he stood, was irreparable. At the Battle of Fère-Champenoise, the Allies captured a convoy consisting of nearly all the remaining ammunition and stores of the army, a vast quantity of arms, caissons, and equipage of all kinds. The whole became the prey of the Allies, who published a bulletin announcing this important capture. A copy of this order of the day fell into the hands of Marshal MacDonald, who thought that such news ought immediately to be communicated to the Emperor. He therefore repaired himself to the headquarters of Napoleon, who was then preparing to recover Villers-le-Franchise, which was occupied by the Prussians. The Marshal, with the view of dissuading the Emperor from what he considered a vain attempt, presented him with the bulletin. This was on the morning of the 27th. Napoleon would not believe the news. "No," said he to the Marshal, "you are deceived, this cannot be true." Then perusing the bulletin with more attention. "Here," said he, "look yourself. This is the 27th and the bulletin is dated the 29th. You see the thing is impossible. The bulletin is forged." The Marshal, who had paid more attention to the news than to its date, was astounded. But having afterwards shown the bulletin to Drouot, that general said, "Alas, Marshal, the news is but too true. The error of the date is merely a misprint. The 9 is a 6 inverted. On what trifles sometimes depend the most important events. An inverted cipher sufficed to flatter Bonaparte's illusion, or at least the illusions which he wished to maintain among his most distinguished lieutenants, and to delay the moment when they should discover that the loss they deplored was too certain." On that very day, the Empress left Paris. Chapter 33. 1800. The Tuileries royalty in perspective. Remarkable observation, presentation's assumption, of the prerogative of merciam de feuem. De Frot George's Cadoudel's audience of Bonaparte's precaution, and Bonaparte's confidence the dignity of France Napper Tandy and Blackwell, delivered up by the Senate of Hamburg contribution, in the Egyptian style valueless bill 15,000 francs, in the drawer of a secrétaire Josephine's debts evening walks with Bonaparte. The morning after that ardently wished-for day on which we took possession of the palace of the kings of France, I observed to Bonaparte on entering his chamber, "Well, General, you have got here without much difficulty, and with the applause of the people. Do you remember what you said to me in the Rue Saint-Anne nearly 2 years ago?" True enough, I recollect. You see what it is to have the mind set on a thing. Only 2 years have gone by. Don't you think we have not worked badly since that time? Upon the whole, I am very well content. Yesterday passed off well. Do you imagine that all those who came to flatter me were sincere? No, certainly not, but the joy of the people was real. They know what is right. Besides, consult the grand thermometer of opinion, the price of the funds, on the 17th Brumaire at 11 francs, on the 20th at 16, and today at 21. In such a state of things, I may let the Jacobins prate as they like, but let them not talk too loudly either. As soon as he was dressed, we went a look through the Gallery of Diana and examined the statues which had been placed there by his orders. We ended our morning's work by taking complete possession of our new residence. I recollect Bonaparte saying to me, among other things, "To be at the Tuileries, Bourrienne, is not all. We must stay here. Who, in heaven's name, has not already inhabited this palace? Ruffians, conventionalists. But hold, there is your brother's house." Was it not from those windows I saw the Tuileries besieged, and the good Louis Roman XVI carried off? But be assured they will not come here again. The ambassadors and other foreign ministers then in Paris were presented to the first consul at a solemn audience. On this occasion, all the ancient ceremonials belonging to the French court were raked up, and in place of chamberlains and a grand master of ceremonies, a councillor of state, M. Benizet, who was once Minister for Foreign Affairs, officiated. When the ambassadors had all arrived, M. Benizet conducted them into the cabinet, in which were the 3 consuls, the ministers, and the council of state. The ambassadors presented their credentials to the first consul, who handed them to the Minister for Foreign Affairs. These presentations were followed by others, for example, the Tribunal of Cassation, over which the old advocate, Target, who refused to defend Louis Roman XVI, then presided. All this passed in view of the three consuls, but the circumstance which distinguished the first consul from his colleagues was that the official personages, on leaving the audience chamber, were conducted to Madame Bonaparte's apartments, in imitation of the old practice of waiting on the Queen after presentation to the King. Thus old customs of royalty crept by degrees into the former abodes of royalty, amongst the rights attached to the crown and which the constitution of the year Roman VIII did not give to the first consul, was one which he much desired to possess, and which, by the most happy of all usurpations, he arrogated to himself. This was the right of granting pardon. Bonaparte felt a real pleasure in saving men under the sentence of the law, and whenever the imperious necessity of his policy, to which, in truth, he sacrificed everything, permitted it, he rejoiced in the exercise of mercy. It would seem as if he were thankful to the persons to whom he rendered such service merely because he had given them occasion to be thankful to him. Such was the first consul. I do not speak of the emperor. Bonaparte, the first consul, was accessible to the solicitations of friendship in favor of persons placed under proscription. The following circumstance, which interested me much, affords an incontestable proof of what I state. Whilst we were still at the Luxembourg, M. de Few, a French emigrant, was taken in the Tyrol with arms in his hand by the troops of the Republic. He was carried to Grenoble and thrown into the military prison of that town. In the course of January, General Ferrino, then commanding at Grenoble, received orders to put the young emigrant on his trial. The laws against emigrants taken in arms were terrible, and the judges dared not be indulgent. To be tried in the morning, condemned in the course of the day, and shot in the evening was the usual course of those implacable proceedings. One of my cousins, the daughter of M. Poitrincourt, came from Sens to Paris to inform me of the dreadful situation of M. de Few. She told me that he was related to the most respectable families of the town of Sens, and that everybody felt the greatest interest in his fate. I had escaped for a few moments to keep the appointment I made with Mademoiselle Poitrincourt. On my return, I perceived the first consul surprised at finding himself alone in the cabinet, which I was not in the habit of quitting without his knowledge. "Where have you been?" said he. "I have been to see one of my relations who solicits a favor of you." "What is it?" I then informed him of the unfortunate situation of M. de Few. His first answer was dreadful. No pity for emigrants. Whoever fights against his country is a child who tries to kill his mother. This first burst of anger being over, I returned to the charge. I urged the youth of M. de Few and the good effect which clemency would produce. "Well," said he, "write. The first consul orders the judgment on M. de Few to be suspended." He signed this laconic order, which I instantly dispatched to General Ferrino. I acquainted my cousin with what had passed, and remained at ease as to the result of the affair. Scarcely had I entered the chamber of the first consul the next morning when he said to me, "Well, Bourrienne, you say nothing about your M. de Few. Are you satisfied?" "General, I cannot find terms to express my gratitude." "Ah, bah, but I do not like to do things by halves. Write to Ferrino that I wish M. de Few to be instantly set at liberty. Perhaps I am serving one who will prove ungrateful. Well, so much the worse for him. As to these matters, Bourrienne, always ask them from me. When I refuse, it is because I cannot help it." I dispatched at my own expense an extraordinary courier, who arrived in time to save M. de Few's life. His mother, whose only son he was, and M. Blanchet, his uncle, came purposely from Sens to Paris to express their gratitude to me. I saw tears of joy fall from the eyes of a mother who had appeared to be destined to shed bitter drops, and I said to her as I felt, that I was amply recompensed by the success which had attended my efforts. Emboldened by this success, and by the benevolent language of the first consul, I ventured to request the pardon of M. de Fratte, who was strongly recommended to me by most honorable persons. Count Louis de Fratte had at first opposed all negotiation for the pacification of La Vendée. At length, by a series of unfortunate combats, he was, towards the end of January, reduced to the necessity of making himself the advances which he had rejected when made by others. At this period he addressed a letter to General Guidel, in which he offered pacificatory proposals. A protection to enable him to repair to Alençon was transmitted to him. Unfortunately for M. de Fratte, he did not confine himself to writing to General Guidel, for whilst the safe conduct which he had asked was on the way to him, he wrote to his lieutenants, advising them not to submit or consent to be disarmed. This letter was intercepted. It gave all the appearance of a fraudulent stratagem to his proposal to treat for peace. Besides, this opinion appeared to be confirmed by a manifesto of M. de Fratte, anterior, it is true, to the offers of pacification, but in which he announced to all his partisans the approaching end of Bonaparte's criminal enterprise. I had more trouble than in M. Diffus's case to induce the First Consul to exercise his clemency. However, I pressed him so much, I labored so hard to convince him of the happy effect of such indulgence, that at length I obtained an order to suspend the judgment. What a lesson I then experienced of the evil which may result from the loss of time. Not supposing that matters were so far advanced as they were, I did not immediately send off the courier with the order for the suspension of the judgment. Besides, the Minister of Police had marked his victim, and he never lost time when evil was to be done. Having, therefore, I know not for what motive, resolved on the destruction of M. de Fratte, he sent an order to hasten his trial. Comte Louis de Fratte was brought to trial on the 28th Pluvios, condemned the same day, and executed the next morning, the day before we entered the Tuileries. The cruel precipitation of the minister rendered the result of my solicitations abortive. I had reason to think that after the day on which the First Consul granted me the order for delay, he had received some new accusation against M. de Fratte, for when he heard of his death, he appeared to me very indifferent about the tardy arrival of the order for suspending judgment. He merely said to me, with unusual insensibility, "You should take your measures better. You see it is not my fault." Though Bonaparte put no faith in the virtue of men, he had confidence in their honor. I had proof of this in a matter which deserves to be recorded in history. When, during the first period of our abode at the Tuileries, he had summoned the principal chiefs of La Vendée to endeavor to bring about the pacification of that unhappy country, he received Georges Cadoudal in a private audience. The disposition in which I beheld him the evening before the day appointed for this audience inspired me with the most flattering hopes. Rapp introduced Georges into the grand salon looking into the garden. Rapp left him alone with the First Consul, but on returning to the cabinet where I was, he did not close either of the two doors of the state bedchamber, which separated the cabinet from the salon. We saw the First Consul and Georges walk from the window to the bottom of the salon, then return, then go back again. This lasted for a long time. The conversation appeared very animated, and we heard several things, but without any connection. There was occasionally a good deal of ill humor displayed in their tone and gestures. The interview ended in nothing. The First Consul, perceiving that Georges entertained some apprehensions for his personal safety, gave him assurances of security in the most noble manner, saying, "You take a wrong view of things and are wrong in not coming to some understanding. But if you persist in wishing to return to your country, you shall depart as freely as you came to Paris." When Bonaparte returned to his cabinet, he said to Rapp, "Tell me, Rapp, why you left these doors open and stopped with Bourrienne." Rapp replied, "If you had closed the doors, I would have opened them again. Do you think I would have left you alone with a man like that? There would have been danger in it." "No, Rapp," said Bonaparte, "you cannot think so." When we were alone, the First Consul appeared pleased with Rapp's attachment, but very vexed at George's refusal. He said, "He does not take a correct view of things, but the extravagance of his principles has its source in noble sentiments, which must give him great influence over his countrymen. It is necessary, however, to bring this business soon to an end." Of all the actions of Louis Roman XIV, that which Bonaparte most admired was his having made the Doge of Genoa send ambassadors to Paris to apologize to him. The slightest insult offered in a foreign country to the rights and dignity of France put Napoleon beside himself. This anxiety to have the French government respected exhibited itself in an affair which made much noise at the period, but which was amicably arranged by the soothing influence of gold. Two Irishmen, Napper Tandy and Blackwell, who had been educated in France, and whose names and rank as officers appeared in the French army list, had retired to Hamburg. The British government claimed them as traitors to their country, and they were given up. But, as the French government held them to be subjects of France, the transaction gave rise to bitter complaints against the Senate of Hamburg. Blackwell had been one of the leaders of the United Irishmen. He had procured his naturalization in France and had attained the rank of chef d'escadron. Being sent on a secret mission to Norway, the ship in which he was embarked was wrecked on the coast of that kingdom. He then repaired to Hamburg, where the Senate placed him under arrest on the demand of Mr. Crawford, the English minister. After being detained in prison a whole year, he was conveyed to England to be tried. The French government interfered and preserved, if not his liberty, at least his life. Napertandy was also an Irishman. To escape the search made after him, on account of the sentiments of independence which had induced him to engage in the contest for the liberty of his country, he got on board a French brig, intending to land at Hamburg and pass into Sweden. Being exempted from the amnesty by the Irish Parliament, he was claimed by the British government, and the senators of Hamburg forgot honor and humanity in their alarm at the danger which at that moment menaced their little republic both from England and France. The Senate delivered up Napertandy. He was carried to Ireland and condemned to death, but owed the suspension of his execution to the interference of France. He remained 2 years in prison, when M. Otto, who negotiated with Lord Hawkesbury the preliminaries of peace, obtained the release of Napertandy, who was sent back to France. The first consul spoke at first of signal vengeance, but the Senate of Hamburg sent him a memorial justificatory of its conduct, and backed the apology with a sum of 4 millions and a half, which mollified him considerably. This was in some sort a recollection of Egypt, one of those little contributions with which the general had familiarized the pashas, with this difference that on the present occasion not a single sous went into the national treasury. The sum was paid to the first consul through the hands of M. Chapeau Rouge. A solemn deputation from the Senate arrived at the Tuileries to make public apologies to Napoleon. He again testified his indignation, and when the envoys urged their weakness, he said to them, "Well, and had you not the resource of weak states, was it not in your power to let them escape?" Napoleon's Memoirs. I kept the 4 millions and a half in Dutch bonds in a secretaire for a week. Bonaparte then determined to distribute them. After paying Josephine's debts and the whole of the great expenses incurred at Malmaison, he dictated to me a list of persons to whom he wished to make presents. My name did not escape his lips, and consequently I had not the trouble to transcribe it. But some time after he said to me, with the most engaging kindness, "Bourrienne, I have given you none of the money which came from Hamburg, but I will make you amends for it." He took from his drawer a large and broad sheet of printed paper, with blanks filled up in his own handwriting, and said to me, "Here is a bill for 300,000 Italian livres on the Cisalpine Republic, for the price of cannon furnished. It is endorsed halter, and Calat I give it you." To make this understood, I ought to state that cannon had been sold to the Cisalpine Republic, for the value of which the Administrator General of the Italian finances drew on the Republic, and the bills were paid over to M. Calat, a provision contractor, and other persons. M. Calat had given one of these bills for 300,000 livres to Bonaparte in quittance of a debt, but the latter had allowed the bill to run out without troubling himself about it. The Cisalpine Republic kept the cannons and the money, and the first consul kept his bill. When I had examined it, I said, "General, it has been due for a long time. Why have you not got it paid? The endorsers are no longer liable." "France is bound to discharge debts of this kind," said he. "Send the paper to de Fermont. He will discount it for 3%. You will not have in ready money more than about 9,000 francs of rents, because the Italian livre is not equal to the franc." I thanked him and sent the bill to M. de Fermont. He replied that the claim was bad, and that the bill would not be liquidated because it did not come within the classifications made by the laws passed in the months, the names of which terminated in er, os, al, and or. I showed M. de Fermont's answer to the first consul, who said, "Ah, bah, he understands nothing about it, he is wrong. Right." He then dictated a letter, which promised very favorably for the discounting of the bill, but the answer was a fresh refusal. I said, "General, M. de Fermont does not attend to you any more than to myself." Bonaparte took the letter, read it, and said, in the tone of a man who knew beforehand what he was about to be informed of, "Well, what the devil would you have me do, since the laws are opposed to it? Persevere, follow the usual modes of liquidation, and something will come of it." What finally happened was that by a regular decree this bill was cancelled, torn, and deposited in the archives. These 300,000 livres formed part of the money which Bonaparte brought from Italy. If the bill was useless to me, it was also useless to him. This scrap of paper merely proves that he brought more than 25,000 francs from Italy. I never had, from the General-in-Chief of the Army of Italy, nor from the General-in-Chief of the Army of Egypt, nor from the First Consul, for 10 years, nor from the Consul for life, any fixed salary. I took from his drawer what was necessary for my expenses as well as his own. He never asked me for any account. After the transaction of the bill on the insolvent Cisalpine Republic, he said to me, at the beginning of the winter of 1800, "Bourrienne, the weather is becoming very bad. I will go but seldom to Malmaison. Whilst I am at council get my papers and little articles from Malmaison, here is the key of my secretaire, take out everything that is there." I got into the carriage at 2 o'clock and returned at 6. When he had dined, I placed upon the table of his cabinet the various articles which I had found in his secretaire, including 15,000 francs, somewhere about L600 of English money, in banknotes which were in the corner of a little drawer. When he looked at them, he said, "Here is money, what is the meaning of this?" I replied, "I know nothing about it except that it was in your secretaire." "Oh yes, I had forgotten it. It was for my trifling expenses. Here, take it." I remembered well that one summer morning he had given me his key to bring him 2 notes of 1,000 francs for some incidental expense, but I had no idea that he had not drawn further on his little treasure. I have stated the appropriation of the 4 millions and a half, the result of the extortion inflicted on the Senate of Hamburg in the affair of Napper Tandy and Blackwell. The whole, however, was not disposed of in presence. A considerable portion was reserved for paying Josephine's debts, and this business appears to me to deserve some remarks. The estate of Malmaison had cost 160,000 francs. Josephine had purchased it of M. Lecoutulx while we were in Egypt. Many embellishments and some new buildings had been made there, and a park had been added, which had now become beautiful. All this could not be done for nothing, and besides, it was very necessary that what was due for the original purchase should be entirely discharged, and this considerable item was not the only debt of Josephine. The creditors murmured, which had a bad effect in Paris, and I confess I was so well convinced that the First Consul would be extremely displeased that I constantly delayed the moment of speaking to him on the subject. It was therefore with extreme satisfaction I learned that M. de Talleyrand had anticipated me. No person was more capable than himself of gilding the pill, as one may say, to Bonaparte. Endowed with as much independence of character as of mind, he did him the service, at the risk of offending him, to tell him that a great number of creditors expressed their discontent in bitter complaints respecting the debts contracted by Madame Bonaparte during his expedition to the East. Bonaparte felt that his situation required him promptly to remove the cause of such complaints. It was one night about 11:30 o'clock that M. Talleyrand introduced this delicate subject. As soon he was gone, I entered the little cabinet. Bonaparte said to me, "Bourrienne, Talleyrand has been speaking to me about the debts of my wife. I have the money from Hamburg. Ask her the exact amount of her debts. Let her confess all. I wish to finish and not begin again. But do not pay without showing me the bills of those rascals. They are a gang of robbers." Hitherto the apprehension of an unpleasant scene, the very idea of which made Josephine tremble, had always prevented me from broaching this subject to the First Consul. But, well pleased that Talleyrand had first touched upon it, I resolved to do all in my power to put an end to the disagreeable affair. The next morning I saw Josephine. She was at first delighted with her husband's intentions, but this feeling did not last long. When I asked her for an exact account of what she owed, she entreated me not to press it, but content myself with what she should confess. I said to her, "Madame, I cannot deceive you respecting the disposition of the First Consul. He believes that you owe a considerable sum and is willing to discharge it. You will, I doubt not, have to endure some bitter reproaches and a violent scene, but the scene will be just the same for the whole as for a part. If you conceal a large proportion of your debts, at the end of some time murmurs will recommence, they will reach the ears of the First Consul, and his anger will display itself still more strikingly. Trust to me, state all. The result will be the same. You will hear, but once the disagreeable things he will say to you, by reservations you will renew them incessantly." Josephine said, "I can never tell all, it is impossible. Do me the service to keep secret what I say to you. I owe, I believe, about 1,200,000 francs, but I wish to confess only 600,000. I will contract no more debts and will pay the rest little by little out of my savings. Here, madame, my first observations recur. As I do not believe he estimates your debts at so high a sum as 600,000 francs, I can warrant that you will not experience more displeasure for acknowledging to 1,200,000 than to 600,000, and by going so far you will get rid of them forever. I can never do it, Bourrienne. I know him. I can never support his violence. After a quarter of an hour's further discussion on the subject, I was obliged to yield to her earnest solicitation, and promised to mention only the 600,000 francs to the first consul. The anger and ill humor of Bonaparte may be imagined. He strongly suspected that his wife was dissembling in some respect, but he said, "Well, take 600,000 francs, but liquidate the debts for that sum, and let me hear nothing more on the subject. I authorize you to threaten these tradesmen with paying nothing if they do not reduce their enormous charges. They ought to be taught not to be so ready in giving credit." Madame Bonaparte gave me all her bills. The extent to which the articles had been overcharged, owing to the fear of not being paid for a long period, and of deductions being made from the amount, was inconceivable. It appeared to me, also, that there must be some exaggeration in the number of articles supplied. I observed in the milliner's bill 38 new hats, of great price, in 1 month. There was likewise a charge of 1,800 francs for hair and plumes, and 800 francs for perfumes. I asked Josephine whether she wore out 2 hats in 1 day. She objected to this charge for the hats, which she merely called a mistake. The impositions which the saddler attempted, both in the extravagance of his prices and in charging for articles which he had not furnished, were astonishing. I need say nothing of the other tradesmen. It was the same system of plunder throughout. I availed myself fully of the first consul's permission, and spared neither reproaches nor menaces. I am ashamed to say that the greater part of the tradesmen were contented with the half of what they demanded. One of them received 35,000 francs for a bill of 80,000, and he had the impudence to tell me that he made a good profit nevertheless. Finally, I was fortunate enough, after the most vehement disputes, to settle everything for 600,000 francs. Madame Bonaparte, however, soon fell again into the same excesses, but fortunately money became more plentiful. This inconceivable mania of spending money was almost the sole cause of her unhappiness. Her thoughtless profusion occasioned permanent disorder in her household until the period of Bonaparte's second marriage, when, I am informed, she became regular in her expenditure. I could not say so of her when she was empress in 1804. Notwithstanding her husband's wish, she could never bring her establishment into any order or rule. He wished that no tradesman should ever reach her, but he was forced to yield on this point. The small inner rooms were filled with them, as with artists of all sorts. She had a mania for having herself painted, and gave her portraits to whoever wished for one, relations, femmes de chambre, even to tradesmen. They never ceased bringing her diamonds, jewels, shawls, materials for dresses, and trinkets of all kinds. She bought everything without ever asking the price, and generally forgot what she had purchased. All the morning she had on a shawl which she draped on her shoulders with a grace I have seen in no one else. Bonaparte, who thought her shawls covered her too much, tore them off, and sometimes threw them into the fire. Then she sent for another Rémusat, tome Roman II. pp. 343-345. After the divorce, her income, large as it was insufficient, but the emperor was more compassionate then, and when sending the Comte Malien to settle her affairs gave him strict orders not to make her weep. Meneval, tome Roman III. p. 237. The amiable Josephine had not less ambition in little things than her husband had in great. She felt pleasure in acquiring and not in possessing. Who would suppose it? She grew tired of the beauty of the park of Malmaison, and was always asking me to take her out on the high road, either in the direction of Nanterre or on that of Marly, in the midst of the dust occasioned by the passing of carriages. The noise of the high road appeared to her preferable to the calm silence of the beautiful avenues of the park, and in this respect Hortense had the same taste as her mother. This whimsical fancy astonished Bonaparte, and he was sometimes vexed at it. My intercourse with Josephine was delightful, for I never saw a woman who so constantly entered society with such an equable disposition, or with so much of the spirit of kindness, which is the first principle of amiability. She was so obligingly attentive, as to cause a pretty suite of apartments to be prepared at Malmaison for me and my family. She pressed me earnestly, and with all her known grace, to accept it, but almost as much a captive at Paris as a prisoner of state, I wished to have to myself in the country the moments of liberty I was permitted to enjoy. Yet what was this liberty? I had bought a little house at Rouen, which I kept during 2 years and a half. When I saw my friends there, it had to be at midnight or at 5 o'clock in the morning, and the first consul would often send for me in the night when couriers arrived. It was for this sort of liberty I refused Josephine's kind offer. Bonaparte came once to see me in my retreat at Rouen, but Josephine and Hortense came often. It was a favorite walk with these ladies. At Paris, I was less frequently absent from Bonaparte than at Malmaison. We sometimes in the evening walked together in the garden of the Tuileries after the gates were closed. In these evening walks he always wore a gray greatcoat and a round hat. I was directed to answer, the first consul, to the sentinel's challenge of, "Who goes there?" These promenades, which were of much benefit to Bonaparte, and me also, as a relaxation from our labors, resembled those which we had at Malmaison. As to our promenades in the city, they were often very amusing. At the period of our first inhabiting the Tuileries, when I saw Bonaparte enter the cabinet at 8 o'clock in the evening in his gray coat, I knew he would say, "Bourrienne, come and take a turn." Sometimes, then, instead of going out by the garden arcade, we would take the little gate which leads from the court to the apartments of the Duc d'Angoulême. He would take my arm, and we would go to buy articles of trifling value in the shops of the Rue Saint-Honoré, but we did not extend our excursions farther than Rue de l'Arbre Sec. Whilst I made the shopkeeper exhibit before us the articles which I appeared anxious to buy, he played his part in asking questions. Nothing was more amusing than to see him endeavoring to imitate the careless and jocular tone of the young men of fashion. How awkward was he in the attempt to put on dandy airs when pulling up the corners of his cravat he would say, "Well, madame, is there anything new today? Citizen, what say they of Bonaparte? Your shop appears to be well supplied. You surely have a great deal of custom. What do people say of that buffoon, Bonaparte?" He was made quite happy one day when we were obliged to retire hastily from a shop to avoid the attacks drawn upon us by the irreverent tone in which Bonaparte spoke of the first consul. Chapter 34. 1814. The men of the Revolution and the men of the Empire. The Council of Regency. Departure of the Empress from Paris. Marmont and Mortier Josephs. Flight meeting at Marmont's Hotel. Capitulation of Paris. Marmont's interview with the Emperor at Fontainebleau. Colonel's Fauvelet, and denies the Royalist cavalcade meeting at the hotel of the Comte de Morfontaine de Chateaubriand, and his pamphlet deputation to the Emperor Alexander. Entrance of the Allied sovereigns into Paris. Alexander, lodged in M. Talleyrand's hotel. Meetings held there. The Emperor Alexander's declaration, my appointment as Postmaster General. Composition of the Provisional Government. Mistake respecting the conduct of the Emperor of Austria. Caulaincourt's mission from Napoleon. His interview with the Emperor Alexander's address to the deputation of the Senatem de Caulaincourt, ordered to quit the capital. The grandees of the empire and the first subjects of Napoleon were divided into two classes totally distinct from each other. Among these patronized men were many who had been the first patrons of Bonaparte and had favored his accession to consular power. This class was composed of his old friends and former companions in arms. The others, who may be called the children of the empire, did not carry back their thoughts to a period which they had not seen. They had never known anything but Napoleon and the empire, beyond which the sphere of their ideas did not extend, while among Napoleon's old brothers-in-arms it was still remembered that there was once a country, a France, before they had helped to give it a master. To this class of men, France was not confined to the narrow circle of the imperial headquarters, but extended to the Rhine, the Alps, the Pyrenees, and the two oceans. On the other hand, numbers of ardent and adventurous young men, full of enthusiasm for Bonaparte, had passed from the school to the camp. They were entirely opposed to Napoleon's downfall, because with his power would vanish those dreams of glory and fortune which had captivated their imaginations. These young men, who belonged to the class which I have denominated children of the empire, were prepared to risk and commit everything to prolong the political life of their emperor. The distinction I have drawn between what may be called the men of France and the men of the empire was not confined to the army, but was equally marked among the high civil functionaries of the state. The old republicans could not possibly regard Napoleon with the same eyes as those whose elevation dated only from Napoleon. And the members of assemblies anterior to the 18th Brumaire could not entertain the same ideas as those whose notions of national franchises and public rights were derived from their seats as auditors in the Council of State. I know not whether this distinction between the men of two different periods has been before pointed out, but it serves to explain the conduct of many persons of elevated rank during the events of 1814. With regard to myself, convinced as I was of the certainty of Napoleon's fall, I conceived that the first duty of every citizen was claimed by his country, and although I may incur censure, I candidly avow that Napoleon's treatment of me during the last 4 years of his power was not without some influence on my prompt submission to the government which succeeded his. I, however, declare that this consideration was not the sole nor the most powerful motive of my conduct. Only those who were in Paris at the period of the capitulation can form an idea of the violence of party feeling which prevailed there both for and against Napoleon, but without the name of the Bourbons ever being pronounced. They were almost unknown to the new generation, forgotten by many of the old, and feared by the conventionalists. At that time, they possessed only the frail support of the coteries of the Faubourg Saint-Germain and some remains of the emigration. But as it is certain that the emigrants could offer only vain demonstrations and wishes in support of the old family of our kings, they did little to assist the restoration of the Bourbons. Another thing equally certain is that they alone, by their follies and absurd pretensions, brought about the return of Bonaparte and the second exile of Louis Roman XVIII. In the following year, on the 28th of March was convoked an extraordinary council of regency, at which Maria Louisa presided. The question discussed was whether the Empress should remain in Paris or proceed to Blois. Joseph Bonaparte strongly urged her departure, because a letter from the Emperor had directed that in case of Paris being threatened the Empress Regent and all the Council of Regency should retire to Blois. The Arch-Chancellor and the majority of the Council were of the same opinion, but one of the most influential members of the Council observed to Joseph that the letter referred to had been written under circumstances very different from those then existing, and that it was important the Empress should remain in Paris, where she would, of course, obtain from the Emperor her father and the allied sovereigns more advantageous conditions than if she were 50 leagues from Paris. The adoption of this opinion would only have retarded for a few days a change which had become inevitable. Nevertheless, it might have given rise to great difficulties. It must be admitted that for the interests of Napoleon, it was the wisest counsel that could be suggested. However, it was overruled by Joseph's advice. M. de Talleyrand, as a member of the Council of Regency, also received the order to quit Paris on the 30th of March. At this period, I was at his house every day. When I went to him that day, I was told he had started. However, I went up and remained some time in his hotel with several of his friends who had met there. We soon saw him return, and for my part one heard with satisfaction that they had not allowed him to pass the barriers. It was said then, and it has been repeated since, that M. de Talleyrand was not a stranger to the gentle violence used towards him. The same day of this visit to M. de Talleyrand I also went to see the Duc de Rovigo, Savary, with the friendly object of getting him to remain and to profit by his position to prevent disturbances. He refused without hesitating, as he only thought of the Emperor. I found him by his fireside, where there was a large fire, in which he was burning all the papers which might have compromised everyone who had served his ministry, police. I congratulated him sincerely on this loyal occupation. Fire alone could purify the mass of filth and denunciations which encumbered the police archives. On the departure of the Empress, many persons expected a popular movement in favor of a change of government. But the capital remained tranquil. Many of the inhabitants, indeed, thought of defense, not for the sake of preserving Napoleon's government, but merely from that ardor of feeling which belongs to our national character. Strong indignation was excited by the thought of seeing foreigners masters of Paris, a circumstance of which there had been no example since the reign of Charles Roman VII. Meanwhile, the critical moment approached. On the 29th of March, Marshals Marmont and Mortier fell back to defend the approaches to Paris. During the night, the barriers were consigned to the care of the National Guard, and not a foreigner, not even one of their agents, was allowed to enter the capital. At daybreak on the 30th of March, the whole population of Paris was awakened by the report of cannon, and the plain of Saint Denis was soon covered with Allied troops, who were debouching upon it from all points. The heroic valor of our troops was unavailing against such a numerical superiority. But the Allies paid dearly for their entrance into the French capital. The National Guard, under the command of Marshal Moncey, and the pupils of the Polytechnic School, transformed into artillery men, behaved in a manner worthy of veteran troops. The conduct of Marmont on that day alone would suffice to immortalize him. The corps he commanded was reduced to between 7,000 and 8,000 infantry and 800 cavalry, with whom, for the space of 12 hours, he maintained his ground against an army of 55,000 men, of whom it is said 14,000 were killed, wounded, and taken. Marshal Marmont put himself so forward in the heat of the battle that a dozen of men were killed by the bayonet at his side, and his hat was perforated by a ball. But what was to be done against overwhelming numbers? In this state of things, the Duke of Ragusa made known his situation to Joseph Bonaparte, who authorized him to negotiate. Joseph's answer is so important in reference to the events, which succeeded, that I will transcribe it here. If the Dukes of Ragusa and Treviso can no longer hold out, they are authorized to negotiate with Prince Schwarzenberg and the Emperor of Russia, who are before them. They will fall back on the Loire. Signed, Joseph. Montmartre, 30th March 1814, 12 o'clock. It was not until a considerable time after the receipt of this formal authority that Marmont and Mortier ceased to make a vigorous resistance against the Allied army, for the suspension of arms was not agreed upon until 4 in the afternoon. It was not waited for by Joseph. At 12:15, that is to say, immediately after he had addressed to Marmont the authority just alluded to, Joseph repaired to the Bois de Boulogne to regain the Versailles road, and from thence to proceed to Rambouillet. The precipitate flight of Joseph astonished only those who did not know him. I know for a fact that several officers attached to his staff were much dissatisfied at his alacrity on this occasion. In these circumstances, what was to be done but to save Paris, which there was no possibility of defending 2 hours longer? Methinks I still see Marmont when, on the evening of the 30th of March, he returned from the field of battle to his hotel in the Rue de Paradis, where I was waiting for him, together with about 20 other persons, among whom were Périgord and Lafitte. When he entered, he was scarcely recognizable. He had a beard of 8 days' growth. The greatcoat which covered his uniform was in tatters, and he was blackened with powder from head to foot. We considered what was best to be done, and all insisted on the necessity of signing a capitulation. The marshal must recollect that the exclamation of everyone about him was, "France must be saved." Périgord and Lafitte delivered their opinions in a very decided way, and it will readily be conceived how great was the influence of 2 men who were at the head of the financial world. They alleged that the general wish of the Parisians, which nobody had a better opportunity of knowing than themselves, was decidedly averse to a protracted conflict, and that France was tired of the yoke of Bonaparte. This last declaration gave a wider range to the business under consideration. The question was no longer confined to the capitulation of Paris, but a change in the government was thought of, and the name of the Bourbons was pronounced for the first time. I do not recollect which of us it was who, on hearing mention made of the possible recall of the old dynasty, remarked how difficult it would be to bring about a restoration without retrograding to the past. But I think I am perfectly correct in stating that M. Lafitte said, "Gentlemen, we shall have nothing to fear if we have a good constitution which will guarantee the rights of all." The majority of the meeting concurred in this wise opinion, which was not without its influence on Marshal Marmont. During this painful meeting, an unexpected incident occurred. One of the emperor's aides-de-camp arrived at Marmont's. Napoleon, being informed of the advance of the Allies on Paris, had marched with the utmost speed from the banks of the Marne on the road of Fontainebleau. In the evening, he was in person at Froidmanteau, whence he dispatched his envoy to Marshal Marmont. From the language of the aide-de-camp, it was easy to perceive that the state of opinion at the imperial headquarters was very different from that which prevailed among the population of Paris. The officer expressed indignation at the very idea of capitulating, and he announced with inconceivable confidence the approaching arrival of Napoleon in Paris, which he yet hoped to save from the occupation of the enemy. The officer informed us that Napoleon trusted to the people rising in spite of the capitulation, and that they would unpave the streets to stone the Allies on their entrance. I ventured to dissent from this absurd idea of defense, and I observed that it was madness to suppose that Paris could resist the numerous troops who were ready to enter on the following day. That the suspension of arms had been consented to by the Allies only to afford time for drawing up a more regular capitulation, and that the armistice could not be broken without trampling on all the laws of honor. I added that the thoughts of the people were directed towards a better future, that the French were tired of a despotic government and of the distress to which continual war had reduced trade and industry. For, said I, when a nation is sunk to such a state of misery, its hopes can only be directed towards the future. It is natural they should be so directed, even without reflection. Most of the individuals present concurred in my opinion, and the decision of the meeting was unanimous. Marshal Marmont has since said to me, "I have been blamed, my dear Bourrienne, but you were with me on the 30th of March. You were a witness to the wishes expressed by a portion of the principal inhabitants of Paris. I acted as I was urged to do only because I considered the meeting to be composed of men entirely disinterested, and who had nothing to expect from the return of the Bourbons." Such is a correct statement of the facts which some persons have perverted with the view of enhancing Napoleon's glory. With respect to those versions which differ from mine, I have only one comment to offer, which is that I saw and heard what I describe. The day after the capitulation of Paris, Marmont went in the evening to see the emperor at Fontainebleau. He supped with him. Napoleon praised his defense of Paris. After supper, the marshal rejoined his corps at Essonne, and 6 hours after the emperor arrived there to visit the lines. On leaving Paris, Marmont had left Colonels Fauvelet and Dents to direct the execution of the capitulation. These officers joined the emperor and the marshal as they were proceeding up the banks of the river at Essonne. They did not disguise the effect which the entrance of the Allies had produced in Paris. At this intelligence, the emperor was deeply mortified, and he returned immediately to Fontainebleau, leaving the marshal at Essonne. At daybreak on the 31st of March, Paris presented a novel and curious spectacle. No sooner had the French troops evacuated the capital than the principal streets resounded with cries of "Down with Bonaparte." No conscription, no consolidated duties, droits réunis. With these cries were mingled that of the Bourbons forever. But this latter cry was not repeated so frequently as the others. In general, I remarked that the people gaped and listened with a sort of indifference. As I had taken a very active part in all that had happened during some preceding days, I was particularly curious to study what might be called the physiognomy of Paris. This was the second opportunity which had offered itself for such a study, and I now saw the people applaud the fall of the man whom they had received with enthusiasm after the 18th Brumaire. The reason was that liberty was then hoped for, as it was hoped for in 1814. I went out early in the morning to see the numerous groups of people who had assembled in the streets. I saw women tearing their handkerchiefs and distributing the fragments as the emblems of the revived lily. That same morning I met on the boulevards, and some hours afterwards on the place Louis Roman 15, a party of gentlemen who paraded the streets of the capital, proclaiming the restoration of the Bourbons and shouting, "Vive le Roi!" and "Vive Louis Roman 18. At their head I recognized Sosthenes de la Rochefoucauld, Comte de Froissart, the Duc de Luxembourg, the Duc de Crussol, Seymour, etc. The cavalcade distributed white cockades in passing along, and was speedily joined by a numerous crowd, who repaired to the Place Vendôme. The scene that was acted there is well known, and the enthusiasm of popular joy could scarcely excuse the fury that was directed against the effigy of the man whose misfortunes, whether merited or not, should have protected him from such outrages. These excesses served, perhaps more than is generally supposed, to favor the plans of the leaders of the Royalist party, to whom M. Nesselrode had declared that, before he would pledge himself to further their views, he must have proofs that they were seconded by the population of Paris. I was afterwards informed by an eyewitness of what took place on the evening of the 31st of March in one of the principal meetings of the Royalists, which was held in the hotel of the Comte de Morfontaine, who acted as president on the occasion. Amidst a chaos of abortive propositions and contradictory motions, M. Sosthenes de la Rochefoucauld proposed that a deputation should be immediately sent to the Emperor Alexander to express to him the wish of the meeting. This motion was immediately approved, and the mover was chosen to head the deputation. On leaving the hotel, the deputation met M. de Chateaubriand, who had that very day been, as it were, the precursor of the Restoration, by publishing his admirable manifesto, entitled Bonaparte and the Bourbons. He was invited to join the deputation, but nothing could overcome his diffidence and induce him to speak. On arriving at the hotel in the Rue Saint-Florentin, the deputation was introduced to Count Nesselrode, to whom M. Sosthenes de la Rochefoucauld briefly explained its object. He spoke of the wishes of the meeting and of the manifest desire of Paris and of France. He represented the restoration of the Bourbons as the only means of securing the peace of Europe, and observed, in conclusion, that as the exertions of the day must have been very fatiguing to the emperor, the deputation would not solicit the favor of being introduced to him, but would confidently rely on the good faith of his imperial majesty. "I have just left the emperor," replied M. Nesselrode, "and can pledge myself for his intentions. Return to the meeting and announce to the French people that in compliance with their wishes, his imperial majesty will use all his influence to restore the crown to the legitimate monarch. His Majesty Louis Roman XVIII shall rescind the throne of France." With this gratifying intelligence, the deputation returned to the meeting in the Rue d'Anjou. There is no question that great enthusiasm was displayed on the entrance of the Allies into Paris. It may be praised or blamed, but the fact cannot be denied. I closely watched all that was passing, and I observed the expression of a sentiment which I had long anticipated when, after his alliance with the daughter of the Caesars, the ambition of Bonaparte increased in proportion as it was gratified. I clearly foresaw Napoleon's fall. Whoever watched the course of events during the last 4 years of the Empire must have observed, as I did, that from the date of Napoleon's marriage with Maria Louisa, the form of the French government became daily more and more tyrannical and oppressive. The intolerable height which this evil had attained is evident from the circumstance that at the end of 1813, the legislative body, throwing aside the mute character which it had hitherto maintained, presumed to give a lecture to him who had never before received a lecture from anyone. On the 31st of March, it was recollected what had been the conduct of Bonaparte on the occasion alluded to, and those of the deputies who remained in Paris related how the gendarmes had opposed their entrance into the hall of the Assembly. All this contributed wonderfully to irritate the public mind against Napoleon. He had become master of France by the sword, and the sword being sheathed, his power was at an end, for no popular institution identified with the nation the new dynasty which he hoped to found. The nation admired but did not love Napoleon, for it is impossible to love what is feared, and he had done nothing to claim the affections of France. I was present at all the meetings and conferences which were held at M. de Talleyrand's hotel, where the Emperor Alexander had taken up his residence. Of all the persons present at these meetings, M. de Talleyrand was most disposed to retain Napoleon at the head of the government, with restrictions on the exercise of his power. In the existing state of things, it was only possible to choose one of 3 courses. First, to make peace with Napoleon with the adoption of proper securities against him. Second, to establish a regency, and third, to recall the Bourbons. On the 13th of March, I witnessed the entrance of the Allied sovereigns into Paris, and after the procession had passed the new street of the Luxembourg, I repaired straight to M. de Talleyrand's hotel, which I reached before the Emperor Alexander, who arrived at 1:15. When His Imperial Majesty entered M. de Talleyrand's drawing-room, most of the persons assembled, and particularly the Abbé de Prat, the Abbé de Montesquieu, and General de Salles, urgently demanded the restoration of the Bourbons. The Emperor did not come to any immediate decision. Drawing me into the embrasure of a window, which looked upon the street, he made some observations which enabled me to guess what would be his determination. "M. de Bourrienne," said he, "you have been the friend of Napoleon, and so have I. I was his sincere friend, but there is no possibility of remaining at peace with a man of such bad faith." These last words opened my eyes, and when the different propositions which were made came under discussion, I saw plainly that Bonaparte, in making himself emperor, had made up the bed for the Bourbons. A discussion ensued on the 3 possible measures which I have above mentioned, and which were proposed by the Emperor Alexander himself. I thought, if I may so express myself, that His Majesty was playing a part, when, pretending to doubt the possibility of recalling the Bourbons, which he wished above all things, he asked M. de Talleyrand what means he proposed to employ for the attainment of that object. Besides the French, there were present at this meeting the Emperor Alexander, the King of Prussia, Prince Schwarzenberg, M. Nesselrode M. Pazzo de Borgo, and Prince Liechtenstein. During the discussion, Alexander walked about with some appearance of agitation. "Gentlemen," said he, addressing us in an elevated tone of voice, "you know that it was not I who commenced the war. You know that Napoleon came to attack me in my dominions. But we are not drawn here by the thirst of conquest or the desire of revenge. You have seen the precautions I have taken to preserve your capital, the wonder of the arts, from the horrors of pillage, to which the chances of war would have consigned it. Neither my allies nor myself are engaged in a war of reprisals, and I should be inconsolable if any violence were committed on your magnificent city. We are not waging war against France, but against Napoleon and the enemies of French liberty. William, and you, Prince," here the Emperor turned towards the King of Prussia and Prince Schwarzenberg, who represented the Emperor of Austria, "you can both bear testimony that the sentiments I express are yours." Both bowed assent to this observation of Alexander, which His Majesty several times repeated in different words. He insisted that France should be perfectly free, and declared that as soon as the wishes of the country were understood, he and his allies would support them, without seeking to favor any particular government. The Abbé de Prat then declared in a tone of conviction that we were all royalists, and that the sentiments of France concurred with ours. The Emperor Alexander, adverting to the different governments which might be suitable to France, spoke of the maintenance of Bonaparte on the throne, the establishment of a regency, the choice of Bernadotte, and the recall of the Bourbons. M. de Talleyrand next spoke, and I well remember his saying to the Emperor of Russia, "Sire, only one of 2 things is possible. We must either have Bonaparte or Louis Roman XVIII. Bonaparte, if you can support him, but you cannot, for you are not alone. We will not have another soldier in his stead. If we want a soldier, we will keep the one we have. He is the first in the world. After him, any other who may be proposed would not have 10 men to support him. I say again, sire, either Bonaparte or Louis Roman XVIII. Anything else is an intrigue." These remarkable words of the Prince de Benevento produced on the mind of Alexander all the effect we could hope for. Thus the question was simplified, being reduced now to only 2 alternatives. And as it was evident that Alexander would have nothing to do with either Napoleon or his family, it was reduced to the single proposition of the restoration of the Bourbons. On being pressed by us all, with the exception of M. de Talleyrand, who still wished to leave the question undecided between Bonaparte and Louis Roman XVIII, Alexander at length declared that he would no longer treat with Napoleon. When it was represented to him that that declaration referred only to Napoleon personally, and did not extend to his family, he added, nor with any member of his family. Thus, as early as the 31st of March, the restoration of the Bourbons might be considered as decided. I cannot omit mentioning the hurry with which Laborie, whom M. de Talleyrand appointed secretary to the provisional government, rushed out of the apartment as soon as he got possession of the Emperor Alexander's declaration. He got it printed with such expedition that in the space of an hour it was posted on all the walls in Paris, and it certainly produced an extraordinary effect. As yet nothing warranted a doubt that Alexander would not abide by his word. The Treaty of Paris could not be anticipated, and there was reason to believe that France, with a new government, would obtain more advantageous conditions than if the Allies had treated with Napoleon. But this illusion speedily vanished. On the evening of the 31st of March, I returned to M. de Talleyrand's. I again saw the Emperor Alexander, who, stepping up to me, said, "M. de Bourrienne, you must take the superintendence of the post office department." I could not decline this precise invitation on the part of the Tsar, and besides, Fauvelet having departed on the preceding day, the business would have been for a time suspended, a circumstance which would have been extremely prejudicial to the restoration which we wished to favor. I went at once to the hotel in the Rue J. Rousseau, where indeed I found that not only was there no order to send out the post next day, but that it had been even countermanded. I went that night to the administrators, who yielded to my requests, and seconded by them, next morning I got all the clerks to be at their post. I reorganized the service, and the post went out on the 1st of April as usual. Such are my remembrances of the 31st of March. A provisional government was established, of which M. de Talleyrand was appointed president. The other members were General Bournonville, Comte François de Jaucourt, the Duc d'Alberg, who had married one of Maria Louis's ladies of honor, and the Abbé de Montesquieu. The place of Chancellor of the Legion of Honor was given to the Abbé de Prat. Thus there were 2 abbes among the members of the provisional government, and by a singular chance they happened to be the same who had officiated at the Mass, which was performed in the Champ de Mars on the day of the First Federation. Those who were dissatisfied with the events of the 31st of March now saw no hope, but in the possibility that the Emperor of Austria would separate from his allies, or at least not make common cause with them in favor of the re-establishment of the Bourbons. But that monarch had been brought up in the old policy of his family, and was imbued with the traditional principles of his cabinet. I know for a fact that the sentiments and intentions of the Emperor of Austria perfectly coincided with those of his allies. Anxious to ascertain the truth on this subject, I ventured, when in conversation with the Emperor Alexander, to hint at the reports I had heard relative to the cause of the Emperor of Austria's absence. I do not recollect the precise words of His Majesty's answer, but it enabled me to infer with certainty that Francis Roman II was in no way averse to the overthrow of his son-in-law, and that his absence from the scene of the discussions was only occasioned by a feeling of delicacy natural enough in his situation. Caulaincourt, who was sent by Napoleon to the headquarters of the Emperor Alexander, arrived there on the night of the 30th of March. He, however, did not obtain an interview with the Tsar until after His Majesty had received the Municipal Council of Paris, at the head of which was M. de Chabrol. At first, Alexander appeared somewhat surprised to see the Municipal Council, which he did not receive exactly in the way that was expected. But this coldness was merely momentary, and he afterwards addressed the council in a very gracious way, though he dropped no hint of his ulterior intentions. Alexander, who entertained a personal regard for Caulaincourt, received him kindly in his own character, but not as the envoy of Napoleon. "You have come too late," said the Tsar. "It is all over. I can say nothing to you at present. Go to Paris, and I will see you there." These words perfectly enlightened Caulaincourt as to the result of his mission. His next interview with the Emperor Alexander at M. de Talleyrand's did not take place until after the declaration noticed in my last chapter. The conversation they had together remained a secret, for neither Alexander nor the Duke of Vicenza mentioned it. But there was reason to infer, from some words which fell from the Emperor Alexander, that he had received Caulaincourt rather as a private individual than as the ambassador of Napoleon, whose power, indeed, he could not recognize after his declaration. The provisional government was not entirely pleased with Caulaincourt's presence in Paris, and a representation was made to the Russian emperor on the subject. Alexander concurred in the opinion of the provisional government, which was expressed through the medium of the Abbé de Prat. M. de Caulaincourt, therefore, at the wish of the Tsar, returned to the emperor, then at Fontainebleau. Chapter 35. 1800. The Memorial of St. Helena Louis Roman 18's first letter to Bonaparte Josephine, Hortense, and the Faubourg Saint-Germain Madame Bonaparte, and the fortune-teller Louis XVI's second letter, Bonaparte's answer conversation respecting the recall of Louis Roman 18. Peace and war a battle, fought with Pins Genoa and Mella's realization of Bonaparte's military plan's ironical letter, to Berthier departure from Paris instructions, to Lucien and Cambacérès Joseph Bonaparte, appointed Counselor of State traveling conversation Alexander, and Caesar judged by Bonaparte. It sometimes happens that an event which passes away unnoticed at the time of its occurrence acquires importance from events which subsequently ensue. This reflection naturally occurs to my mind now that I am about to notice the correspondence which passed between Louis Roman 18 and the first consul. This is certainly not one of the least interesting passages in the life of Bonaparte. But I must first beg leave to make an observation on the memorial of St. Helena. That publication relates what Bonaparte said respecting the negotiations between Louis Roman XVIII and himself, and I find it necessary to quote a few lines on the subject, in order to show how far the statements contained in the memorial differ from the autograph letters in my possession. At St. Helena, Napoleon said that he never thought of the princes of the House of Bourbon. This is true to a certain point. He did not think of the princes of the House of Bourbon with the view of restoring them to their throne, but it has been shown, in several parts of these memoirs, that he thought of them very often, and on more than one occasion their very names alarmed him. The memorial states that a letter was delivered to the first consul by Lebrun, who received it from the Abbé de Montesquieu, the secret agent of the Bourbons in Paris. This letter, which was very cautiously written, said, "You are long delaying the restoration of my throne. It is to be feared you are suffering favorable moments to escape. You cannot secure the happiness of France without me, and I can do nothing for France without you. Hasten, then, to name the offices which you would choose for your friends." The answer, Napoleon said, was as follows: "I have received your Royal Highness letter. I have always taken a lively interest in your misfortunes and those of your family. You must not think of appearing in France. You could only return here by trampling over 100,000 dead bodies. I shall always be happy to do anything that can alleviate your fate and help to banish the recollection of your misfortunes. Bourrienne." The substance of the two letters given in the Memorial of St. Helena is correct. The ideas are nearly the same as those of the original letters. But it is not surprising that, after the lapse of so long an interval, Napoleon's memory should somewhat have failed him. However, it will not, I presume, be deemed unimportant if I present to the reader literal copies of this correspondence, together with the explanation of some curious circumstances connected with it. The following is Louis XVI's letter. February 201,800. "Sir, whatever may be their apparent conduct, men like you never inspire alarm. You have accepted an eminent station, and I thank you for having done so. You know better than anyone how much strength and power are requisite to secure the happiness of a great nation. Save France from her own violence, and you will fulfill the first wish of my heart. Restore her king to her, and future generations will bless your memory. You will always be too necessary to the state for me ever to be able to discharge, by important appointments, the debt of my family and myself." Signed, Louis. The first consul was much agitated on the reception of this letter. Though he every day declared his determination to have nothing to do with the princes, yet he hesitated whether or no he should reply to this overture. The numerous affairs which then occupied his mind favored this hesitation. Josephine and Hortense conjured him to hold out hope to the king, as by so doing he would in no way pledge himself, and would gain time to ascertain whether he could not ultimately play a far greater part than that of monk. Their entreaties became so urgent that he said to me, "These devils of women are mad. The Faubourg Saint-Germain has turned their heads. They make the Faubourg the guardian angel of the royalists, but I care not. I will have nothing to do with them." Madame Bonaparte said she was anxious he should adopt the step she proposed in order to banish from his mind all thought of making himself king. This idea always gave rise to a painful foreboding which she could never overcome. In the first consul's numerous conversations with me, he discussed with admirable sagacity Louis Roman XVIII's proposition and its consequences. "The partisans of the Bourbons," said he, "are deceived if they suppose I am the man to play Monk's part." Here the matter rested, and the king's letter remained on the table. In the interim, Louis Roman XVIII wrote a second letter without any date. It was as follows: "You must have long since been convinced, General, that you possess my esteem. If you doubt my gratitude, fix your reward and mark out the fortune of your friends. As to my principles, I am a Frenchman, merciful by character, and also by the dictates of reason. No, the victor of Lodi, Castiglione, and Arcola, the conqueror of Italy and Egypt, cannot prefer vain celebrity to real glory. But you are losing precious time. We may ensure the glory of France. I say we, because I require the aid of Bonaparte, and he can do nothing without me. General, Europe observes you, glory awaits you, and I am impatient to restore peace to my people." Signed, Louis. This dignified letter the first consul suffered to remain unanswered for several weeks. At length, he proposed to dictate an answer to me. I observed that as the king's letters were autographs, it would be more proper that he should write himself. He then wrote with his own hand the following: Sir, I have received your letter, and I thank you for the compliments you addressed to me. You must not seek to return to France. To do so, you must trample over 100,000 dead bodies. Sacrifice your interest to the repose and happiness of France, and history will render you justice. I am not insensible to the misfortunes of your family. I shall learn with pleasure, and shall willingly contribute to ensure the tranquility of your retirement. Signed, Bonaparte. He showed me this letter, saying, What do you think of it? Is it not good? He was never offended when I pointed out to him an error of grammar or style, and I therefore replied, As to the substance, if such be your resolution, I have nothing to say against it. But, added I must make one observation on the style. You cannot say that you shall learn with pleasure to ensure, etc. On reading the passage over again, he thought he had pledged himself too far in saying that he would willingly contribute, etc. He therefore scored out the last sentence and interlined, I shall contribute with pleasure to the happiness and tranquility of your retirement. The answer thus scored and interlined could not be sent off, and it lay on the table with Bonaparte's signature affixed to it. Some time after he wrote another answer, the 3 first paragraphs of which were exactly alike that first quoted, but for the last paragraph he substituted the following: I am not insensible to the misfortunes of your family, and I shall learn with pleasure that you are surrounded with all that can contribute to the tranquility of your retirement. By this means he did not pledge himself in any way, not even in words, for he himself made no offer of contributing to the tranquility of the retirement. Every day which augmented his power and consolidated his position diminished, he thought, the chances of the Bourbons, and 7 months were suffered to intervene between the date of the king's first letter and the answer of the first consul, which was written on the 2d Vendemiaire, year Roman 9. 24th September 1800, just when the Congress of Luneville was on the point of opening. Some days after the receipt of Louis Roman 18's letter, we were walking in the gardens of Malmaison. He was in good humor, for everything was going on to his mind. Has my wife been saying anything more to you about the Bourbons? Said he. No, General. But when you converse with her, you concur a little in her opinions. Tell me why you wish the Bourbons back. You have no interest in their return, nothing to expect from them. Your family rank is not high enough to enable you to obtain any great post. You would be nothing under them. Through the patronage of M. de Chambonas, you got the appointment of Secretary of Legation at Stuttgart, but had it not been for the change, you would have remained all your life in that or some inferior post. Did you ever know men rise by their own merit under kings? Everything depends on birth, connection, fortune, and intrigue. Judge things more accurately, reflect more maturely on the future. General, replied I am quite of your opinion on one point. I never received gift, place, or favor from the Bourbons, and I have not the vanity to believe that I should ever have attained any important appointment. But you must not forget that my nomination as Secretary of Legation at Stuttgart preceded the overthrow of the throne only by a few days, and I cannot infer, from what took place under circumstances unfortunately too certain, what might have happened in the reverse case. Besides, I am not actuated by personal feelings. I consider not my own interests but those of France. I wish you to hold the reins of government as long as you live, but you have no children, and it is tolerably certain that you will have none by Josephine. What will become of us when you are gone? You talk of the future, but what will be the future fate of France? I have often heard you say that your brothers are not. You are right, said he, abruptly interrupting me. If I do not live 30 years to complete my work, you will have a long series of civil wars after my death. My brothers will not suit France. You know what they are. A violent conflict will therefore arise among the most distinguished generals, each of whom will think himself entitled to succeed me. Well, General, why not take means to obviate the mischief you foresee? Do you imagine I do not think of it? But look at the difficulties that stand in my way. How are so many acquired rights and material results to be secured against the efforts of a family restored to power, and returning with 80,000 emigrants and the influence of fanaticism? What would become of those who voted for the death of the kingdom men who acted a conspicuous part in the revolution the national domains, and a multitude of things that have been done during 12 years? Can you see how far reaction would extend? General, need I remind you that Louis, in his letter, guarantees the contrary of all you apprehend? I know what will be your answer. But are you not able to impose whatever conditions you may think fit? Grant what is asked of you only at that price. Take 3 or 4 years. In that time, you may ensure the happiness of France by institutions conformable to her wants. Custom and habit would give them a power which it would not be easy to destroy, and even supposing such a design were entertained, it could not be accomplished. I have heard you say it is wished you should act the part of monk, but you well know the difference between a general opposing the usurper of a crown, and one whom victory and peace have raised above the ruins of a subverted throne, and who restores it voluntarily to those who have long occupied it. You are well aware what you call ideology will not again be revived, and I know what you are going to say, but it all amounts to nothing. Depend upon it, the Bourbons will think they have reconquered their inheritance and will dispose of it as they please. The most sacred pledges, the most positive promises will be violated. None but fools will trust them. My resolution is formed, therefore let us say no more on the subject. But I know how these women torment you. Let them mind their knitting, and leave me to do what I think right. Everyone knows the adage, si vis pacem para bellum. Had Bonaparte been a Latin scholar, he would probably have reversed it and said, si vis bellum para pacem. While seeking to establish pacific relations with the powers of Europe, the first consul was preparing to strike a great blow in Italy. As long as Genoa held out and Messina continued there, Bonaparte did not despair of meeting the Austrians in those fields which not 4 years before had been the scenes of his success. He resolved to assemble an army of reserve at Dijon. Where there was previously nothing, he created everything. At that period of his life, the fertility of his imagination and the vigor of his genius must have commanded the admiration of even his bitterest enemies. I was astonished at the details into which he entered. While every moment was engrossed by the most important occupations, he sent 24,000 francs to the hospital of Mont Saint Bernard. When he saw that his army of reserve was forming, and everything was going on to his liking, he said to me, I hope to fall on the rear of Melas before he is aware I am in Italy. That is to say, provided Genoa holds out, but Messina is defending it. On the 17th of March, in a moment of gaiety and good humor, he desired me to unroll Chaucer's great map of Italy. He lay down upon it and desired me to do likewise. He then stuck into it pins, the heads of which were tipped with wax, some red and some black. I silently observed him, and awaited with no little curiosity the result of this plan of campaign. When he had stationed the enemy's corps, and drawn up the pins with red heads on the points where he hoped to bring his own troops, he said to me, Where do you think I shall beat Melas? How the devil should I know? Why, look here, you fool. Melas is at Alessandria with his headquarters. There he will remain until Genoa surrenders. He has in Alessandria his magazines, his hospitals, his artillery, and his reserves. Crossing the Alps here, pointing to the great Mont Saint Bernard, I shall fall upon Melas, cut off his communications with Austria, and meet him here in the plains of Scrivia, placing a red pin at San Giuliano. Finding that I looked on this maneuver of pins as mere pastime, he addressed to me some of his usual compliments, such as fool, ninny, etc., and then proceeded to demonstrate his plans more clearly on the map. At the expiration of a quarter of an hour we rose. I folded up the map and thought no more of the matter. 4 months after this, when I was at San Giuliano with Bonaparte's portfolio and dispatches, which I had saved from the rout which had taken place during the day, and when that very evening I was writing at Torre di Galifolo the bulletin of the battle to Napoleon's dictation, I frankly avowed my admiration of his military plans. He himself smiled at the accuracy of his own foresight. The first consul was not satisfied with General Berthier as war minister, and he superseded him by Carnot. There were special reasons for the appointment of Carnot. Berthier was required with his master in Italy, while Carnot, who had so long ruled the armies of the Republic, was better fitted to influence Mauro, at this time advancing into Germany. Carnot probably fulfilled the main object of his appointment when he was sent to Mauro, and succeeded in getting that general, with natural reluctance, to damage his own campaign by detaching a large body of troops into Italy. Berthier was reappointed to the ministry on Theth of October 1800, a very speedy return if he had really been disgraced. Who had given great proofs of firmness and integrity, but who nevertheless was no favorite of Bonaparte, on account of his decided republican principles. Berthier was too slow in carrying out the measures ordered, and too lenient in the payment of past charges and in new contracts. Carnot's appointment took place on the 2d of April 1800, and to console Berthier, who, he knew, was more at home in the camp than in the office, he dictated to me the following letter for him. Paris, 2d April 1800. Citizen General, the military talents of which you have given so many proofs, and the confidence of the government, call you to the command of an army. During the winter you have reorganized the War Department, and you have provided, as far as circumstances would permit, for the wants of our armies. During the spring and summer, it must be your task to lead our troops to victory, which is the effectual means of obtaining peace and consolidating the Republic. Bonaparte laughed heartily while he dictated this epistle, especially when he uttered the word which I have marked in italics. Berthier set out for Dijon, where he commenced the formation of the Army of Reserve. The consular constitution did not empower the first consul to command an army out of the territory of France. Bonaparte therefore wished to keep secret his long-projected plan of placing himself at the head of the army of Italy, which he then for the first time called the Grand Army. I observed that by his choice of Berthier nobody could be deceived, because it must be evident that he would have made another selection had he not intended to command in person. He laughed at my observation. Our departure from Paris was fixed for the 6th of May, or, according to the Republican calendar, the 16th Floreal. Bonaparte had made all his arrangements and issued all his orders, but still he did not wish it to be known that he was going to take the command of the army. On the eve of our departure, being in conference with the 2 other consuls and the ministers, he said to Lucien, "Prepare, tomorrow morning, a circular to the prefects, and you, Fauvelet, will publish it in the journals. Say I am gone to Dijon to inspect the army of reserve. You may add that I shall perhaps go as far as Geneva, but you must affirm positively that I shall not be absent longer than a fortnight. You, Cambaceres, will preside tomorrow at the Council of State. In my absence you are the head of the government. State that my absence will be but of short duration, but specify nothing. Express my approbation of the Council of State. It has already rendered great services, and I shall be happy to see it continue in the course it has hitherto pursued. Oh, I had nearly forgotten you will at the same time announce that I have appointed Joseph a Councillor of State. Should anything happen, I shall be back again like a thunderbolt. I recommend to you all the great interests of France, and I trust that I shall shortly be talked of in Vienna and in London." We set out at 2 in the morning, taking the Burgundy road, which we had already so often traveled under very different circumstances. On the journey Bonaparte conversed about the warriors of antiquity, especially Alexander, Caesar, Scipio, and Hannibal. I asked him which he preferred, Alexander or Caesar. "I place Alexander in the first rank," said he, "yet I admire Caesar's fine campaign in Africa. But the ground of my preference for the King of Macedonia is the plan, and above all the execution, of his campaign in Asia. Only those who are utterly ignorant of war can blame Alexander for having spent 7 months at the siege of Tyre. For my part, I would have stayed there 7 years had it been necessary. This is a great subject of dispute, but I look upon the siege of Tyre, the conquest of Egypt, and the journey to the oasis of Ammon as a decided proof of the genius of that great captain. His object was to give the king of Persia, of whose force he had only beaten a feeble advance guard at the Granicus and Issus, time to reassemble his troops, so that he might overthrow at a blow the Colossus, which he had as yet only shaken. By pursuing Darius into his states, Alexander would have separated himself from his reinforcements, and would have met only scattered parties of troops who would have drawn him into deserts where his army would have been sacrificed. By persevering in the taking of Tyre, he secured his communications with Greece, the country he loved as dearly as I love France, and in whose glory he placed his own. By taking possession of the rich province of Egypt, he forced Darius to come to defend or deliver it, and in so doing to march halfway to meet him. By representing himself as the son of Jupiter, he worked upon the ardent feelings of the Orientals in a way that powerfully seconded his designs. Though he died at 33, what a name he has left behind him. Though an utter stranger to the noble profession of arms, yet I could admire Bonaparte's clever military plans and his shrewd remarks on the great captains of ancient and modern times. I could not refrain from saying, "General, you often reproach me for being no flatterer, but now I tell you plainly I admire you. And certainly, I really spoke the true sentiments of my mind. Volume 2, 1818-03. Chapter 5, 1815. Message from the Tuileries my interview with the King my appointment to the office of Prefect of the Police Council at the Tuileries order for arrests Fauche's escape-devoused unmolested conversation with M. de Blocas the intercepted letter. And time lost evident understanding between Murat and Napoleon plans laid at Elba my departure from Paris the postmaster of Fins my arrival at Lille Louis Roman 18. Detained an hour at the gates His Majesty, obliged to leave France my departure for Hamburg the Duc de Berry at Brussels. Those who opposed the execution of the treaty concluded with Napoleon at the time of his abdication were guilty of a great error, for they afforded him a fair pretext for leaving the island of Elba. The details of that extraordinary enterprise are known to everyone, and I shall not repeat what has been told over and over again. For my own part, as soon as I saw with what rapidity Bonaparte was marching upon Lyon, and the enthusiasm with which he was received by the troops and the people, I prepared to retire to Belgium, there to await the denouement of this new drama. Every preparation for my departure was completed on the evening of the 13th of March, and I was ready to depart, to avoid the persecutions of which I expected I should be the object, when I received a message from the Tuileries stating that the king desired to see me. I, of course, lost no time in proceeding to the palace, and went straight to M. Hugh to inquire of him why I had been sent for. He occupied the apartments in which I passed the 3 most laborious and anxious years of my life. M. Hugh, perceiving that I felt a certain degree of uneasiness at being summoned to the Tuileries at that hour of the night, hastened to inform me that the king wished to appoint me prefect of the police. He conducted me to the king's chamber, where His Majesty thus addressed me kindly, but in an impressive manner. M. de Bourrienne, can we rely upon you? I expect much from your zeal and fidelity. Your Majesty, replied I, shall have no reason to complain of my betraying your confidence. Well, I re-establish the prefecture of the police, and I appoint you prefect. Do your best, M. de Bourrienne, in the discharge of your duties. I count upon you. By a singular coincidence, on the very day, the 13th of March, when I received this appointment, Napoleon, who was at Lyon, signed the decree which excluded from the amnesty he had granted 13 individuals, among whose names mine was inscribed. This decree confirmed me in the presentiments I had conceived as soon as I heard of the landing of Bonaparte. On returning home from the Tuileries after receiving my appointment, a multitude of ideas crowded on my mind. At the first moment, I had been prompted only by the wish to serve the cause of the king, but I was alarmed when I came to examine the extent of the responsibility I had taken upon myself. However, I determined to meet with courage the difficulties that presented themselves, and I must say that I had every reason to be satisfied with the manner in which I was seconded by M. Fauvelet, the Inspector General of the Police. Even now I am filled with astonishment when I think of the council that was held at the Tuileries on the evening of the 13th of March in M. de Blocas' apartments. The ignorance of the members of that council respecting our situation and their confidence in the useless measures they had adopted against Napoleon exceed all conception. Will it be believed that those great statesmen, who had the control of the telegraph, the post office, the police and its agents, money in short, everything which constitutes power, asked me to give them information respecting the advance of Bonaparte? What could I say to them? I could only repeat the reports which were circulated on the exchange, and those which I had collected here and there during the last 24 hours. I did not conceal that the danger was imminent, and that all their precautions would be of no avail. The question then arose as to what course should be adopted by the king. It was impossible that the monarch could remain at the capital, and yet, where was he to go? One proposed that he should go to Bordeaux, another to La Vendée, and a third to Normandy, and a fourth member of the council was of opinion that the king should be conducted to Melun. I conceived that if a battle should take place anywhere, it would probably be in the neighborhood of that town, but the councillor who made this last suggestion assured us that the presence of the king in an open carriage and 8 horses would produce a wonderful effect on the minds of the troops. This project was merely ridiculous. The others appeared to be dangerous and impracticable. I declared to the council that, considering the situation of things, it was necessary to renounce all idea of resistance by force of arms, that no soldier would fire a musket, and that it was madness to attempt to take any other view of things. Defection, said I, is inevitable. The soldiers are drinking in their barracks the money which you have been giving them for some days past to purchase their fidelity. They say Louis Roman XVIII is a very decent sort of man, but vive le petit caporal. Immediately on the landing of Napoleon, the king sent an extraordinary courier to Marmont, who was at Chatelaine, whither he had gone to take a last leave of his dying mother. I saw him one day after he had had an interview with the king. I think it was on the 6th or 7th of March. After some conversation on the landing of Napoleon and the means of preventing him from reaching Paris, Marmont said to me, "This is what I dwelt most strongly upon in the interview I have just had with the king." "Sire," said I doubt not Bonaparte's intention of coming to Paris, and the best way to prevent him doing so would be for your Majesty to remain here. It is necessary to secure the palace of the Tuileries against a surprise, and to prepare it for resisting a siege, in which it would be indispensable to use cannon. You must shut yourself up in your palace, with the individuals of your household and the principal public functionaries, while the Duc d'Angoulême should go to Bordeaux, the Duc de Berry to La Vendée, and Monsieur too, the French Comte. But they must set off in open day and announce that they are going to collect defenders for your Majesty. Monsieur, the brother of the king, the Comte d'Artois, later Charles X. This is what I said to the king this morning, and I added that I would answer for everything if my advice were followed. I am now going to direct my aide-de-camp, Colonel Fauvelet, to draw up the plan of defense. I did not concur in Marmont's opinion. It is certainly probable that had Louis Roman XVIII remained in his palace, the numerous defections which took place before the 20th of March would have been checked, and some persons would not have found so ready an excuse for breaking their oaths of allegiance. There can be little doubt, too, but Bonaparte would have reflected well before he attempted the siege of the Tuileries. Marmont, Tome Roman 7. p. 87, gives the full details of his scheme for provisioning and garrisoning the Tuileries which the king was to hold while his family spread themselves throughout the provinces. The idea had nothing strange in it, for the same advice was given by General Matthew Dumas, Souvenirs, Tome Roman 3. p. 564, a man not likely to suggest any rash schemes. Jaucourt, writing to Talleyrand, obviously believed in the wisdom of the king's remaining, as did the Tsar. See Talleyrand's Correspondence, Volume Roman 2. pp. 94, 122, 129. Napoleon would certainly have been placed in a strange difficulty, but a king capable of adopting such a resolution would never have been required to consider it. Marmont supported his opinion by observing that the admiration and astonishment excited by the extraordinary enterprise of Napoleon and his rapid march to Paris would be counterbalanced by the interest inspired by a venerable monarch defying his bold rival and courageously defending his throne. While I rendered full justice to the good intentions of the Duke of Ragusa, yet I did not think that his advice could be adopted. I opposed it as I opposed all the propositions that were made in the council relative to the different places to which the king should retire. I myself suggested Lille as being the nearest, and as presenting the greatest degree of safety, especially in the first instance. It was after midnight when I left the Council of the Tuileries. The discussion had terminated, and without coming to any precise resolution, it was agreed that the different opinions which had been expressed should be submitted to Louis Roman XVIII, in order that His Majesty might adopt that which should appear to him the best. The king adopted my opinion, but it was not acted upon until 5 days after. My appointment to the prefecture of the police was, as will be seen, a late thought of measure, almost as late indeed as Napoleon's proposition to send me as his minister plenipotentiary to Switzerland. In now accepting office, I was well convinced of the inutility of any effort that might be made to arrest the progress of the fast approaching and menacing events. Being introduced into the king's cabinet, His Majesty asked me what I thought of the situation of affairs. "I think, sire, that Bonaparte will be here in 5 or 6 days. "What, sir?" "Yes, sire. But proper measures are taken, the necessary orders given, and the marshals are faithful to me. Sire, I suspect no man's fidelity, but I can assure your Majesty that, as Bonaparte has landed, he will be here within a week." I know him, and your majesty cannot know him as well as I do, but I can venture to assure your majesty with the same confidence that he will not be here 6 months hence. He will be hurried into acts of folly which will ruin him. De Bourrienne, I hope the best from events, but if misfortune again compel me to leave France, and your second prediction be fulfilled, you may rely on me." During this short conversation, the king appeared perfectly tranquil and resigned. The next day I again visited the Tuileries, whither I had at those perilous times frequent occasion to repair. On that day, I received a list of 25 persons whom I was ordered to arrest. I took the liberty to observe that such a proceeding was not only useless, but likely to produce a very injurious effect at that critical moment. The reasons I urged had not all the effect I expected. However, some relaxation as to 23 of the 25 was conceded, but it was insisted that Fauchet and Davoust should be arrested without delay. The king repeatedly said, "I wish you to arrest Fauchet. Sire, I beseech your majesty to consider the inutility of such a measure. I am resolved upon Fauchet's arrest, but I am sure you will miss him, for André could not catch him." My nocturnal installation as prefect of the police took place some time after midnight. I had great repugnance to the arrest of Fauchet, but the order having been given, there was no alternative but to obey it. I communicated the order to M. Faudras, who very coolly observed, "Since we are to arrest him, you need not be afraid. We shall have him fast tomorrow." The next day my agents repaired to the Duke of Otranto's hotel in the Rue d'Artois. On showing their warrant, Fauchet said, "What does this mean? Your warrant is of no force, it is mere waste paper. It purports to come from the prefect of the police, but there is no such prefect." In my opinion, Fauchet was right, for my appointment, which took place during the night, had not been legally announced. Be that as it may, on his refusal to surrender, one of my agents applied to the staff of the National Guard, requesting the support, in case of need, of an armed force. General Dispels repaired to the Tuileries to take the king's orders on the subject. Meanwhile, Fauchet, who never lost his self-possession, after talking to the police officers who remained with him, pretended to step aside for some indispensable purpose, but the door which he opened led into a dark passage through which he slipped, leaving my unfortunate agents groping about in the obscurity. As for himself, he speedily gained the Rue Taitbout, where he stepped into a coach and drove off. This is the whole history of the notable arrest of Fauchet. As for Davoust, I felt my hands tied with respect to him. I do not mean to affect generosity, for I acknowledge the enmity I bore him, but I did not wish it to be supposed that I was acting towards him from a spirit of personal vengeance. I therefore merely ordered him to be watched. The other 23 were to me in this matter as if they had never existed, and some of them, perhaps, will only learn in reading my memoirs what dangerous characters they were thought to be. On the 15th of March, after the conversation which, as I have already related, I had with Louis Roman XVIII, I went to M. de Blocas and repeated to him what I had stated to the king on the certainty of Bonaparte's speedy arrival in Paris. I told him that I found it necessary to devote the short time still in our power to prevent a reaction against the royalists, and to preserve public tranquility until the departure of the royal family, and that I would protect the departure of all persons who had reasons for withdrawing themselves from the scene of the great and perhaps disastrous events that might ensue. You may readily believe, Count, added I, that considering the great interests with which I am entrusted, I am not inclined to lose valuable time in arresting the persons of whose names I have received a list. The execution of such a measure would be useless. It would lead to nothing, or rather it would serve to irritate public feeling. My conviction of this fact has banished from me all idea of keeping under restraint for 4 or 5 days persons whose influence, whether real or supposed, is nil, since Bonaparte is at Auxerre. Mere supervision appears to me sufficient, and to that I propose confining myself. The king, replied M. de Blocas, relies on you. He knows that though only 48 hours have elapsed since you entered upon your functions, you have already rendered greater services than you are perhaps aware of. I then asked M. de Blocas whether he had not received any intimation of Bonaparte's intended departure from the island of Elba by letters or by secret agents. The only positive information we received, answered the minister, was an intercepted letter, dated Elba, 6th February. It was addressed to M. near Grenoble. I will show it you. M. de Blocas opened a drawer of his writing table and took out the letter, which he gave to me. The writer thanked his correspondent for the information he had transmitted to the inhabitant of Elba. He was informed that everything was ready for departure, and that the first favorable opportunity would be seized, but that it would be desirable first to receive answers to some questions contained in the letter. These questions related to the regiments which had been sent into the south and the places of their cantonment. It was inquired whether the choice of the commanders was conformable to what had been agreed on in Paris, and whether Labedieu was at his post. The letter was rather long, and it impressed me by the way in which the plan of a landing on the coast of Provence was discussed. Precise answers were requested on all these points. On returning the letter to M. de Blocas, I remarked that the contents of the letter called for the adoption of some decided measures, and I asked him what had been done. He answered, I immediately sent a copy of the letter to M. d'André, that he might give orders for arresting the individual to whom it was addressed. Having had the opportunity of closely observing the machinery of a vigilant and active government, I was, I must confess, not a little amazed at the insufficiency of the measures adopted to defeat this well-planned conspiracy. When M. de Blocas informed me of all that had been done, I could not repress an exclamation of surprise. Well, said he, and what would you have done? In the first place, I would not have lost 24 hours, which were an age in such a crisis. I then explained the plan I would have adopted. A quarter of an hour after the receipt of the letter, I would have sent trustworthy men to Grenoble, and above all things, I would have taken care not to let the matter fall into the hands of the police. Having obtained all information from the correspondent at Grenoble, I would have made him write a letter to his correspondent at Elba to quiet the eagerness of Napoleon, telling him that the movement of troops he spoke of had not been made, that it would take 8 days to carry it out, and that it was necessary to the success of the enterprise to delay the embarkation for some days. While Bonaparte was thus delayed, I would have sent to the coast of Provence a sufficient body of men devoted to the royal cause, sending off in another direction the regiments whose chiefs were gained over by Napoleon, as the correspondents should reveal their names. You are perhaps right, sir, said M. de Blocas, but what could I do? I am new here. I had not the control of the police, and I trusted to M. d'André. Well, said I, Bonaparte will be here on the 20th of March. With these words, I parted from M. de Blocas. I remarked a great change in him. He had already lost a vast deal of that hauteur of favoritism which made him so much disliked. When I entered upon my duties in the prefecture of police, the evil was already past remedy. The incorrigible emigrants required another lesson, and the temporary resurrection of the empire was inevitable. But, if Bonaparte was recalled, it was not owing to any attachment to him personally. It was not from any fidelity to the recollections of the empire. It was resolved at any price to get rid of those imbecile councillors who thought they might treat France like a country conquered by the emigrants. The people determined to free themselves from a government which seemed resolved to trample on all that was dear to France. In this state of things, some looked upon Bonaparte as a liberator, but the greater number regarded him as an instrument. In this last character, he was viewed by the old republicans, and by a new generation, who thought they caught a glimpse of liberty in promises, and who were blind enough to believe that the idol of France would be restored by Napoleon. In February 1815, while everything was preparing at Elba for the approaching departure of Napoleon, Murat applied to the court of Vienna for leave to march through the Austrian provinces of Upper Italy, an army directed on France. It was on the 26th of the same month that Bonaparte escaped from Elba. These two facts were necessarily connected together, for, in spite of Murat's extravagant ideas, he never could have entertained the expectation of obliging the King of France, by the mere force of arms, to acknowledge his continued possession of the throne of Naples. Since the return of Louis Roman XVIII, the cabinet of the Tuileries had never regarded Murat in any other light than as a usurper. And I know from good authority that the French plenipotentiaries at the Congress of Vienna were especially instructed to insist that the restoration of the throne of Naples in favor of the Bourbons of the Two Sicilies should be a consequence of the restoration of the throne of France. I also know that the proposition was firmly opposed on the part of Austria, who had always viewed with jealousy the occupation of 3 thrones of Europe by the single House of Bourbon. According to information, for the authenticity of which I can vouch. The following were the plans which Napoleon conceived at Elba. Almost immediately after his arrival in France, he was to order the marshals on whom he could best rely to defend to the utmost the entrances to the French territory and the approaches to Paris, by pivoting on the triple line of fortresses which gird the north and east of France. Davoust was in petto singled out for the defense of Paris. He was to arm the inhabitants of the suburbs, and to have, besides, 20,000 men of the National Guard at his disposal. Napoleon, not being aware of the situation of the Allies, never supposed that they could concentrate their forces and march against him so speedily as they did. He hoped to take them by surprise and defeat their projects, by making Murat march upon Milan and by stirring up insurrections in Italy. The Po being once crossed, and Murat approaching the capital of Lombardy, Napoleon with the corps of Suchet, Brune, Grouchy, and Messina, augmented by troops sent, by forced marches, to Lyon, was to cross the Alps and revolutionize Piedmont. There, having recruited his army and joined the Neapolitans in Milan, he was to proclaim the independence of Italy, unite the whole country under a single chief, and then march at the head of 100,000 men on Vienna, by the Julian Alps, across which victory had conducted him in 1797. This was not all. Numerous emissaries scattered through Poland and Hungary were to foment discord and raise the cry of liberty and independence to alarm Russia and Austria. It must be confessed, it would have been an extraordinary spectacle to see Napoleon giving liberty to Europe in revenge for not having succeeded in enslaving her. By means of these bold maneuvers and vast combinations, Napoleon calculated that he would have the advantage of the initiative in military operations. Perhaps his genius was never more fully developed than in this vast conception. According to this plan, he was to extend his operations over a line of 500 leagues, from Ostend to Vienna, by the Alps and Italy, to provide himself with immense resources of every kind, to prevent the Emperor of Austria from marching his troops against France, and probably force him to terminate a war from which the hereditary provinces would have exclusively suffered. Such was the bright prospect which presented itself to Napoleon when he stepped on board the vessel which was to convey him from Elba to France. But the mad precipitation of Murat put Europe on the alert, and the brilliant illusion vanished like a dream. After being assured that all was tranquil, and that the royal family was secure against every danger, I myself set out at 4 o'clock on the morning of the 20th of March, taking the road to Lille. Nothing extraordinary occurred until I arrived at the post office of Fins, in front of which were drawn up a great number of carriages, which had arrived before mine, and the owners of which, like myself, were impatiently waiting for horses. I soon observed that someone called the postmaster aside in a way which did not appear entirely devoid of mystery, and I acknowledge I felt some degree of alarm. I was in the room in which the travelers were waiting, and my attention was attracted by a large bill fixed against the wall. It was printed in French and Russian, and it proved to be the order of the day which I had been fortunate enough to obtain from the Emperor Alexander to exempt post horses, etc., from the requisitions of the Allied troops. I was standing looking at the bill when the postmaster came into the room and advanced towards me. "Sir," said he, "that is an order of the day which saved me from ruin. Then surely you would not harm the man by whom it is signed? I know you, sir. I recognized you immediately. I saw you in Paris when you were director of the post office, and you granted a just claim which I had upon you. I have now come to tell you that they are harnessing 2 horses to your calash, and you may set off at full speed." The worthy man had assigned to my use the only 2 horses at his disposal. His son performed the office of postilion, and I set off to the no small dissatisfaction of some of the travelers who had arrived before me, and who, perhaps, had as good reasons as I to avoid the presence of Napoleon. We arrived at Lille at 11 o'clock on the night of the 21st. Here I encountered another vexation, though not of an alarming kind. The gates of the town were closed, and I was obliged to content myself with a miserable night's lodging in the suburb. I entered Lille on the 22d and Louis Roman 18, arrived on the 23d. His Majesty also found the gates closed, and more than an hour elapsed before an order could be obtained for opening them, for the Duke of Orleans, who commanded the town, was inspecting the troops when His Majesty arrived. The king was perfectly well received at Lille. There indeed appeared some symptoms of defection, but it must be acknowledged that the officers of the old army had been so singularly sacrificed to the promotion of the returned emigrants that it was very natural the former should hail the return of the man who had so often led them to victory. I put up at the Hôtel de Grand, certainly without forming any prognostic respecting the future residence of the king. When I saw His Majesty's retinue, I went down and stood at the door of the hotel, where as soon as Louis Roman XVIII perceived me, he distinguished me from among all the persons who were awaiting his arrival, and holding out his hand for me to kiss, he said, "Follow me, M. de Bourrienne." On entering the apartments prepared for him, the king expressed to me his approval of my conduct since the Restoration, and especially during the short interval in which I had discharged the functions of prefect of the police. He did me the honor to invite me to breakfast with him. The conversation naturally turned on the events of the day, of which every one present spoke according to his hopes or fears. Observing that Louis Roman XVIII concurred in Berthier's discouraging view of affairs, I ventured to repeat what I had already said at the Tuileries, that, judging from the disposition of the sovereigns of Europe and the information which I had received, it appeared very probable that His Majesty would be again seated on his throne in 3 months. Berthier bit his nails as he did when he wanted to leave the army of Egypt and return to Paris to the object of his adoration. Berthier was not hopeful. He was always one of those men who have the least confidence and the most depression. I could perceive that the king regarded my observation as one of those compliments which he was accustomed to receive, and that he had no great confidence in the fulfillment of my prediction. However, wishing to seem to believe it, he said, what he had more than hinted before, "M. de Bourrienne, as long as I am king you shall be my prefect of the police." It was the decided intention of Louis Roman XVIII to remain in France as long as he could, but the Napoleonic fever, which spread like an epidemic among the troops, had infected the garrison of Lille. Marshal Mortier, who commanded at Lille, and the Duke of Orleans, expressed to me their well-founded fears, and repeatedly recommended me to urge the king to quit Lille speedily, in order to avoid any fatal occurrence. During the 2 days I passed with His Majesty, I entreated him to yield to the imperious circumstances in which he was placed. At length, the king, with deep regret, consented to go, and I left Lille the day before that fixed for His Majesty's departure. In September 1814, the king had appointed me charge d'affaires from France to Hamburg, but not having received orders to repair to my post, I have not hitherto mentioned this nomination. However, when Louis Roman XVIII was on the point of leaving France, he thought that my presence in Hamburg might be useful for the purpose of making him acquainted with all that might interest him in the north of Germany. But it was not there that danger was to be apprehended. There were 2 points to be watched: the headquarters of Napoleon and the King's Council at Ghent. I, however, lost no time in repairing to a city where I was sure of finding a great many friends. On passing through Brussels, I alighted at the Hôtel de Bellevue, where the Duc de Berry arrived shortly after me. His Royal Highness then invited me to breakfast with him and conversed with me very confidentially. I afterwards continued my journey. Chapter 6. 1815. Message to Madame de Bourrienne on the 20th of March. Napoleon's nocturnal entrance into Paris. General Becton sent to my family by calling court recollection of old persecutions. General Dreessen's solution of an enigma seals placed on my effects useless searches persecution of women Madame de Staël and Madame de Recamier Paris during the 100 Days the Federates and patriotic songs declaration of the plenipotentiaries at Vienna. At Lille and again at Hamburg, I received letters from my family, which I had looked for with great impatience. They contained particulars of what had occurred relative to me since Bonaparte's return to Paris. 2 hours after my departure, Madame de Bourrienne also left Paris, accompanied by her children, and proceeded to an asylum which had been offered her 7 leagues from the capital. She left at my house in Paris her sister, 2 of her brothers, and her friend the Comtesse de Neuilly, who had resided with us since her return from the emigration. On the very morning of my wife's departure, namely, the 20th of March, a person, with whom I had always been on terms of friendship, and who was entirely devoted to Bonaparte, sent to request that Madame de Bourrienne would call on him, as he wished to speak to her on most important and urgent business. My sister-in-law informed the messenger that my wife had left Paris, but begging a friend to accompany her, she went herself to the individual, whose name will be probably guessed, though I do not mention it. The person who came with the message to my house put many questions to Madame de Bourrienne's sister respecting my absence, and advised her, above all things, to conjure me not to follow the king, observing that the cause of Louis Roman XVIII was utterly lost, and that I should do well to retire quietly to Burgundy, as there was no doubt of my obtaining the emperor's pardon. Nothing could be more gloomy than Bonaparte's entrance into Paris. He arrived at night in the midst of a thick fog. The streets were almost deserted, and a vague feeling of terror prevailed almost generally in the capital. At 9 o'clock on the same evening, the very hour of Bonaparte's arrival at the Tuileries, a lady, a friend of my family, and whose son served in the Young Guard, called and requested to see Madame de Bourrienne. She refused to enter the house lest she should be seen, and my sister-in-law went down to the garden to speak to her without a light. This lady's brother had been on the preceding night to Fontainebleau to see Bonaparte, and he had directed his sister to desire me to remain in Paris, and to retain my post in the prefecture of the police, as I was sure of a full and complete pardon. On the morning of the 21st, General Becton, who has since been the victim of his mad enterprises, called at my house and requested to speak with me and Madame de Bourrienne. He was received by my wife's sister and brothers, and stated that he came from M. de Caulaincourt to renew the assurances of safety which had already been given to me. I was, I confess, very sensible of these proofs of friendship when they came to my knowledge, but I did not for a single moment repent the course I adopted. I could not forget the intrigues of which I had been the object since 1811, nor the continual threats of arrest which, during that year, had not left me a moment's quiet. And since I now revert to that time, I may take the opportunity of explaining how in 1814 I was made acquainted with the real causes of the persecution to which I had been a prey. A person, whose name prudence forbids me mentioning, communicated to me the following letter, the original copy of which is in my possession. Monsieur le Duc de Bassanois send you some very important documents respecting the Sieur Bourrienne, and beg you will make me a confidential report on this affair. Keep these documents for yourself alone. This business demands the utmost secrecy. Everything induces me to believe that Bourrienne has carried a series of intrigues with London. Bring me the report on Thursday. I pray God, etc. Signed, Napoleon, Paris, 25th December 1811. I could now clearly perceive what to me had hitherto been enveloped in obscurity, but I was not, as yet, made acquainted with the documents mentioned in Napoleon's epistle. Still, however, the cause of his animosity was an enigma which I was unable to guess, but I obtained its solution some time afterwards. General Dreesen, who was the governor of Midau while Louis Roman XVIII resided in that town, came to Paris in 1814. I had been well acquainted with him in 1810 at Hamburg, where he lived for a considerable time. While at Midau, he conceived a chivalrous and enthusiastic friendship for the King of France. We were at first distrustful of each other, but afterwards the most intimate confidence arose between us. General Dreesen looked forward with certainty to the return of the Bourbons to France, and in the course of our frequent conversations on his favorite theme, he gradually threw off all reserve, and at length disclosed to me that he was maintaining a correspondence with the king. He told me that he had sent to Hartwell several drafts of proclamations, with none of which, he said, the king was satisfied. On allowing me the copy of the last of these drafts, I frankly told him that I was quite of the king's opinion as to its unfitness. I observed that if the king should one day return to France and act as the general advised, he would not keep possession of his throne 6 months. Dreesen then requested me to dictate a draft of a proclamation conformably with my ideas. This I consented to do on one condition, viz., that he would never mention my name in connection with the business, either in writing or conversation. General Dreesen promised this, and then I dictated to him a draft which I would now candidly lay before the reader if I had a copy of it. I may add that in the different proclamations of Louis Roman XVIII, I remarked several passages precisely corresponding with the draft I had dictated at Hamburg. During the 4 years which intervened between my return to Paris and the downfall of the empire, it several times occurred to me that General Dreesen had betrayed my secret, and on his very first visit to me after the Restoration, our conversation happening to turn on Hamburg, I asked him whether he had not disclosed what I wished him to conceal. "Well," said he, "there is no harm in telling the truth now. After you had left Hamburg, the king wrote to me inquiring the name of the author of the last draft I had sent him, which was very different from all that had preceded it. I did not answer this question, but the king having repeated it in a second letter, and having demanded an answer, I was compelled to break my promise to you, and I put into the post office of Gothenburg in Sweden a letter for the king, in which I mentioned your name. The mystery was now revealed to me. I clearly saw what had excited in Napoleon's mind the suspicion that I was carrying on intrigues with England. I have no doubt as to the way in which the affair came to his knowledge. The king must have disclosed my name to one of those persons whose situations placed them above the suspicion of any betrayal of confidence, and thus the circumstance must have reached the ear of Bonaparte. This is not a mere hypothesis, for I well know how promptly and faithfully Napoleon was informed of all that was said and done at Hartwell. Having shown General Driessen Napoleon's accusatory letter, he begged that I would entrust him with it for a day or two, saying he would show it to the king at a private audience. His object was to serve me and to excite Louis Roman XVIII. Interest in my behalf by briefly relating to him the whole affair. The general came to me on leaving the Tuileries and assured me that the king, after perusing the letter, had the great kindness to observe that I might think myself very happy in not having been shot. I know not whether Napoleon was afterwards informed of the details of this affair, which certainly had no connection with any intrigues with England, and which, after all, would have been a mere peccadillo in comparison with the conduct I thought it my duty to adopt at the time of the Restoration. Meanwhile, Madame de Bourrienne informed me by an express that seals were to be placed on the effects of all the persons included in the Decree of Lyons, and consequently upon mine. As soon as my wife received information of this, she quitted her retreat and repaired to Paris to face the storm. On the 29th of March, at 9 in the evening, the police agents presented themselves at my house. Madame de Bourrienne remonstrated against the measure and the inconvenient hour that was chosen for its execution, but all was in vain, and there was no alternative but to submit. But the matter did not end with the first formalities performed by Fauchet's alguazils. During the month of May, 7 persons were appointed to examine my papers, and among the inquisitorial septemvirate were 2 men well known and filling high situations. One of these executed his commission, but the other, sensible of the odium attached to it, wrote to say he was unwell and never came. The number of my inquisitors in domo was thus reduced to 6. They behaved with great rudeness and executed their mission with a rigor and severity exceedingly painful to my family. They carried their search so far as to rummage the pockets of my old clothes and even to unrip the linings. All this was done in the hope of finding something that would commit me in the eyes of the new master of France. But I was not to be caught in that way, and before leaving home, I had taken such precautions as to set my mind perfectly at ease. However, those who had declared themselves strongly against Napoleon were not the only persons who had reason to be alarmed at his return. Women even, by a system of inquisition unworthy of the emperor, but unfortunately quite in unison with his hatred of all liberty, were condemned to exile and had cause to apprehend further severity. It is for the exclusive admirers of the chief of the empire to approve of everything which proceeded from him, even his rigor against a defenseless sex. It is for them to laugh at the misery of a woman and a writer of genius, condemned without any form of trial to the most severe punishment short of death. For my part, I saw neither justice nor pleasantry in the exile of Madame de Chevreuse for having had the courage, and courage was not common then even among men, to say that she was not made to be the jailer of the Queen of Spain. On Napoleon's return from the Isle of Elba, Madame de Staël was in a state of weakness, which rendered her unable to bear any sudden and violent emotion. This debilitated state of health had been produced by her flight from Coppet to Russia immediately after the birth of the son, who was the fruit of her marriage with M. Rocca. In spite of the danger of a journey in such circumstances, she saw greater danger in staying where she was, and she set out on her new exile. That exile was not of long duration, but Madame de Staël never recovered from the effect of the alarm and fatigue it occasioned her. The name of the authoress of Corinne naturally calls to mind that of the friend who was most faithful to her in misfortune, and who was not herself screened from the severity of Napoleon by the just and universal admiration of which she was the object. In 1815, Madame Récamier did not leave Paris, to which she had returned in 1814, though her exile was not revoked. I know positively that Hortense assured her of the pleasure she would feel in receiving her, and that Madame Récamier, as an excuse for declining the perilous honor, observed that she had determined never again to appear in the world as long as her friends should be persecuted. The Memorial de Sainte Helene, referring to the origin of the ill will of the chief of the empire towards the society of Madame de Staël and Madame Récamier, etc., seems to reproach Madame Récamier, accustomed, says the memorial, to ask for everything and to obtain everything, for having claimed nothing less than the complete reinstatement of her father. Whatever may have been the pretensions of Madame Récamier, Bonaparte, not a little addicted to the custom he complains of in her, could not have, with a good grace, made a crime of her ingratitude if he on his side had not claimed a very different sentiment from gratitude. I was with the first consul at the time M. Bernard, the father of Madame Récamier, was accused, and I have not forgotten on what conditions the re-establishment would have been granted. The frequent interviews between Madame Récamier and Madame de Staël were not calculated to bring Napoleon to sentiments and measures of moderation. He became more and more irritated at this friendship between two women formed for each other's society, and on the occasion of one of Madame Récamier's journeys to Coppet he informed her, through the medium of Fauvelet, that she was perfectly at liberty to go to Switzerland, but not to return to Paris. Ah, Monseigneur. A great man may be pardoned for the weakness of loving women, but not for fearing them. This was the only reply of Madame Récamier to Fauvelet when she set out for Coppet. I may here observe that the personal prejudices of the emperor would not have been of a persevering and violent character if some of the people who surrounded him had not sought to foment them. I myself fell a victim to this. Napoleon's affection for me would perhaps have got the upper hand if his relenting towards me had not been incessantly combated by my enemies around him. I had no opportunity of observing the aspect of Paris during that memorable period recorded in history by the name of the 100 Days. But the letters which I received at the time, together with all that I afterwards heard, concurred in assuring me that the capital never presented so melancholy a picture as during those 3 months. No one felt any confidence in Napoleon's second reign, and it was said, without any sort of reserve, that Fauvelet, while serving the cause of usurpation, would secretly betray it. The future was viewed with alarm and the present with dissatisfaction. The sight of the federates who paraded the faubourgs and the boulevards, vociferating, "The Republic forever," and "Death to the Royalists." Their sanguinary songs, the revolutionary airs played in our theatres, all tended to produce a fearful torpor in the public mind, and the issue of the impending events was anxiously awaited. One of the circumstances which, at the commencement of the 100 Days, most contributed to open the eyes of those who were yet dazzled by the past glory of Napoleon was the assurance with which he declared that the Empress and his son would be restored to him, though nothing warranted that announcement. It was evident that he could not count on any ally, and in spite of the prodigious activity with which a new army was raised, those persons must have been blind indeed who could imagine the possibility of his triumphing over Europe, again armed to oppose him. I deplored the inevitable disasters which Bonaparte's bold enterprise would entail, but I had such certain information respecting the intentions of the Allied powers, and the spirit which animated the plenipotentiaries at Vienna, that I could not for a moment doubt the issue of the conflict. Thus I was not at all surprised when I received at Hamburg the minutes of the conferences at Vienna in May 1815. When the first intelligence of Bonaparte's landing was received at Vienna, it must be confessed that very little had been done at the Congress, for measures calculated to reconstruct a solid and durable order of things could only be framed and adopted deliberately, and upon mature reflection. Louis Roman XVIII had instructed his plenipotentiaries to defend and support the principles of justice and the law of nations, so as to secure the rights of all parties and avert the chances of a new war. The Congress was occupied with these important objects when intelligence was received of Napoleon's departure from Elba and his landing at the Gulf of Juan. The plenipotentiaries then signed the protocol of the conferences to which I have above alluded. The following dispatch of Napoleon's to Marshal Davoust, given in Captain Bingham's translation, Volume Roman III, p. 121, though not strictly bearing upon the subject of the Duke of Bassano's inquiry, p. 256, may perhaps find a place here, as indicative of the private feeling of the Emperor towards Bourrienne. As the reader will remember, it has already been alluded to earlier in the work. To Marshal Davoust, Campigny, 3d September 1811. I have received your letter concerning the cheating of Bourrienne at Hamburg. It will be important to throw light upon what he has done. Have the Jew, Gumprecht Mers, arrested, seize his papers, and place him in solitary confinement. Have some of the other principal agents of Bourrienne arrested so as to discover his doings at Hamburg and the embezzlements he has committed there. Signed, Napoleon. Chapter 6. 1806. Menaces of Prussia offer for restoring Hanover to England. Insolent ultimatum. Commencement of hostilities between France and Prussia. Battle of Auerstadt. Death of the Duke of Brunswick Bernadotte in Hamburg. Davenant and Bernadotte the Swedes at Lübeck. Major Amel service rendered to the English minister at Hamburg. My appointment of minister for the King of Naples. New regulation of the German Post Office. The Confederation of the North. Devices of the Hanse Town's occupation of Hamburg in the name of the Emperor. Decree of Berlin. The military governors of Hamburg. Brunn, Michaud, and Bernadotte. The moment now approached when war was about to be renewed in Germany, and in proportion as the hopes of peace diminished, Prussia redoubled her threats, which were inspired by the recollection of the deeds of the great Frederick. The idea of peace was hateful to Prussia. Her measures, which till now had been sufficiently moderate, suddenly assumed a menacing aspect on learning that the minister of the King of England had declared in Parliament that France had consented to the restitution of Hanover. The French ministry intimated to the Prussian government that this was a preliminary step towards a general peace, and that a large indemnity would be granted in return. But the King of Prussia, who was well informed and convinced that the House of Hanover clung to this ancient domain, which gave to England a certain preponderance in Germany, considered himself trifled with and determined on war. Under these circumstances, Lord Lauderdale was recalled from Paris by his government. War continued with England and was about to commence with Prussia. The Cabinet of Berlin sent an ultimatum which could scarcely be regarded in any other light than a defiance, and from the well-known character of Napoleon, we may judge of his irritation at this ultimatum. The severity with which Bonaparte treated the press may be inferred from the case of Palm, the publisher. In 1808, Johann Philipp Palm, of Nuremberg, was shot by Napoleon's order for issuing a pamphlet against the rule of the French in Germany. The emperor, after his stay of 8 months in Paris, passed in abortive negotiations for peace, set out on the 25th of September for the Rhine. Hostilities commenced on the 10th of October 1806 between France and Prussia, and I demanded of the Senate that a stop should be put to the Prussians' recruiting. The news of a great victory gained by the Emperor over the Prussians on the 14th of October reached Hamburg on the 19th, brought by some fugitives, who gave such exaggerated accounts of the loss of the French army that it was not until the arrival of the official dispatches on the 28th of October that we knew whether to mourn or to rejoice at the victory of Jena. The Duke of Brunswick, who was dangerously wounded at the Battle of Auerstadt, arrived on the 29th of October at Altona. This prince was in the 72nd year of his age and extremely infirm. His entrance into that city afforded a striking example of the vicissitudes of fortune. That prince entered Altona on a wretched litter, borne by 10 men, without officers, without domestics, followed by a troop of vagabonds and children who were drawn together by curiosity. He was lodged in a wretched inn, and so much worn out by fatigue and the pain of his eyes that on the day after his arrival, a report of his death very generally prevailed. Dr. Unzer was immediately sent for to attend the unfortunate duke, who, during the few days that he survived his wounds, saw no one else except his wife, who arrived on the 1st of November. He expired on the 10th of the same month. for the mistimed but rather pathetic belief of the old dying duke in the courtesy with which he and his states would be treated by the French. See Bugnot, Tome 1. p. 80. I feel sure that there is a courier of the emperor's on the road to know how I am. At this juncture, Bernadotte returned to Hamburg. I asked him how I was to account for his conduct while he was with Davoust, who had left Nuremberg to attack the Prussian army, and whether it was true that he had refused to march with that general, and afterwards to aid him when he attacked the Prussians on the Weimar road. The letters I received, observed I, state that you took no part in the Battle of Auerstadt, that I did not believe, but I suppose you saw the bulletin which I received a little after the battle, and which stated that Bonaparte said at Nuremberg, in the presence of several officers, were I to bring him before a court-martial he would be shot. I shall say nothing to him about it, but I will take care he shall know what I think of his behavior. He has too keen a sense of honor not to be aware that he acted disgracefully. I think him very likely, rejoined Bernadotte, to have made these observations. He hates me because he knows I do not like him, but let him speak to me and he shall have his answer. If I am a Gascon, he is a greater one. I might have felt piqued at receiving something like orders from Davoust, but I did my duty. The complaints of Bernadotte's conduct on the 14th of October, when he gave no assistance to Davoust in repulsing the main body of the Prussians at Aneradet, are well known. Gemini says that Davoust proposed to Bernadotte to march with him and even offered him the command of the two corps. Bernadotte refused and marched away to Dornberg, where he was of no use. His obstinacy, difficult to explain, nearly compromised both Davoust and the success of the battle. See also Thiers, Tome Roman 7. p. 172, who attributes Bernadotte's conduct to a profound aversion for Davoust conceived on the most frivolous grounds. Bernadotte had frequently given cause of complaint to Napoleon in the two campaigns of 1806 and 1806. In the movement on Vienna, Napoleon considered he showed want of activity and of zeal. These complaints seem to have been made in good faith, for in a letter to Bernadotte's brother-in-law, Joseph, Napoleon suggests that health may have been the causes, due cases, Tome IP 322. Bernadotte was equally unfortunate in putting in his appearance too late at Eilan. See Duc de Ravago's Memoirs, Tome Roman 2. p. 48, and also incurred the displeasure of Napoleon at Wagram. See later on. In the beginning of November, the Swedes entered Lübeck, but on the 8th of that month the town was taken by assault, and the Swedes, as well as the rest of the corps which had escaped from Jena, were made prisoners. A troop of Prussians had advanced within 4 leagues of Hamburg, and that town had already prepared for a vigorous resistance in case they should attempt an entrance, when Major Amiel attacked them at Zollenspieker and made some prisoners. Hamburg was, however, threatened with another danger, for Major Amiel expressed his intention of entering with all his prisoners, notwithstanding the acknowledged neutrality of the town. Amiel was a partisan leader in the true sense of the word. He fought rather on his own account than with the intention of contributing to the success of the operations of the army. His troop did not consist of more than 40 men, but that was more than sufficient to spread terror and devastation in the surrounding villages. He was a bold fellow, and when, with his handful of men, he threw himself upon Hamburg, the worthy inhabitants thought he had 20,000 troops with him. He had pillaged every place through which he passed and brought with him 300 prisoners and a great many horses he had taken on his road. It was night when he presented himself at the gates of the city, which he entered alone, having left his men and booty at the last village. He proceeded to the French embassy. I was not there at the time, but I was sent for, and about 7 o'clock in the evening I had my first interview with the major. He was the very beau ideal of a bandit, and would have been an admirable model for a painter. I was not at all surprised to hear that on his arrival his wild appearance and huge mustachios had excited some degree of terror among those who were in the salon. He described his exploits on the march, and did not disguise his intention of bringing his troops into Hamburg next day. He talked of the bank and of pillage. I tried for some time to divert him from this idea, but without effect, and at length said to him, "Sir, you know that this is not the way the emperor wishes to be served. During the 7 years that I have been about him, I have invariably heard him express his indignation against those who aggravate the misery which war naturally brings in her train. It is the express wish of the emperor that no damage, no violence whatever, shall be committed on the city or territory of Hamburg. These few words produced a stronger effect than any entreaties I could have used, for the mere name of the emperor made even the boldest tremble, and Major Amiel next thought of selling his booty. The Senate were so frightened at the prospect of having Amiel quartered upon them that to get rid of him they determined to purchase his booty at once, and even furnished him with guards for his prisoners. I did not learn till some time afterwards that among the horses Major Amiel had seized upon the road were those of the Countess Walmoden. Had I known this fact at the time, I should certainly have taken care to have had them restored to her. Madame Walmoden was then a refugee at Hamburg, and between her and my family a close intimacy existed. On the very day, I believe, of the Major's departure, the Senate wrote me a letter of thanks for the protection I afforded the town. Before the commencement of the Prussian campaign, while anxiety was entertained respecting the designs of the Cabinet of Berlin, my task was not an easy one. I exerted all my efforts to acquaint the French government with what was passing on the Spree. I announced the first intelligence of an unexpected movement which had taken place among the Prussian troops cantoned in the neighborhood of Hamburg. They suddenly evacuated Lauenburg, Plattsburg, Harburg, Stade, Twysenfels, and Cuxhaven. This extraordinary movement gave rise to a multitude of surmises. I was not wrong when I informed the French government that, according to every probability, Prussia was about to declare hostilities against France and to enter into an alliance with England. I much regretted that my situation did not allow me more frequent opportunities of meeting Mr. Thornton, the English minister to the circle of Lower Saxony. However, I saw him sometimes and had on 2 different occasions the opportunity of rendering him some service. Mr. Thornton had requested me to execute a little private business for him, the success of which depended on the emperor. I made the necessary communication to the Minister for Foreign Affairs, adding in my letter that Mr. Thornton's conduct towards the French who had come in any way in contact with him had ever been just and liberal, and that I should receive great pleasure in being able to announce to him the success of his application. His request was granted. On another occasion, Mr. Thornton applied to me for my services, and I had once more the pleasure of rendering them. He wished to procure some information respecting an Englishman named Baker, who had gone to Terracina, in the Campagna di Roma, for the benefit of sea bathing. He was there arrested, without any cause assigned, by order of the commandant of the French troops in Terracina. The family of Mr. Baker, not having heard from him for some months, became very uneasy respecting him, for they had not the least idea of his arrest. His relations applied to Mr. Thornton, and that gentleman, notwithstanding the circumstances, which, as I have stated, prevented our frequent intercourse, hesitated not a moment in requesting me to furnish him with some information respecting his countrymen. I lost no time in writing to M. Olquer, our ambassador at Rome, and soon enabled Mr. Thornton to ease the apprehension of Mr. Baker's friends. I had every opportunity of knowing what was passing in Italy, for I had just been invested with a new dignity. As the new King of Naples, Joseph, had no minister in Lower Saxony, he wished that I should discharge the function of minister plenipotentiary for Naples. His ministers accordingly received orders to correspond with me upon all business connected with his government and his subjects. The relations between Hamburg and Naples were nearly nil, and my new office made no great addition to my labors. I experienced, however, a little more difficulty in combining all the post offices of Hamburg in the office of the Grand Duchy of Berg, thus detaching them from the offices of Latour and Taxis, so named after the German family who for a length of time had had the possession of them, and who were devoted to Austria. After some days of negotiation, I obtained the suppression of these offices, and their union with the post office of the Grand Duc de Bourg, Murat, who thus received letters from Italy, Hungary, Germany, Poland, part of Russia, and the letters from England for these countries. The affair of the post offices gained for me the approbation of Napoleon. He expressed his satisfaction through the medium of a letter I received from Duroc, who at the same time recommended me to continue informing the Emperor of all that was doing in Germany with relation to the plans of the Confederation of the North. I therefore dispatched to the Minister for Foreign Affairs a detailed letter, announcing that Baron Grote, the Prussian minister at Hamburg, had set off on a visit to Bremen and Lübeck. Among those who accompanied him on this excursion was a person wholly devoted to me, and I knew that Baron Grote's object was to offer to these towns verbal propositions for their union with the Confederation of the North, which the King of Prussia wished to form as a counterpoise to the Confederation of the Rhine, just created by Napoleon. Baron Grote observed the strictest secrecy in all his movements. He showed, in confidence, to those to whom he addressed himself, a letter from M. Haugwitz, the minister of the King of Prussia. In July 1806, after Austerlitz, Napoleon had formed the Confederation du Rhine, to include the smaller states of Germany, who threw off all connection with the German Empire and formed a confederation furnishing a considerable army. The Emperor of Germany, Francis I, had already in 1804, on Napoleon taking the title of emperor, declared himself hereditary Emperor of Austria. After the formation of the Rhenish Confederation and Napoleon's refusal to acknowledge the German Empire any longer, he released the states of the Holy Roman Empire from their allegiance, declared the empire dissolved, and contented himself with the title of Emperor of Austria, as Francis I, who endeavored to point out to the Hanse towns how much the Confederation of the North would turn to their advantage, it being the only means of preserving their liberty, by establishing a formidable power. However, to the first communication, only an evasive answer was returned. M. van Sienen, the Syndic of Hamburg, was commissioned by the Senate to inform the Prussian minister that the affair required the concurrence of the burghers, and that before he could submit it to them, it would be necessary to know its basis and conditions. Meanwhile, the Syndic Dorman proceeded to Lübeck, where there was also a deputy from Bremen. The project of the Confederation, however, never came to anything. I scrupulously discharged the duties of my functions, but I confess I often found it difficult to execute the orders I received, and more than once I took it upon myself to modify their severity. I loved the frank and generous character of the Hamburgers, and I could not help pity the fate of the Hanse towns, heretofore so happy, and from which Bonaparte had exacted such immense sacrifices. On the principal gate of the Hanse towns is inscribed the following motto, well expressing the pacific spirit of the people: De nobis pacem, Domine in debis nostris. The paternal and elected government, which did everything to secure the happiness of these towns, was led to believe that the sacrifices imposed on them would be recompensed by the preservation of their neutrality. No distrust was entertained, and hope was kept alive by the assurances given by Napoleon. He published in the Monitor that the Hanse towns could not be included in any particular confederation. He thus strangled in its birth the Confederation of the North, to which those feeble states would otherwise have been obliged to consent. When in 1806 Napoleon marched against Prussia, he detached Marshal Mortier from the Grand Army when it had passed the Rhine, and directed him to invade the electorate of Hesse and march on Hamburg. On the 19th of November, the latter town was occupied by the French army in the name of the Emperor, amidst the utmost order and tranquility. I must acknowledge that I was under much apprehension as to this event. At the intelligence of the approach of the French army, consternation was great and universal in Hamburg, which was anxious to maintain its neutrality unimpaired. At the urgent request of the magistrates of the city, I assumed functions more than diplomatic, and became, in some respects, the first magistrate of the town. I went to meet Marshal Mortier to endeavor to dissuade him from entering. I thought I should by this means better serve the interests of France than by favoring the occupation of a neutral town by our troops, but all my remonstrances were useless. Marshal Mortier had received formal orders from the Emperor. No preparations having been made at Hamburg for the reception of Marshal Mortier, he quartered himself and his whole staff upon me. The few troops he had with him were disposed of in my courtyard, so that the residence of a minister of peace was all at once converted into headquarters. This state of things continued until a house was got ready for the marshal. Marshal Mortier had to make very rigorous exactions, but my representations suspended for a while Napoleon's orders for taking possession of the Bank of Hamburg. I am here bound to bear testimony to the marshal's honorable principles and integrity of character. The representations which I had sent to Marshal Mortier were transmitted by the latter to the Emperor at Berlin, and Mortier stated that he had suspended the execution of the orders until he should receive others. The Emperor approved of this. It was, indeed, a happy event for France and for Europe, even more so than for Hamburg. Those who suggested to the emperor the idea of pillaging that fine establishment must have been profoundly ignorant of its importance. They thought only of the 90,000,000 of Marksbanco deposited in its cellars. By the famous Decree of Berlin, dated 21st November 1806, Mortier was compelled to order the seizure of all English merchandise in the Hanse towns, but he enforced the decree only so far as to preserve the appearance of having obeyed his orders. Mortier, on leaving Hamburg for Mecklenburg, was succeeded by General Michaud, who in his turn was succeeded by Marshal Brune in the beginning of 1807. I am very glad to take the present opportunity of correcting the misconceptions which arose through the execution of certain acts of imperial tyranny. The truth is, Marshal Brune, during his government, constantly endeavored to moderate, as far as he could, the severity of the orders he received. Bernadotte became governor of Hamburg when the Battle of Jena rendered Napoleon master of Prussia and the north of Germany. The Prince of Pontcorvo lightened, as far as possible, the unjust burdens and vexations to which that unfortunate town was subject. He never refused his assistance to any measures which I adopted to oppose a system of ruin and persecution. He often protected Hamburg against exorbitant exactions. The Hanse towns revived a little under his government, which continued longer than that of Mortier, Michaud, and Brune. The memory of Bernadotte will always be dear to the Hamburgers, and his name will never be pronounced without gratitude. His attention was especially directed to moderate the rigor of the custom houses, and perhaps the effect which his conduct produced on public opinion may be considered as having, in some measure, led to the decision which, 4 years after, made him hereditary Prince of Sweden. Chapter 14. 1802–1803. Departure for Malmaison. Unexpected question relative to the Bourbons' distinction between two opposition parties. New intrigues of Lucien Camille Jordan's pamphlet seized vituperation against the liberty of the press. Revisal of the Constitution. New Senatus consult deputation from the Senate audience of the diplomatic body. Josephines, melancholy. The discontented secret meetings. Fauvelet and the police agents. The Code. Napoleon Bonaparte's regular attendance at the Council of State. His knowledge of mankind and the science of government. Napoleon's first sovereign act. His visit to the Senate. The consular procession. Polite etiquette. The Senate and the Council of State. Complaints against Lucien the deaf and dumb. Assembly. Creation of senatorships, when nothing was wanting to secure the consulate for life but the votes of the people, which there was no doubt of obtaining. The first consul set off to spend a few days at Malmaison. On the day of our arrival, as soon as dinner was ended, Bonaparte said to me, "Bourrienne, let us go and take a walk." It was the middle of May, so that the evenings were long. We went into the park. He was very grave, and we walked for several minutes without his uttering a syllable. Wishing to break silence in a way that would be agreeable to him, I alluded to the facility with which he had nullified the last Senatus consult. He scarcely seemed to hear me, so completely was his mind absorbed in the subject on which he was meditating. At length, suddenly recovering from his abstraction, he said, "Bourrienne, do you think that the pretender to the crown of France would renounce his claims if I were to offer him a good indemnity, or even a province in Italy?" Surprised at this abrupt question on a subject which I was far from thinking of, I replied that I did not think the pretender would relinquish his claims, that it was very unlikely the Bourbons would return to France as long as he, Bonaparte, should continue at the head of the government, though they would look forward to their ultimate return as probable. "How so?" inquired he. "For a very simple reason, General. Do you not see every day that your agents conceal the truth from you and flatter you in your wishes for the purpose of ingratiating themselves in your favor? Are you not angry when at length the truth reaches your ear? And what then? Why, General, it must be just the same with the agents of Louis Roman XVIII. In France, it is in the course of things, in the nature of man, that they should feed the Bourbons with hopes of a possible return, were it only to induce a belief in their own talent and utility." "That is very true, you are quite right, but I am not afraid. However, something might perhaps be done. We shall see." Here the subject dropped, and our conversation turned on the consulate for life, and Bonaparte spoke in unusually mild terms of the persons who had opposed the proposition. I was a little surprised at this, and could not help reminding him of the different way in which he had spoken of those who opposed his accession to the consulate. "There is nothing extraordinary in that," said he. "Worthy men may be attached to the Republic as I have made it. It is a mere question of form. I have nothing to say against that, but at the time of my accession to the consulate it was very different. Then, none but Jacobins, terrorists, and rogues resisted my endeavors to rescue France from the infamy into which the Directory had plunged her. But now I cherish no ill will against those who have opposed me." During the intervals between the acts of the different bodies of the state and the collection of the votes, Lucian renewed his intrigues, or rather prosecuted them with renewed activity, for the purpose of getting the question of hereditary succession included in the votes. Many prefects transmitted to M. Chaptal anonymous circulars which had been sent to them. All stated the ill effect produced by these circulars, which had been addressed to the principal individuals of their departments. Lucian was the originator of all this, though I cannot positively say whether his brother connived with him, as in the case of the pamphlet to which I have already alluded. I believe, however, that Bonaparte was not entirely a stranger to the business, for the circulars were written by Riederer at the instigation of Lucian, and Riederer was at that time in favor at the Tuileries. I recollect Bonaparte speaking to me one day very angrily about a pamphlet which had just been published by Camille Jordan on the subject of the national vote on the consulate for life. Camille Jordan did not withhold his vote, but gave it in favor of the first consul. And instead of requiring preliminary conditions, he contented himself, like the tribunate, with enumerating all the guarantees which he expected the honor of the first consul would grant. Among these guarantees were the cessation of arbitrary imprisonments, the responsibility of the agents of government, and the independence of the judges. But all these demands were mere peccadilloes in comparison with Camille Jordan's great crime of demanding the liberty of the press. The first consul had looked through the fatal pamphlet and lavished invectives upon its author. "How," exclaimed he, "am I never to have done with these firebrands, these babblers, who think that politics may be shown on a printed page like the world on a map? Truly, I know not what things will come to if I let this go on. Camille Jordan, whom I received so well at Lyons, to think that he should ask for the liberty of the press. Were I to accede to this, I might as well pack up at once and go, and live on a farm 100 leagues from Paris." Bonaparte's first act in favor of the liberty of the press was to order the seizure of the pamphlet in which Camille Jordan had extolled the advantages of that measure. Publicity, either by words or writing, was Bonaparte's horror. Hence his aversion to public speakers and writers. Camille Jordan was not the only person who made unavailing efforts to arrest Bonaparte in the first steps of his ambition. There were yet in France many men who, though they had hailed with enthusiasm the dawn of the French Revolution, had subsequently been disgusted by its crimes, and who still dreamed of the possibility of founding a truly constitutional government in France. Even in the Senate, there were some men indignant at the usual compliance of that body, and who spoke of the necessity of subjecting the Constitution to a revisal in order to render it conformable to the consulate for life. The project of revising the Constitution was by no means unsatisfactory to Bonaparte. It afforded him an opportunity of holding out fresh glimmerings of liberty to those who were too short-sighted to see into the future. He was pretty certain that there could be no change, but to his advantage. Had anyone talked to him of the wishes of the nation, he would have replied, 3,577,259 citizens have voted. Of these, how many were for me? 3,368,185. Compare the difference. There is but one vote in 45 against me. I must obey the will of the people. To this he would not have failed to add, whose are the votes opposed to me? Those of ideologists, Jacobins, and peculators under the Directory. To such arguments what could have been answered? It must not be supposed that I am putting these words into Bonaparte's mouth. They fell from him oftener than once. As soon as the state of the votes was ascertained, the Senate conceived itself under the necessity of repairing the only fault it had committed in the eyes of the first consul, and solemnly presented him with a new senatus consult, and a decree couched in the following terms. Article I, the French people nominate, and the Senate proclaim Napoleon Bonaparte consul for life. Article Roman II. A statue representing peace, holding in one hand the laurel of victory, and in the other the decree of the Senate, shall commemorate to posterity the gratitude of the nation. Article Roman 3. The Senate will convey to the First Consul the expression of the confidence, the love, and the admiration of the French people. Bonaparte replied to the deputation from the Senate, in the presence of the diplomatic body, whose audience had been appointed for that day in order that the ambassadors might be enabled to make known to their respective courts that Europe reckoned one king more. In his reply, he did not fail to introduce the high-sounding words, liberty and equality. He commenced thus: "A citizen's life belongs to his country. The French people wish that mine should be entirely devoted to their service. I obey." On the day this ceremony took place, besides the audience of the diplomatic body, there was an extraordinary assemblage of general officers and public functionaries. The principal apartments of the Tuileries presented the appearance of a fete. This gaiety formed a striking contrast with the melancholy of Josephine, who felt that every step of the First Consul towards the throne removed him farther from her. She had to receive a party that evening, and though greatly depressed in spirits, she did the honors with her usual grace. Let a government be what it may, it can never satisfy everyone. At the establishment of the consulate for life, those who were averse to that change formed but a feeble minority. But still, they met, debated, corresponded, and dreamed of the possibility of overthrowing the consular government. During the first 6 months of the year 1802, there were meetings of the discontented, which Fauvelet, who was then Minister of the Police, knew and would not condescend to notice. But on the contrary, all the inferior agents of the police contended for a prey which was easily seized, and, with the view of magnifying their services, represented these secret meetings as the effect of a vast plot against the government. Bonaparte, whenever he spoke to me on the subject, expressed himself weary of the efforts which were made to give importance to trifles, and yet he received the reports of the police agents as if he thought them of consequence. This was because he thought Fauvelet badly informed, and he was glad to find him at fault. But when he sent for the Minister of Police, the latter told him that all the reports he had received were not worth a moment's attention. He told the First Consul all, and even a great deal more than had been revealed to him, mentioning at the same time how and from whom Bonaparte had received his information. But these petty police details did not divert the First Consul's attention from the great object he had in view. Since March 1802, he had attended the sittings of the Council of State with remarkable regularity. Even while we were at the Luxembourg, he busied himself in drawing up a new code of laws to supersede the incomplete collection of revolutionary laws, and to substitute order for the sort of anarchy which prevailed in the legislation. The man who were most distinguished for legal knowledge had cooperated in this laborious task, the result of which was the code first distinguished by the name of the Civil Code, and afterwards called the Code Napoleon. The labors of this important undertaking being completed, a committee was appointed for the presentation of the code. This committee, of which Cambaceres was the president, was composed of Portales, Merlin de Douai, and Tronchet. During all the time the discussions were pending, instead of assembling as usual 3 times a week, the Council of State assembled every day, and the sittings, which on ordinary occasions only lasted 2 or 3 hours, were often prolonged to 5 or 6. The First Consul took such interest in these discussions that, to have an opportunity of conversing upon them in the evening, he frequently invited several members of the council to dine with him. It was during these conversations that I most admired the inconceivable versatility of Bonaparte's genius, or rather, that superior instinct which enabled him to comprehend at a glance, and in their proper point of view, legislative questions to which he might have been supposed a stranger. Possessing as he did, in a supreme degree, the knowledge of mankind, ideas important to the science of government flashed upon his mind like sudden inspirations. Some time after his nomination to the consulate for life, anxious to perform a sovereign act, he went for the first time to preside at the Senate. Availing myself, that day of a few leisure moments, I went out to see the consular procession. It was truly royal. The First Consul had given orders that the military should be ranged in the streets through which he had to pass. On his first arrival at the Tuileries, Napoleon had the soldiers of the guard ranged in a single line in the interior of the court, but he now ordered that the line should be doubled, and should extend from the gate of the Tuileries to that of the Luxembourg. Assuming a privilege which old etiquette had confined exclusively to the kings of France, Bonaparte now for the first time rode in a carriage drawn by 8 horses. A considerable number of carriages followed that of the first consul, which was surrounded by generals and aides de camp on horseback. Louis Roman XIV, going to hold a bed of justice at the Parliament of Paris, never displayed greater pomp than did Bonaparte in this visit to the Senate. He appeared in all the parade of royalty, and 10 senators came to meet him at the foot of the staircase of the Luxembourg. The object of the first consul's visit to the Senate was the presentation of 5 plans of senatus consults. The other 2 consuls were present at the ceremony, which took place about the middle of August. Bonaparte returned in the same style in which he went, accompanied by M. Lebrun, Cambaceres remaining at the Senate, of which he was president. The 5 senatus consults were adopted, but a restriction was made in that which concerned the forms of the Senate. It was proposed that when the consuls visited the Senate, they should be received by a deputation of 10 members at the foot of the staircase, as the first consul had that day been received. But Bonaparte's brothers Joseph and Lucien opposed this, and prevented the proposition from being adopted, observing that the second and third consuls being members of the Senate could not be received with such honors by their colleagues. This little scene of political courtesy, which was got up beforehand, was very well acted. Bonaparte's visit to the Senate gave rise to a change of rank in the hierarchy of the different authorities composing the government. Hitherto, the Council of State had ranked higher in public opinion, but the Senate, on the occasion of its late deputation to the Tuileries, had, for the first time, received the honor of precedency. This had greatly displeased some of the councillors of state, but Bonaparte did not care for that. He instinctively saw that the Senate would do what he wished more readily than the other constituted bodies, and he determined to augment its rights and prerogatives even at the expense of the rights of the legislative body. These encroachments of one power upon another, authorized by the first consul, gave rise to reports of changes in ministerial arrangements. It was rumored in Paris that the number of the ministers was to be reduced to 3, and that Lucien, Joseph, and M. de Talleyrand were to divide among them the different portfolios. Lucien helped to circulate these reports, and this increased the first consul's dissatisfaction at his conduct. The letters from Madrid, which were filled with complaints against him, together with some scandalous adventures, known in Paris, such as his running away with the wife of a limonadier, exceedingly annoyed Bonaparte, who found his own family more difficult to govern than France. France, indeed, yielded with admirable facility to the yoke which the first consul wished to impose on her. How artfully did he undo all that the Revolution had done, never neglecting any means of attaining his object. He loved to compare the opinions of those whom he called the Jacobins with the opinions of the men of 1789, and even them he found too liberal. He felt the ridicule which was attached to the mute character of the legislative body, which he called his deaf and dumb assembly. But as that ridicule was favorable to him, he took care to preserve the assembly as it was, and to turn it into ridicule whenever he spoke of it. In general, Bonaparte's judgment must not be confounded with his actions. His accurate mind enabled him to appreciate all that was good, but the necessity of his situation enabled him to judge with equal shrewdness what was useful to himself. What I have just said of the Senate affords me an opportunity of correcting an error which has frequently been circulated in the chit-chat of Paris. It has erroneously been said of some persons that they refused to become members of the Senate, and among the number have been mentioned M. Ducis, M. de Lafayette, and the Marechal de Rochambeau. The truth is that no such refusals were ever made. The following fact, however, may have contributed to raise these reports and give them credibility. Bonaparte used frequently to say to persons in his salon and in his cabinet, "You should be a senator a man like you should be a senator." But these complimentary words did not amount to a nomination. To enter the Senate, certain legal forms were to be observed. It was necessary to be presented by the Senate, and after that presentation, no one ever refused to become a member of the body, to which Bonaparte gave additional importance by the creation of senatories. This creation took place in the beginning of 1803. Chapter 15. 1802. The intoxication of great men unlucky zeal merit, Champagny. And Savariem de Talleyrand's real services postponement of the execution of orders Fauchet, and the Revolution the Royalist Committee the Charter. First planned during the consulate mission to Coblentz influence of the Royalists upon Josephine the statue, and the pedestal Madame de Genlis, Romance of Madame de la Vallière, the Legion of Honor, and the Carnation's influence of the Faubourg Saint-Germain inconsiderate step, taken by Bonaparte Louis XVI's indignation prudent advice of the Abbe André letter from Louis. Roman 18. To Bonaparte Council held at Neuilly the letter delivered indifference of Bonaparte and satisfaction of the Royalists. Perhaps one of the happiest ideas that ever were expressed was that of the Athenian who said, "I appeal from Philip drunk to Philip sober." The drunkenness here alluded to is not of that kind which degrades a man to the level of a brute, but that intoxication which is occasioned by success, and which produces in the heads of the ambitious a sort of cerebral congestion. Ordinary men are not subject to this excitement and can scarcely form an idea of it. But it is nevertheless true that the fumes of glory and ambition occasionally derange the strongest heads, and Bonaparte, in all the vigor of his genius, was often subject to aberrations of judgment. For though his imagination never failed him, his judgment was frequently at fault. This fact may serve to explain, and perhaps even to excuse the faults with which the first consul has been most seriously reproached. The activity of his mind seldom admitted of an interval between the conception and the execution of a design. But when he reflected coolly on the first impulses of his imperious will, his judgment discarded what was erroneous. Thus the blind obedience, which, like an epidemic disease, infected almost all who surrounded Bonaparte, was productive of the most fatal effects. The best way to serve the first consul was never to listen to the suggestions of his first ideas, except on the field of battle, where his conceptions were as happy as they were rapid. Thus, for example, Marat, de Champagny, and Savary evinced a ready obedience to Bonaparte's wishes, which often proved very unfortunate, though doubtless dictated by the best intentions on their part. To this fatal zeal may be attributed a great portion of the mischief which Bonaparte committed. When the mischief was done, and past remedy, Bonaparte deeply regretted it. How often have I heard him say that Marat was animated by an unlucky zeal? This was the expression he made use of. M. de Talleyrand was almost the only one among the ministers who did not flatter Bonaparte, and who really served both the first consul and the emperor. When Bonaparte said to M. de Talleyrand, "Write so, and send it off by a special courier," that minister was never in a hurry to obey the order, because he knew the character of the first consul well enough to distinguish between what his passion dictated and what his reason would approve. In short, he appealed from Philip drunk to Philip sober. When it happened that M. de Talleyrand suspended the execution of an order, Bonaparte never evinced the least displeasure. When the day after he had received any hasty and angry order, M. de Talleyrand presented himself to the first consul, the latter would say, "Well, did you send off the courier?" "No," the minister would reply, "I took care not to do so before I showed you my letter." Then the first consul would usually add, "Upon second thoughts, I think it would be best not to send it." This was the way to deal with Bonaparte. When M. de Talleyrand postponed sending off dispatches, or when I myself have delayed the execution of an order which I knew had been dictated by anger, and had emanated neither from his heart nor his understanding, I have heard him say 100 times, "It was right, quite right. You understand me, Talleyrand understands me also. This is the way to serve me. The others do not leave me time for reflection. They are too precipitate." Fauchet also was one of those who did not on all occasions blindly obey Bonaparte's commands. His other ministers, on the other hand, when told to send off a courier the next morning, would have more probably sent him off the same evening. This was from zeal, but was not the first consul right in saying that such zeal was unfortunate? Of Talleyrand and Fauchet, in their connections with the first consul, it might be said that the one represented the Constituent Assembly, with a slight perfume of the old regime, and the other the Convention in all its brutality. Bonaparte regarded Fauchet as a complete personification of the Revolution. With him, therefore, Fauchet's influence was merely the influence of the Revolution. That great event was one of those which had made the most forcible impression on Bonaparte's ardent mind, and he imagined he still beheld it in a visible form as long as Fauchet continued at the head of his police. I am now of opinion that Bonaparte was in some degree misled as to the value of Fauchet's services as a minister. No doubt, the circumstance of Fauvelet being in office conciliated those of the Revolutionary Party who were his friends. But Fauvelet cherished an undue partiality for them, because he knew that it was through them he held his place. He was like one of the old condottieri, who were made friends of lest they should become enemies, and who owed all their power to the soldiers enrolled under their banners. Such was Fauvelet, and Bonaparte perfectly understood his situation. He kept the chief in his service until he could find an opportunity of disbanding his undisciplined followers. But there was one circumstance which confirmed his reliance on Fauvelet. He who had voted the death of the King of France, and had influenced the minds of those who had voted with him, offered Bonaparte the best guarantee against the attempts of the Royalists for raising up in favor of the Bourbons the throne which the first consul himself had determined to ascend. Thus, for different reasons, Bonaparte and Fauvelet had common interests against the House of Bourbon, and the master's ambition derived encouragement from the supposed terror of the servant. The first consul was aware of the existence in Paris of a royalist committee, formed for the purpose of corresponding with Louis Roman XVIII. This committee consisted of men who must not be confounded with those wretched intriguers who were of no service to their employers, and were not unfrequently in the pay of both Bonaparte and the Bourbons. The Royalist Committee, properly so called, was a very different thing. It consisted of men professing rational principles of liberty, such as the Marquis de Clermont-Gallerand, the Abbé de Montesquieu, M. Becket, and M. Royer Collard. This committee had been of long standing. The respectable individuals whose names I have just quoted acted upon a system hostile to the despotism of Bonaparte, and favorable to what they conceived to be the interests of France. Knowing the superior wisdom of Louis Roman XVIII, and the opinions which he had avowed and maintained in the assembly of the notables, they wished to separate that prince from the emigrants, and to point him out to the nation as a suitable head of a reasonable constitutional government. Bonaparte, whom I have often heard speak on the subject, dreaded nothing so much as these ideas of liberty in conjunction with a monarchy. He regarded them as reveries, called the members of the committee idle dreamers, but nevertheless feared the triumph of their ideas. He confessed to me that it was to counteract the possible influence of the Royalist Committee that he showed himself so indulgent to those of the emigrants whose monarchical prejudices he knew were incompatible with liberal opinions. By the presence of emigrants who acknowledged nothing short of absolute power, he thought he might paralyze the influence of the Royalists of the interior. He therefore granted all such emigrants permission to return. About this time, I recollect having read a document, which had been signed, purporting to be a declaration of the principles of Louis Roman XVIII. It was signed by M. d'André, who bore evidence to its authenticity. The principles contained in the declaration were in almost all points conformable to the principles which formed the basis of the Charter. Even so early as 1792, and consequently previous to the fatal 21st of January, Louis Roman XVI, who knew the opinions of M. de Clermont-Gallerand, sent him on a mission to Coblentz to inform the princes from him, and the Queen, that they would be ruined by their emigration. I am accurately informed, and I state this fact with the utmost confidence. I can also add with equal certainty that the circumstance was mentioned by M. de Clermont-Gallerand in his Memoirs, and that the passage relative to his mission to Coblentz was cancelled before the manuscript was sent to press. During the consular government, the object of the Royalist Committee was to seduce rather than to conspire. It was round Madame Bonaparte in particular that their batteries were raised, and they did not prove ineffectual. The female friends of Josephine filled her mind with ideas of the splendor and distinction she would enjoy if the powerful hand which had chained the revolution should raise up the subverted throne. I must confess that I was myself, unconsciously, an accomplice of the friends of the throne. For what they wished for the interest of the Bourbons, I then ardently wished for the interest of Bonaparte. While endeavors were thus made to gain over Madame Bonaparte to the interest of the royal family, brilliant offers were held out for the purpose of dazzling the first consul. It was wished to retemper for him the sword of the Constable du Guesclin, and it was hoped that a statue erected to his honor would at once attest to posterity his spotless glory and the gratitude of the Bourbons. But when these offers reached the ears of Bonaparte, he treated them with indifference, and placed no faith in their sincerity. Conversing on the subject one day with M. de Lafayette, he said, "They offer me a statue, but I must look to the pedestal. They may make it my prison." I did not hear Bonaparte utter these words, but they were reported to me from a source, the authenticity of which may be relied on. About this time, when so much was said in the royalist circles and in the Faubourg Saint-Germain, of which the Hôtel de Lines was the headquarters, about the possible return of the Bourbons, the publication of a popular book contributed not a little to direct the attention of the public to the most brilliant period of the reign of Louis Roman XIV. The book was the historical romance of Madame de la Valois, by Madame de Genlis, who had recently returned to France. Bonaparte read it, and I have since understood that he was very well pleased with it, but he said nothing to me about it. It was not until some time after that he complained of the effect which was produced in Paris by this publication, and especially by engravings representing scenes in the life of Louis Roman XIV, and which were exhibited in the shop windows. The police received orders to suppress these prints, and the order was implicitly obeyed, but it was not Fauchet's police. Fauchet saw the absurdity of interfering with trifles. I recollect that immediately after the creation of the Legion of Honor, it being summer, the young men of Paris indulged in the whim of wearing a carnation in a buttonhole, which at a distance had rather a deceptive effect. Bonaparte took this very seriously. He sent for Fauchet and desired him to arrest those who presumed thus to turn the new order into ridicule. Fauchet merely replied that he would wait till the autumn, and the first consul understood that trifles were often rendered matters of importance by being honored with too much attention. But though Bonaparte was piqued at the interest excited by the engravings of Madame de Genlis' romance, he manifested no displeasure against that celebrated woman, who had been recommended to him by M. de Fontaines and Fauvelet, and who addressed several letters to him. As this sort of correspondence did not come within the routine of my business, I did not see the letters. But I heard from Madame Bonaparte that they contained a prodigious number of proper names, and I have reason to believe that they contributed not a little to magnify, in the eyes of the first consul, the importance of the Faubourg Saint-Germain, which, in spite of all his courage, was a scarecrow to him. Bonaparte regarded the Faubourg Saint-Germain as representing the whole mass of royalist opinion, and he saw clearly that the numerous erasures from the emigrant list had necessarily increased dissatisfaction among the royalists, since the property of the emigrants had not been restored to its old possessors, even in those cases in which it had not been sold. It was the fashion in a certain class to ridicule the unpolished manners of the great men of the Republic compared with the manners of the nobility of the old court. The wives of certain generals had several times committed themselves by their awkwardness. In many circles, there was an affectation of treating with contempt what are called the parvenus, those people who, to use M. de Talleyrand's expression, do not know how to walk upon a carpet. All this gave rise to complaints against the Faubourg Saint-Germain, while, on the other hand, Bonaparte's brothers spared no endeavors to irritate him against everything that was calculated to revive the recollection of the Bourbons. Such were Bonaparte's feelings, and such was the state of society during the year 1802. The fear of the Bourbons must indeed have had a powerful influence on the first consul before he could have been induced to take a step which may justly be regarded as the most inconsiderate of his whole life. After suffering 7 months to elapse without answering the first letter of Louis Roman XVIII, after at length answering his second letter in the tone of a king addressing a subject, he went so far as to write to Louis, proposing that he should renounce the throne of his ancestors in his, Bonaparte's, favor, and offering him as a reward for this renunciation a principality in Italy or a considerable revenue for himself and his family. Napoleon seems to have always known, as with Cromwell and the Stuarts, that if his dynasty failed, the Bourbons must succeed him. "I remember," says Metternich, "Napoleon said to me, 'Do you know why Louis Roman XVIII is not now sitting opposite to you? It is only because it is I who am sitting here. No other person could maintain his position, and if ever I disappear in consequence of a catastrophe, no one but a Bourbon could sit here.'" Metternich, Tome I, p. 248. Farther, he said to Metternich, "The king overthrown, the Republic was master of the soil of France. It is that which I have replaced. The old throne of France is buried under its rubbish. I had to found a new one. The Bourbons could not reign over this creation. My strength lies in my fortune. I am new, like the empire. There is, therefore, a perfect homogeneity between the empire and myself. However, says Metternich, I have often thought that Napoleon, by talking in this way, merely sought to study the opinion of others or to confuse it, and the direct advance which he made to Louis Roman XVIII. In 1804 seemed to confirm this suspicion. Speaking to me one day of this advance, he said, Monsieur's reply was grand. It was full of fine traditions. There is something in legitimate rights which appeals to more than the mere mind. If Monsieur had consulted his mind, only he would have arranged with me, and I should have made for him a magnificent future. Metternich, Tome I, p. 276. According to Young's Lucian, Tome Roman II. p. 421, the letter written and signed by Napoleon, but never sent, another draft being substituted, is still in the French archives. Metternich speaks of Napoleon making a direct advance to Louis Roman XVIII. In 1804. According to Colonel Young, Lucian Bonaparte's Tome Roman II. pp. 42-11-426, the attempt was made through the King of Prussia in 1802, the final answer of Louis being made on the 28th February 1803, as given in the text, but with a postscript of his nephew in addition. With the permission of the king, my uncle, I adhere with heart and soul to the contents of this note. Signed, Louis Antoine, Duc d'Angoulême. The reader will remark that there is no great interval between this letter and the final break with the Bourbons by the death of the Duc d'Enghien. At this time, according to Savory Tome Roman III, p. 241, some of the Bourbons were receiving French pensions. The Prince de Conti, the Duchesse de Bourbon, and the Duchesse d'Orléans, when sent out of France by the Directory, were given pensions of from 000 to 26,000 francs each. They lived in Catalonia. When the French troops entered Spain in 1808, General Canclox, a friend of the Prince de Conti, brought to the notice of Napoleon that the tiresome formalities insisted on by the pestilent clerks of all nations were observed towards these regal personages. Gaudin, the Minister of Finance, apparently on his own initiative, drew up a decree increasing the pensions to 80,000 francs and doing away with the formalities. The emperor signed at once, thanking the Minister of Finance. The reader, remembering the position of the French princes then, should compare this action of Napoleon with the failure of the Bourbons in 1814 to pay the sums promised to Napoleon, notwithstanding the strong remonstrances made at Vienna to Talleyrand by Alexander and Lord Castlereagh. See Talleyrand's correspondence with Louis Roman XVIII, Tome Roman II, pp. 27, 28, or French edition, pp. 285-288. The reader will recollect the curious question which the first consul put to me on the subject of the Bourbons when we were walking in the park of Malmaison. To the reply which I made to him on that occasion, I attribute the secrecy he observed towards me respecting the letter just alluded to. I am indeed inclined to regard that letter as the result of one of his private conferences with Lucian, but I know nothing positive on the subject, and merely mention this as a conjecture. However, I had an opportunity of ascertaining the curious circumstances which took place at Middow, when Bonaparte's letter was delivered to Louis Roman XVIII. That prince was already much irritated against Bonaparte by his delay in answering his first letter, and also by the tenor of his tardy reply. But on reading the first consul's second letter, the dethroned king immediately sat down and traced a few lines forcibly expressing his indignation at such a proposition. The note, hastily written by Louis Roman XVIII, in the first impulse of irritation, bore little resemblance to the dignified and elegant letter which Bonaparte received, and which I shall presently lay before the reader. This latter epistle closed very happily with the beautiful device of Francis I, "All is lost but honor." But the first letter was stamped with a more chivalrous tone of indignation. The indignant sovereign wrote it with his hand supported on the hilt of his sword, but the Abbé André, in whom Louis Roman XVIII reposed great confidence, saw the note and succeeded, not without some difficulty, in soothing the anger of the king and prevailing on him to write the following letter. I do not confound M. Bonaparte with those who have preceded him. I esteem his courage and his military talents. I am grateful for some acts of his government, for the benefits which are conferred on my people will always be prized by me. But he errs in supposing that he can induce me to renounce my rights. So far from that, he would confirm them, if they could possibly be doubtful, by the step he has now taken. I am ignorant of the designs of heaven respecting me and my subjects, but I know the obligations which God has imposed upon me. As a Christian, I will fulfill my duties to my last breath as the son of St. Louis. I would, like him, respect myself even in chains as the successor of Francis I say with him tout est perdu, hors el honor. Midau 1802, Louis Roman 18, S letter having reached Paris, the royalist committee assembled, and were not a little embarrassed as to what should be done. The meeting took place at Neuilly. After a long deliberation, it was suggested that the delivery of the letter should be entrusted to the third consul, with whom the Abbé de Montesquieu had kept up acquaintance since the time of the Constituent Assembly. This suggestion was adopted. The recollections of the commencement of his career, under Chancellor Maupeou, had always caused M. Lebrun to be ranked in a distinct class by the Royalists. For my part, I always looked upon him as a very honest man, a warm advocate of equality, and anxious that it should be protected even by despotism, which suited the views of the first consul very well. The Abbé de Montesquieu accordingly waited upon M. Lebrun, who undertook to deliver the letter. Bonaparte received it with an air of indifference, but whether that indifference were real or affected, I am to this day unable to determine. He said very little to me about the ill success of the negotiation with Louis Roman 18. On this subject, he dreaded, above all, the interference of his brothers, who created around him a sort of commotion which he knew was not without its influence, and which on several occasions had excited his anger. The letter of Louis Roman 18 is certainly conceived in a tone of dignity which cannot be too highly admired, and it may be said that Bonaparte on this occasion rendered a real service to Louis by affording him the opportunity of presenting to the world one of the finest pages in the history of a dethroned king. This letter, the contents of which were known in some circles of Paris, was the object of general approbation to those who preserved the recollection of the Bourbons, and above all to the Royalist Committee. The members of that committee, proud of the noble spirit evinced by the unfortunate monarch, whose return they were generously laboring to effect, replied to him by a sort of manifesto, to which time has imparted interest, since subsequent events have fulfilled the predictions it contained.